So imagine discovering that for like hundreds of years, some of the most brilliant legal minds in the world looked at their own sacred foundational text and came to this really stunning conclusion.
Right, the idea that hundreds of its laws were just, well, effectively dead.
Exactly, just canceled out, completely deleted. And we're not talking about, fringe theorists here.
No, not at all. These were the towering intellects of an entire civilization.
Right. Building these massive complex frameworks and writing multi-volume encyclopedias, literally just to track all these supposedly deleted verses.
It's incredible. And then, in the 18th century, a scholar named Shah Waliullah Dahlawi comes along.
Yeah, he comes along, looks at their centuries of painstaking work, and realizes they had made one fatal, incredibly simple mistake.
They essentially forgot how their own ancestors used a single word.
Which is wild. They hadn't found dead laws in the text. They had literally engineered a linguistic misunderstanding that just paralyzed the text's flexibility.
Yeah, it really is one of the most remarkable intellectual rescue missions in recorded history. I mean, what Dahlawi did wasn't some sort of complex theological invention.
Right, he just used history.
Exactly. He used historical linguistics, a really surgical understanding of semantic drift to just, well, strip away centuries of bureaucratic rust.
I love that phrase, bureaucratic rust, because he showed that a text which had been turned into this rigid, contradictory puzzle was actually meant to be a cohesive, practical, living, moral ecosystem, right?
That's perfectly put. We're basically looking at a masterclass in how institutionalizing a text can sometimes kill its original spirit.
Yeah.
And how going back to the casual conversational language of the early generations can suddenly make everything click back into place.
Okay, let's unpack this, because the scale of this misunderstanding is what really hooked me when we started looking into the sources. We aren't talking about a minor typo.
No, we're talking about a fundamental shift in how millions of people interacted with the text.
Exactly. So to really grasp the magnitude of what Dahlawi accomplished for you, the listener, we have to immerse ourselves in the first major concept he tackled, the great audit of abrogated verses, or what is known in the tradition as nashk.
Right, Nashk. So to understand the stakes of Nasht, which usually gets translated as abrogation, we really need to put ourselves in the shoes of the later scholars.
Okay, set the scene for us.
Picture the Islamic world several centuries after its founding. It is no longer this small, tight-knit community in the Arabian Peninsula.
Right, it's huge now.
Huge. It's a vast, sprawling empire stretching across continents. You have millions of people, incredibly diverse cultures, and a massive administrative state that desperately needs a standardized legal code.
Yeah, because you can't run an empire on, like, nuance, You need binary rules.
Exactly. Judges in Baghdad or Damascus need to know exactly what the law is on a Tuesday.
Right, they need a clear-cut rule book.
Precisely the environment that breeds rigidity.
Mm.
So these later jurists were looking at the Quran, which is a text revealed over 23 years to address a wide variety of shifting circumstances.
Right, because sometimes the text gave a temporary ruling for a specific vulnerability, right?
Yes, and then later gave a permanent ruling when the community was stronger. But the jurists, needing those clean legal categories, developed a strict theory of abrogation.
Which basically meant what, practically speaking?
They decided that if two verses seemed even slightly to contradict each other in legal weight, the chronologically later verse must have acted as a supernatural eraser.
A supernatural eraser. Wow.
Yeah, it entirely canceled out, totally invalidated, and completely replaced the earlier verse.
Wait, so they basically treated the older verses like an app developer entirely deleting an old feature.
That is exactly the mindset. The text was still on the page. People still recited it for its spiritual value, but legally and practically, the jurists just stamped a giant void across it.
That's crazy. And Dahlawi's saying, no, the feature's still there. You're just using your own software wrong.
Yes, because once you have a hammer called abrogation, every nuanced verse starts looking like a nail.
Right, of course. It just spirals.
It spiraled out of control. Some scholars, trying to synthesize hundreds of years of legal debates, started claiming there were upwards of 500 abrogated verses.
500. That's a massive chunk of the text just declared legally dead.
Exactly. So by the 15th century, a giant of Islamic scholarship named Al-Suyuti, a brilliant polymath, stepped in to clean up the mess.
Okay, so Al-Suyuti tries to do some damage control.
Right. He aggressively whittled down those wild claims. He published a famous, highly authoritative list declaring that there were actually only 21 abrogated verses in the entire
I
text.
mean, getting it down from 500 to 21 is a massive achievement in itself. Alciudi was basically doing triage, right?
He was. And for centuries, that 21-verse list was the gold standard. It was the accepted consensus.
If you were a serious student, you memorized those 21 deleted laws.
Exactly. But then, 300 years later, Shawoliula Deliwe enters the picture. He's operating in 18th century India. The Mughal Empire is fracturing. Society is in a state of deep anxiety.
So he's looking for stability. He doesn't have time for bloated legal theory.
Right. He needs the text to be functional. So he takes Alciudi's famous, universally accepted list of 21 canceled laws, and he decides to ruthlessly audit it.
He puts every single one under a microscope, and the results of that audit are staggering.
They really are. He completely dismantles the consensus.
Looking at his analysis, he concludes that out of the entire text, only 5 verses actually fit the strict total cancellation definition. He slashes a universally accepted list down to 5.
It is a stunning rebuke of centuries of legalistic thinking. He proves that these deleted features were actually just highly nuanced tools that the later scholars, well, they just lacked the subtlety to handle.
Okay, we need to dig into the specific case studies he uses to prove this, because the mechanics of his argument are absolutely brilliant.
Let's do it. The first major example is the verse regarding fighting in the sacred months.
Right, and this one requires a bit of historical scene setting for you guys listening. In pre-Islamic Arabia, there was this deeply ingrained cultural system of 4 sacred months.
And during these months, all tribal warfare, raiding, any violence was strictly forbidden.
Yeah, it was a vital survival mechanism in a harsh desert, a guaranteed time for safe travel and trade. Breaking that sanctity was a horrific taboo. So the early text affirms this, right? It says fighting in the sacred months is prohibited.
But as the early community faces brutal existential persecution, I mean, people being tortured, driven from their homes, the situation shifts.
Right.
Later on, a broader, more general command is revealed permitting and even commanding the believers to fight against the polytheists who were actively persecuting them.
Okay, so if I'm a later jurist sitting in a comfortable bureaucratic office centuries later, I look at Rule A, do not fight in the sacred months, and Rule B, fight the persecutors.
And your rigid legal brain says what?
My brain says, Rule B came later, so Rule B must have completely overwritten Rule A. The prohibition on fighting in sacred months is hereby deleted.
That is exactly what they did. They assumed it was a binary override. But Delali argues that this is an incredibly clumsy misreading.
Because the original prohibition isn't canceled at all, the feature hasn't been deleted.
Right. It is still completely active. What the text actually introduced was a highly sophisticated rule of exceptions, or what we might call a pragmatic weighing of harms.
It's a triage system. Delali points out that fighting in the sacred month is still a grave offense. The text doesn't suddenly say it's fine to do it.
No, but the text introduces a comparative variable, severe existential persecution, which is termed fitna.
Right, and the text basically argues like allowing your community to be subjected to fitna, allowing people to be stripped of their lives and freedom, is a substantially worse evil than breaking the sanctity of a calendar month.
Exactly. If you are forced to choose between breaking the sanctity of the month or allowing the total destruction of your community, the moral law demands you choose the lesser evil.
And that is not a deleted law.
Not at all. That is a deeply active, dynamic law with a built-in conditional exception. Delawi shows that the later scholars essentially lobotomized the text's moral reasoning.
Oh, wow. They lobotomized it.
Yeah, by calling the verse abrogated, they erased the sophisticated ethical framework of weighing competing harms and replaced it with, like, a mindless toggle switch.
It changes everything for how you read it. It elevates the text from a clumsy string of retractions into a living, breathing ethical framework.
And he applies this exact same logic to another massive area of social law, the rules regarding widows.
Oh, yeah. This is a perfect example of how legal codification destroys social nuance.
It really is. So there was an early verse stating that upon a husband's death, his widow should be provided for and maintained in her home for a full year.
Which was a foundational social safety net.
Right. But later on, highly specific, mathematically precise inheritance laws were revealed. These new laws gave widows a fixed, guaranteed percentage of the estate, distributed relatively quickly.
So the jurists see the new math and immediately pull out their supernatural erasure again.
Naturally. They claim the one-year maintenance rule is totally canceled, completely wiped off the books by the new fractional inheritance laws.
And Delaue looks at this and just shakes his head, right? Because he clarifies that the verse is absolutely not canceled.
Exactly. What shifted was not the validity of the action, but its legal categorization. Because the new inheritance laws take care of the baseline mandatory financial rights, the absolute obligation of the one-year maintenance is lifted.
Meaning the state will not legally force the estate to provide it.
Right. However, a dying husband is still perfectly allowed to recommend it. He can will it out of the goodness of his heart, or the heirs can voluntarily agree to it out of compassion.
So the original verse transitions from being a strict enforceable mandate to a highly recommended moral action. The verse is entirely alive.
It just moved from the mandatory column to the highly encouraged column.
And if you delete the verse, as the later scholars wanted to do, you actually erase a profound avenue for human compassion. You limit society only to the bare minimum of the math.
Right, rather than allowing for the expansive grace of the earlier verse.
Yeah.
We see this clash between rigid legal boundaries and fluid moral archetypes even more clearly in his third major example.
The one about fornicators, right?
Yes, this involves a severe verse stating that a fornicator marries none but a fornicatress.
Now, from a purely logistical standpoint, later scholars looked at general verses that strongly encouraged the community to marry off all single people.
And they thought this specific restriction about fornicators was just a nightmare to enforce legally.
So they just declared it totally abrogated, threw it in the deleted pile.
Because they were trying to build a municipal code, they were reading the text as if it were a checklist for a medieval clerk issuing marriage licenses.
Right.
But Delaue steps back and explains that this verse was never meant to be a rigid, inescapable legal barrier that the state had to codify and then later cancel.
He argues it's an expression of moral disgust, or like a sociological observation.
Exactly. It is a profound moral statement about spiritual compatibility.
Yeah.
It is saying that people who flagrantly, habitually, and unrepentantly commit such acts simply aren't a suitable, harmonious match for chaste people.
It's a statement about the health of the household. It's a moral archetype designed to guide personal choices, not a penal code statute waiting to be overwritten.
Right. If a community reads that verse, it guides their internal compass. By calling it abrogated, the later scholars essentially told the community to ignore its profound spiritual warning just because it didn't fit neatly into their bureaucratic filing system.
If you're reading a foundational text and constantly having to check a mental spreadsheet to see if a rule is deleted in Chapter 4, you aren't reading a moral guide, you're doing tax accounting.
That's exactly what it became, tax accounting.
And Delaue rescues the reader from that bureaucratic nightmare. Almost everything still matters, it's just about knowing how it matters.
Which brings us to the absolute core of this entire historical mystery.
Here's where it gets really interesting.
Right. If this ecosystem is so highly functional, if the early verses and the later verses harmonize so beautifully through nuance and exception, why did brilliant, dedicated scholars like Al-Suyuti get it so wrong?
Because they weren't foolish people. They dedicated their entire lives to studying this material.
This is where Delaue makes his most brilliant diagnostic move. He doesn't accuse them of bad faith. He diagnoses a linguistic mutation.
A massive, civilization-wide case of semantic drift.
Exactly. Semantic drift is the phenomena where words change their meaning over time, often subtly, but with catastrophic consequences if you are trying to read a historical document.
Right. To understand how this happened, we have to look at the gap between the early generations, the immediate companions and their first followers, and the later scholars.
The early generations lived in an oral culture. Their language was fluid, dynamic, highly conversational. When they used the word nask, they were using it in its broad, everyday linguistic sense.
So to them, nask did not mean total and absolute invalidation.
No, it just meant clarification, or making an exception, or restricting a general rule.
So if an early scholar from the 7th century was like teaching a class and said, this later verse subjected the earlier verse to nask.
So they just meant, hey, pay attention, there's a new layer of nuance here.
Mm-hmm.
It was a casual flag for the listener to look closer.
But then, jump forward a few hundred years, the oral culture has transitioned into a highly literate, text-based, bureaucratic empire.
You have professional legal theorists building massive intellectual architectures. They don't like conversational fluidity.
They despise ambiguity.
Exactly. They need precise, rigid, universally agreed upon definitions for their technical jargon. So in their new academic vocabulary, the word nask was locked down to mean one thing and one thing only. Total, absolute invalidation and removal of a legal ruling.
And here is the fatal tragic error that Delawy uncovered. These later jurists went into the archives. They read the writings of the early scholars,
They saw the early scholars casually using the word nask.
and they applied their new, rigid imperial definition to the old casual conversational usage. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's like reading a letter from a pioneer in the 1800s where they say they had an awful time looking at the Grand Canyon.
Oh, that's a great example.
Right, because back then, awful meant full of awe or awe-inspiring. But if you read that letter today with a modern dictionary, you assume they had a terrible time.
You completely invert the meaning of their experience just because the dictionary updated without you realizing it.
It is the exact same mechanism. The early scholars meant this verse has nuance, and the later scholars read their notes and thought, oh my God, they are saying this verse is completely legally void.
Yes, because the later scholars applied their rigid definition backward through time, they hallucinated hundreds of canceled verses.
Hallucinated them.
And the Lawi provides a deeply philosophical example to prove this misreading, focusing on what are known as the fear God verses.
I love this example. It perfectly highlights the difference between nuance and deletion. So there is an early verse that commands the believers to fear God as he should be feared.
Which demands an absolute, total, uncompromising level of reverence and piety.
Right. But later, another verse is revealed that says, fear God as much as you can.
Now, put yourself in the mindset of a later jurist locked in a rigid binary framework. They look at the first verse, which demands absolute perfection.
And then they look at human nature, which is inherently flawed.
And they conclude that the two verses are in direct, insurmountable conflict.
The jurist thinks, obviously the second one cancels the first. You can't fear God exactly as he deserves, that's impossible. So the as much as you can verse must have mercifully deleted the strict verse.
Cross it out. It sounds incredibly logical if your entire worldview is built on mutually exclusive binaries.
But Delawy resolves this tension flawlessly without deleting a single word. He introduces the concept of distinct operational domains.
Yes. He says, look at the internal landscape
Right.
versus the external landscape of the human being.
Okay, break that down for us.
The first verse, fear God as he should be feared, operates strictly in the domain of internal belief. It refers to the core tenets of faith, specifically avoiding associating partners with God. Absolute monotheism.
And in the realm of internal theological conviction, there is no compromise. There is no sliding scale.
Exactly. You can't just be a monotheist as much as you can. You either believe in the singular divine or you don't. The absolute command remains perfectly intact in the domain of belief.
But the second verse, fear God as much as you can, shifts the domain. This verse governs physical actions, external rituals, legal obligations.
And in the physical world, humans have severe limitations. If you're supposed to stand for a ritual prayer, but you are ill or injured, you sit down.
If you are too weak to sit, you lie down. You fulfill the physical command as much as you can.
Both verses are entirely active. Neither acts as an eraser for the other. They just operate in totally different spheres of human existence.
The uncompromising domain of internal faith versus the conditional, pragmatic domain of physical action.
And when Delawy points this out, the whole artifice of the later jurists just collapses.
It really reveals how profoundly dangerous it is to read modern, highly technical definitions backward into historical, fluid language.
You end up literally erasing the psychological and spiritual depth of the past because your present vocabulary is too small and too rigid to hold it.
Which is such a powerful takeaway. But the intellectual rigidity that Delawy exposes here doesn't just stop at how scholars defined words.
No, it didn't.
That same rigid, bureaucratic mindset bled into how they viewed history itself. They couldn't just read a verse and extract a universal principle. They felt a compulsive need to lock down exactly when, where, and why it was spoken.
Which brings us to the second massive intellectual rescue mission Delawy undertakes, his critique of Asbab al-Nuzul, or the reasons for revelation.
Right. And, if there's one universal truth about human nature, it's that we are storytelling creatures. We crave narrative.
We want to know the behind the scenes of everything. And the later scholars of the tradition were no exception.
As they compiled their massive encyclopedias of exegesis, they became utterly obsessed with finding the exact historical trigger for every single sentence in the text.
They weren't satisfied with a verse simply offering moral guidance. They wanted to know exactly which two merchants were arguing in the marketplace on what specific Tuesday in the 7th century that prompted the text to address the ethics of trade.
And on the surface, if you were a historian, this sounds like incredible, meticulous scholarship, like more context is always better, right?
That is the assumption. But Delawy launches a profound critique of this obsession. And remarkably, his critique stems from the exact same linguistic misunderstanding we just explored regarding semantic drift.
Okay, so just like with the word nask, the later scholars completely misunderstood the casual phrasing of the early generations regarding history.
Precisely. When an early scholar from the first generation said something like, this verse descended regarding situation X, or this verse was revealed about person Y, what were they actually doing?
Well, the later scholars assumed this was a strict statement of historical causality, right?
Right. They thought the early scholar was saying event X happened, and therefore, as a direct historical consequence, verse Z was born.
But Delawy proves that the early scholars rarely meant that at all. They were not acting as documentary historians documenting a timeline.
They were acting as ethical guides, applying a living text to their current reality.
So when the early scholar said, this verse descended regarding situation X, they simply meant the universal principle contained in this verse perfectly applies to the situation X that we are currently dealing with.
Exactly. They were using current events or even historical anecdotes to illustrate the active, ongoing application of the verse. It is the difference between writing a history textbook and practicing case law.
Yes, case law is the perfect analogy here. Imagine a modern judge issuing a ruling today. The judge cites a foundational document, say, the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution regarding unreasonable searches and seizures.
Okay.
And the judge cites this amendment in a complex modern case about law enforcement tracking a suspect's smartphone GPS data.
The judge is casting the old text to the new event.
Exactly. Now, imagine a historian 1,000 years from now reading that court transcript. If that future historian is as rigid as the later Islamic jurists, they will read the judge's opinion and conclude, the founding fathers in the 18th century wrote the Fourth Amendment because they were worried about smartphone GPS tracking.
Which is, of course, a massive anachronistic absurdity. The founding fathers obviously didn't write it because of smartphones.
The modern judge is simply saying that the universal foundational principle of privacy perfectly applies to the smartphone situation.
And Delawy argues that this is precisely what the early generations of Muslims were doing. They were taking the timeless, universal principles of the Quran and showing how beautifully they applied to whatever dispute had just popped up in their community.
But because the later scholars took these fluid applications and turned them into rigid historical origin stories, they inadvertently did something terrible to the text.
They localized it.
They localized it. They tied magnificent, sweeping, universal declarations to hyper-specific, isolated, long-dead historical anecdotes. They shrank the scope of the foundational text to fit a tiny historical box.
It's a tragic irony. In their attempt to preserve the context of the text, they actually suffocated its universality. But Delawy is a careful thinker. He doesn't just swing the pendulum entirely in the opposite direction.
Right. He isn't saying that we should burn the history books and read the text in a total vacuum.
No. He recognizes that stripping away all historical context can lead to dangerous, unmoored misinterpretations.
So where does he draw the line? Like, if the default setting shouldn't be obsessing over the backstory, when is the backstory actually required?
Looking at Delawy's framework, he carves out two highly specific, non-negotiable scenarios where the interpreter of the text absolutely must know the historical context.
Okay, what's the first one?
The first exception is purely linguistic and logical. You need the historical backstory when a verse makes a direct implicit reference to an event that makes the sentence literally incomprehensible without the context.
This makes total sense. If the text suddenly shifts and says, and remember when you were on the near side of the valley and they were on the farther side and the caravan was below you, and it proceeds to draw a spiritual lesson from this geographical layout.
You can't just guess what that means.
Right. You need the historian to tap you on the shoulder and say, this is referring to the Battle of Badr. Here is the map of the battlefield. Here is why the caravan mattered.
Exactly. Without that context, you can't even decode the grammar of the sentence, let alone the spiritual lesson. If the text points to a specific noun, you need to know what the noun is.
And the second exception.
The second exception is far more subtle, and it has profound legal implications. You need the historical backstory when a specific historical narrative acts as a boundary line, restricting a general verse from its obvious, terrifyingly literal meaning.
So, when a verse sounds like a universal, sweeping, permanent rule, but the historical context reveals it was actually a highly specific temporary reprimand.
Precisely. Sometimes a community is acting in a deeply hypocritical or destructive way, and the text comes down with a severe, targeted condemnation.
And if you read that condemnation out of context, you might think it is a permanent law applying to all believers at all times.
But the history provides a necessary cage for that severity. It tells the reader, no, this severe punishment was for a very specific group of mutineers in a very specific war.
The context prevents future generations from weaponizing a historical reprimand as a universal bludgeon. That's so important.
It really is. So, to summarize his brilliant rule of thumb, unless it is grammatically impossible to translate the sentence without the history, or unless the history acts as a necessary legal boundary to prevent extremism, we do not actually need the backstory.
We don't need it, and often we are better off without it.
As the classical principle of interpretation goes, which Delawy fiercely defends, the lesson is in the generality of the wording, not the specificity of the cause.
The generality of the wording. So if a verse talks beautifully and terrifyingly about the spiritual dangers of hoarding wealth and being consumed by greed, it fundamentally does not matter if that verse was revealed because a specific grain merchant was hoarding wheat in the 7th century.
No, it doesn't matter at all. The point is the archetype of greed.
The spiritual lesson applies to a modern Wall Street banker executing high-frequency trades just as fiercely as it applied to that merchant.
Yes, by ignoring the trivia of the merchant's name, the text remains alive and piercing for the modern reader.
And this warning against over-contextualizing, against letting historical trivia obscure spiritual truth, leads directly into Delawy's intense, almost sarcastic frustration with a broader intellectual plague of his time.
Oh, absolutely. What happens when scholars, desperate to fill in every narrative blank, start padding their massive commentaries with imported folklore?
Which brings us to a really fascinating cultural phenomenon of the early Middle East, the intersection of Jewish, Christian, and Islamic storytelling, and, well, the absolute danger of extreme literalism.
We have to remember that the Quran is famously minimalist in its storytelling. It is not a historical chronicle like parts of the Old Testament.
Right, it doesn't give you dates, lineages, or geography unless it is strictly necessary for the moral lesson.
It operates through vignettes and archetypes. But human curiosity, especially academic curiosity, abhors a vacuum. Commentators abhor an unexplained detail.
If the text mentions a prophet, the commentators want to know his mother's name, what he ate for breakfast, and what color his sandals were.
And because the Quran didn't provide those details, the commentators looked elsewhere. They looked to the vibrant, chaotic, intellectual marketplace of the Middle East, specifically the Israeliyat.
The Israeliyat, what exactly does that encompass?
There were vast collections of traditions, stories, and folklore imported primarily from the people of the book, Jewish and Christian communities that had lived in the region for centuries.
Because many early converts brought these rich narrative traditions with them, right?
Yes. So when later Islamic commentators encountered a minimalist story in the Quran, they would reach into this bag of imported folklore to flesh out the narrative.
And on one hand, you can understand the impulse. They are trying to build a richer cinematic universe for their readers.
But Delawy absolutely mocks the results of this tendency. He points out how serious, dignified scholars would end up wasting endless ink and intellectual energy arguing over completely useless, imported trivia.
He highlights the absurdity of it, like, take the famous story of the companions of the cave.
A beautiful, mysterious narrative about young men who flee religious persecution, sleep in a cave for centuries, and are guarded by a dog.
The text focuses on their miraculous preservation and the nature of time, but the later commentators, they would write pages arguing over the exact breed and color of the dog.
Was it black? Was it red with spots?
Right? It's ridiculous. Or the story of the Israelites being commanded to sacrifice a cow to solve a murder mystery. The entire point of the story is a critique of a community asking too many pedantic questions to delay obeying a simple command.
Yet the commentators fall into the exact same trap they're reading about. They start debating the specific gender of the cow, or whether the hide was a mustard yellow or a golden yellow.
It's the ultimate irony, arguing over the exact thread count of the cloak worn by the Good Samaritan.
It is a profound avoidance tactic. It is so much easier for a scholar to argue about the color of a dog's fur than to grapple with the actual terrifying existential lessons of the text regarding faith, mortality, and divine power.
Delawi notes that the early generations, the ones who actually lived the faith rather than just theorizing about it, hated this kind of pedantic time wasting.
They saw it as a dangerous distraction from the spiritual weight of the text. They adopted a remarkably grounded, epistemologically brilliant rule for dealing with all this imported folklore.
Which was?
The early pragmatic approach was simply do not believe them and do not disbelieve them.
I love that. Do not believe them and do not disbelieve them. It is a statement of profound, healthy agnosticism toward trivia.
It's basically saying, listen, maybe the dog in the cave was black, maybe it was red, maybe the cow was yellow, but ultimately, who cares?
It has zero bearing on your spiritual salvation. Acknowledge the story exists and keep moving.
Exactly. Delawi is trying to train the reader to focus on the archetype, not the artifact. He wants the reader to recognize when they're letting pedantry blind them to principle.
So what does this all mean for you, for the listener?
To illustrate this perfectly, he uses a metaphorical analysis that I think is the beautiful beating heart of his entire project. He points to a famous verse that describes the spiritual reward for giving charity.
The text paints this really vivid agricultural picture. It says the reward for spending in the way of goodness is like a grain that sprouts 7 ears, each ear having 100 grains.
It is math problem of grace. One seed yields 700 seeds, an exponential return on investment.
Now, Delawi asks us to imagine the extreme literalist reading that verse, the scholar poisoned by the need for exact historical and physical correlation.
That literalist might read that verse, close their book, and literally go out into a field with a magnifying glass, searching for this exact botanical specimen.
They would think, if this specific math is in the divine text, there must be a literal biological grain out there that grows exactly 7 years with exactly 100 grains per ear.
They reduce a profound spiritual truth into a bizarre botanical scavenger hunt. Delawi argues that this kind of literalism completely, tragically misses the point of the text.
The verse is not a biology lesson. It is a brilliant, vivid metaphor for the exponential multiplication of reward for doing good.
The Quran constantly presents contrasting pictures: the happy versus the wretched, the generous versus the miserly, the blooming garden versus the barren rock. It paints these pictures to move your heart, to teach moral attributes.
It uses the physical world to map the spiritual world. It isn't trying to force you to map every single detail to a specific historical individual or a specific biological plant.
The power of the text, the reason it survives centuries and empires, is its ability to transcend its immediate historical moment, shed the trivia, and speak directly to the universal human condition.
And that is exactly what Shah Waliullah Delawi accomplished in the 18th century. He essentially performed a massive civilization-level decluttering of the intellectual landscape.
He really did. He took a linguistic scalpel to his own tradition and saved a foundational text from being suffocated by the very scholars who loved it most.
By understanding how the early generations used language casually, dynamically, rather than technically, he recovered the text's incredible flexibility.
We see that verses aren't arbitrarily canceled. They are brilliantly contextualized through shifting domains and lesser evils.
We see that historical backstories aren't chains tying the text to the 7th century, but rather vivid examples of how universal archetypes can be applied in real time.
He moved the entire tradition away from a rigid, dead rulebook and back toward an active, living moral ecosystem.
It is an intellectual rescue mission that has profound implications far beyond theology. And that brings us to a final thought, something to really chew on as we wrap up this deep dive. We have just spent all this time analyzing how the shifting definitions of just a few words over a couple of centuries caused brilliant, well-intentioned experts to fundamentally misinterpret their own foundational text.
It forces a mirror on our own times. The question we have to ask ourselves is, what are we currently misreading today?
Think about the foundational documents that govern your life. Think about the Constitution of your country or the Bill of Rights.
How much of the original flexible intent of those authors has been paralyzed by later rigid legal definitions?
Or, take it to a more personal level. Think about the founding vision documents of your own company, or even the initial emails from your founders just 10 or 20 years ago. The dictionary updates constantly, corporate culture updates.
How much of our current rigidity, how much of our present-day conflict and bureaucratic paralysis is based on a total misunderstanding of someone from the past who is just speaking casually in the language of their own time?
Right. If we read the past strictly with today's hyper-technical definitions, what profound wisdom, what necessary flexibility are we artificially canceling out?
It's a sobering reminder that language is alive, and if we treat it like a fossil, we lose the very guidance it was meant to provide.
Absolutely. The next time you find yourself caught in a bitter argument over a rigid technicality, take a step back and ask yourself, are we looking for the color of the dog or are we looking for the truth of the story? Thanks for taking this deep dive with us.
You know, when you walk into like a movie studio
Hmm.
or even if you just sit down to watch a really meticulously crafted documentary, there is this fascinating, almost invisible power dynamic at play.
Oh, absolutely. The curation aspect.
Yeah, exactly. Because you see the final cut, right? You
Yeah.
see the hero, the villain, the dramatic climax. But what you do not see is the editing room floor.
Right.
You don't see the hours of footage or, the side characters or those beautiful sweeping landscape shots that the director just like ruthlessly chopped up and threw away in the trash.
Because they have an agenda.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They do it because they want to control exactly what you feel and exactly what you take away from the story. Because if they show you too much,
Mhm.
and you kind of lose the narrative thread, you just become passive.
Yeah, you just get lost in the sauce. And, what if I told you that one of the most brilliant analyses of this exact kind of um, narrative control, this ultimate editing room floor strategy, it isn't actually from a modern Hollywood director.
Wait, really? Who's it from?
It's from an 18th century Islamic scholar.
Oh, wow. Okay, I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
So for you listening, today's mission is to explore a highly concentrated slice of a really classic text. It's called Al-Fawz al-Kabir fi Usul al-Tafsir.
Right, which in English translates roughly to the Great Victory in the Principles of Quranic Exegesis. And it was written by the renowned scholar Shah Wali al-Dalawi.
Yeah, Bilawi. And we are looking at a very specific section today. It's roughly like the third 8% of the text.
Right, a very deep, specific cut.
Yeah. And this specific slice, it really functions as a masterclass in communication strategy. Like we are examining how the author analyzes the Quran's structural mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
How it frames counter-arguments, how it categorizes psychological threats,
Wow.
how it, like we just said, deliberately edits history, and how it leverages human nature to keep people grounded.
And I think it is really worth setting our parameters clearly for you, the listener, right up front.
Oh, definitely.
We are examining this text objectively as a piece of rhetorical and structural analysis.
Right.
Like, our goal today is to explore the author's breakdown of these argumentative frameworks. We're just mapping the historical and linguistic mechanics of the text exactly as Dalawi presents them.
Yeah, we're not endorsing any specific theological or political viewpoints here.
Exactly. We are just here to uncover the how and the why of the strategy that he describes in this really fascinating 18th century text.
Okay, so let's jump right into it.
Mm-hmm.
The first major pillar of Dalawi's analysis in this section deals with the art of the counterargument,
Yes.
like how a text handles an established external opposing narrative. And the author focuses specifically on how the Quran engages in dialogue with Christian theology.
Right, particularly regarding the crucifixion of Jesus.
Yeah, because according to Dalawi, the Quran doesn't just, present a different story. It states that Jesus was not killed or crucified, but rather, quote, it was made to appear that way to them.
Which is, that is a massive narrative pivot.
It's huge. It takes an established historical event that an entire global movement is built upon and completely reframes it. So how does Dalawi actually explain the mechanics of an argument like that?
Well, the brilliance of Dalawi's analysis here, what makes it so interesting, is his focus on the textual methodology of the counter-argument.
Okay.
He observes that the Quran, it doesn't merely issue like a blanket denial from a distance.
Right. It's not just saying, no, you're wrong.
Exactly. It actively engages with the opponent's own deeply guarded scriptural terminology.
Ooh.
Yeah. The prime example he dissects is the concept of the paraclete, or Feraclit in the Arabic transliteration, which is famously mentioned in the Gospel of John.
Okay, the paraclete. Now, in Christian theology, that term is heavily debated, right? But, it's generally interpreted as referring to the Holy Spirit.
Right, or like a comforter that comes after Jesus.
Yeah. So how does an 18th century scholar living in the Indian subcontinent analyze the Quran's usage of a Greek theological term? Like, how does that work?
So Dalawi looks at the historical mechanics of translation and prophecy. He argues that the Quranic framework positions this exact same term, the Paraclete, as a direct prophecy of the Prophet Muhammad.
Really?
Yeah, but he goes further into the why, which is the interesting part. He points out that the argument hinges on the specific functional descriptions of the Paraclete in those older texts.
Functional descriptions, what do you mean?
Like the older texts prophesy that this figure will stay a long time, right? That they will teach all things and they will purify souls.
Okay.
Dalawi argues that this functional description aligns perfectly with the Islamic narrative of a prophet who brings a comprehensive, long-lasting legal and spiritual framework.
As opposed to just a purely ethereal spiritual entity.
Exactly.
But wait, I kind of want to push back on that, or at least I feel like that's contradictory.
How so?
Well, if the text is actively engaging in an ongoing historical debate, right, and it's claiming to be a definitive new revelation,
Right.
how does it maintain its claim to universal, timeless truth if it's getting bogged down in the minutiae of someone else's book? Like, by relying on the word paraclete, doesn't the Quran kind of tether its own legitimacy to the validity of the older text it's literally trying to correct?
That is such a good point, and that is the exact tension Dalawi is highlighting here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's what you might call a highly sophisticated form of textual diplomacy.
Textual diplomacy. I like that.
By utilizing the vocabulary of the preceding scriptures, the text establishes a continuity of authority.
Okay, so it's not starting from scratch.
Right. It's essentially saying to its audience, I am not an alien narrative just dropping out of the sky. I am the culmination of the historical conversation you are already having.
Wow.
Dalawi frames the Quran as an active, highly aware participant in a centuries-old debate. It specifically targets points of scriptural divergence and re-engineers them.
So it doesn't destroy the opponent's vocabulary. It reclaims it.
Exactly. It reclaims it.
You know, it's essentially an assertion of narrative dominance. If you think about it, think about how modern debates work in fields like constitutional law.
Oh, that's a great analogy.
Right. Because when the Supreme Court issues a landmark ruling, they don't just invent new legal concepts out of thin air.
No, they use precedent.
Yeah, they take the old words, the precedents from 200 years ago,
Yeah.
and they say, no, this is what those words originally meant.
Yes.
The later, authoritative voice attempts to settle the score by redefining the foundational terminology. And Dalawi is identifying this exact rhetorical structure in his 7th century text.
It's brilliant, and it highlights a really deep understanding of audience psychology. I mean, to persuade someone fundamentally, you can't just dismiss their foundational worldview, you know?
Oh, they'll just put up a wall.
Right, you have to enter their intellectual architecture, locate the load-bearing pillars, like the concept of the paraclete, and shift their alignment. Dalawi shows how the text uses the opponent's own linguistic momentum against them.
That is so fascinating. Okay, so we've seen how the text fortifies its followers against external theological attacks through this kind of linguistic re-engineering.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens when that external pressure creates internal fractures?
Yeah, yes.
Because if a community is constantly debating outsiders and redefining historical texts, human nature pretty much dictates that some of your own people will inevitably start to harbor doubts.
Always.
Which brings us to the second major point of Dalawi's analysis in this slice: internal psychology.
And this internal threat is, frankly, much more insidious to the fabric of a community than any external theological debate could ever be.
Right.
Dalawi dedicates a significant portion of his analysis to how the Quran addresses the concept of hypocrites, or, in Arabic, al-munafiqin.
Right. Now, anyone familiar with the history of this region or the basic theology knows about the concept of the munafiqun, like the hypocrites in Medina who caused internal strife. That's a pretty foundational concept.
Very standard, yeah.
So what makes Dalawi's specific 18th century analysis of this so remarkable?
What is remarkable is how Dalawi categorizes them. He really digs into the deep psychology and the etymology of the phenomenon.
Okay, break that down for us.
He divides them into two highly specific types. The first is what we might call the bluff hypocrite.
The belief hypocrite.
Right. This is the person who verbally claims faith, but internally they deny it entirely.
Like an actual spy.
Yes. However, Dalawi notes a crucial operational detail here. He says that after the immediate time of the prophet, this specific type of hypocrisy essentially becomes a non-issue for the community's legal and social framework.
Oh, I see. Because without a prophet to literally receive divine revelation, No human being can read another human being's heart.
Precisely.
It just becomes an invisible, unpoliceable threat. You can't put someone on trial for what's in their head.
Exactly. But it's the second category where Delaouy's analysis becomes incredibly piercing, especially given his own historical context.
Okay, what's the second type?
He introduces the practical hypocrite.
Practical.
Yeah, and to truly understand this, we need to look at the Arabic root of the word nifaq, which means hypocrisy.
Okay, give us the linguistics.
The word derives from the nafika,
Nafika.
which is one of the exit holes of a jerboa.
Wait, a jerboa? Like the little desert rodent?
Yes, the desert rodent. So the jerboa digs its tunnel with one highly visible entrance, right? But it constructs a hidden secondary exit that it only breaks through when a predator enters the main hole.
Oh, wow.
Right.
So the very linguistic root of the word implies a dual-faced survival strategy.
Exactly.
It's not about, like, ideological purity. It's literally about always having an escape route when things get dangerous.
That captures the essence of the practical hypocrite perfectly. Delaoui describes these as people with weak faith who are really just driven by social inertia.
Right, the fair weather fans.
Yes. They prioritize worldly pleasures, wealth, tribal, or familial loyalty. They put all of that over their stated principles. They harbor superficial doubts that they never bother to truly resolve.
Because it's easier not to.
Right. But Delaoui doesn't just leave it in the 7th century. This is where it gets spicy. He specifically targets the manifestations of this psychology in his own 18th century world.
Oh, he starts calling people out?
He does. He calls out the courtiers, the political advisors who compromise their morals and just nod along with whatever a corrupt ruler says just to maintain their status.
The ultimate yes men.
Exactly.
I mean, that's a tale as old as time, and it perfectly aligns with the jerboa metaphor. They are preserving their social escape route.
Yep.
But Delaoui also explicitly calls out philosophers and logicians in this exact same category of practical hypocrites.
He does.
And I'm kind of struggling with that.
Really? Why?
Because isn't that just a convenient excuse for anti-intellectualism? Like, if a text or a scholar discourages philosophical questioning and lumps intellectuals in with corrupt politicians, doesn't it risk breeding, like, blind, dogmatic followers who just do what they are told without thinking?
That is a very valid critique. It's a natural question to ask, but it really requires us to understand the intellectual climate that Delaoui was navigating at the time.
Okay, paint the picture for us.
So in the 18th century, Islamic philosophy or falsafa had in many circles become this incredibly dense, highly theoretical pursuit that was completely detached from the social and moral decay happening all around them.
Got it.
The Mughal Empire was literally fracturing. Society was in crisis, and the intellectual elite were locked in these endless pedantic debates about abstract metaphysical properties.
Ah,
Okay.
so that's a critique of the ivory tower.
Exactly. It is a critique of paralysis by analysis. Delaoui explains that these philosophers become so obsessed with theoretical doubt, so tangled up in their own endless intellectual gymnastics, that they entirely forget the ultimate reality of the moral framework they're supposed to be living by.
They're just talking in circles.
Right. So to Delaoui, over-intellectualizing to the point of complete moral inaction is literally a form of hypocrisy. You claim to be seeking the ultimate truth, but your endless questioning is actually a sophisticated psychological defense mechanism. It's an excuse to avoid doing the hard, practical, and honestly often dangerous work of living an ethical life in a corrupt society.
Man, it totally reframes the entire concept for me. He's saying that hiding behind a wall of intellectual complexity is just the academic version of the jerboa's hidden tunnel.
Yes.
It's just a way to avoid committing to the physical reality of a moral stance. And, I really want you, the listener, to reflect on that dynamic in your own life for a second.
It's very relevant today.
It is. How often do we fall into this exact trap of practical hypocrisy? Like, we can sit around on social media debating the nuanced ethical implications of global supply chains or algorithmic bias or systemic injustice.
We read the articles, we learn the jargon.
Yeah, we perform the intellectual labor, but our daily actions, our actual consumption habits, they remain entirely unchanged because true moral action is socially or financially inconvenient.
Right. It's too hard to actually change.
Delaoui is taking a 7th century theological concept and showing how it manifests as this timeless psychological trap.
The tension Delaoui is exposing here is the gap between ilm, which is knowledge, and amal, which is action.
Knowledge and action.
A theoretical debate that never translates into practical ethical living is not just useless to him, it actively degrades the soul.
Okay, so if practical hypocrisy is the disease, right, This tendency for humans to get distracted by wealth, social survival, or endless theoretical debate. What is the cure?
Good question.
If the text is trying to communicate a unified cure to everyone from the paralyzed philosopher in the ivory tower to the everyday person just trying to survive, how does it do that? Like, how do you explain the concept of an infinite God and a complex moral duty to a highly distractible, finite human being without triggering that intellectual paralysis we just talked about?
This leads perfectly into Delauy's really fascinating breakdown of the pedagogy of the divine,
Okay.
like how the text actually teaches the unknowable. And the primary strategy he identifies is a radical simplification.
Simplification.
Yeah. Delawy points out that the Quran deliberately and systematically avoids complex theological jargon. It avoids deep, multi-premise philosophical proofs for God's existence.
It skips the formal proofs entirely.
Entirely.
But why? I mean, if you want to convince the philosophers, wouldn't you meet them on their own turf? Give them a really solid syllogism.
Because to do so would be fundamentally redundant according to the text's own psychological framework.
Okay, what framework is that?
The text operates on the principle of fitra.
Fitra.
Yes. This is a complex theological concept that translates roughly to an innate, original human disposition.
Like a baseline.
Exactly. It is the baseline operating system of the human soul. Delawy explains that the knowledge of a creator is treated by the text as an instinctive universal reality embedded in that fitra.
So everybody has it.
Right. From the nomadic Bedouin to the highly educated scholar, this baseline exists. Therefore, trying to construct a complex philosophical proof for God's existence to someone who intrinsically knows it, it's like trying to prove the existence of the sun to someone standing in the middle of the desert.
Right, you just say, look up.
Exactly. It's a waste of time, and worse, it invites the very intellectual paralysis we just discussed. It gives them another tunnel to hide in.
Okay, that makes total sense regarding the existence of God, but what about the nature of God? Because you still have to explain the infinite to the finite mind, right?
You do. And here is where the linguistic mechanics become incredibly delicate. To make the infinite relatable, Delawy notes that the text uses attributes that human beings already admire and understand within their own limited experience.
Like what?
Like mercy, power, hearing, seeing. We understand the mechanics of human mercy, so we can use that as a conceptual bridge to begin grasping a divine mercy.
Right, but the danger there is pretty obvious, isn't it? Well, if you use human concepts to build that bridge, humans will just walk across it and build a giant human in the sky.
Oh, anthropomorphism.
Yeah. If God hears and sees, the human brain instantly pictures giant ears and giant eyes. It seems inevitable.
It is a massive risk. But Delawy highlights the brilliance of the textual safeguard used to prevent this exact cognitive trap.
A safeguard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whenever the text employs these relatable, human-adjacent terms, it anchors them with a profound philosophical antidote. And the primary safeguard is the verse, "There is nothing like unto him." Or in Arabic, Laysa kamithlihi shay.
Laysa kamithlihi shay. Okay, let's look at the mechanics of that phrase. Why is it so effective as a safeguard?
Well, in Arabic grammar, the structure of Laysa kamithlihi shay is incredibly dense. It essentially functions as a double negative reinforcement.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it doesn't just say nothing is like him. The inclusion of the letter kaf, which means like, is attached to mithil.
Which also means like or likeness.
Right. Exactly. So it creates a meaning closer to, there is absolutely nothing that is even comparable to his likeness.
Oh, wow.
It shatters the conceptual bridge right after you cross it.
That's amazing.
It allows humans to understand God metaphorically, which is strictly necessary for emotional connection, devotion, and moral obedience, while strictly preventing the intellect from taking the metaphor literally.
So you provide the comforting metaphor, and then you instantly deploy a firewall to prevent the intellect from reducing God to a physical entity.
Yes.
It's basically saying, he hears, but do not dare imagine an ear. He is merciful, but his mercy is not bound by the hormonal or emotional limitations of human empathy.
Perfectly stated. The pedagogy relies on universal human experience, but it ruthlessly polices the boundaries of that experience.
Right.
Furthermore, Delawy notes how the strategy of universality extends to the very examples the Quran uses to demonstrate God's blessing.
Okay, what kind of examples?
It restricts its examples to universally observed natural phenomena. It directs the audience's attention to the rain, the structure of the sky, the yielding of the earth, the cyclical rhythm of night and day.
So it actively avoids using, like, exclusive examples.
Exactly.
He doesn't talk about the intricate luxuries of living in a Persian palace
No.
or, the complex, abstract spiritual highs achieved by ascetic mystics.
It absolutely refuses to do so because the message must remain fundamentally accessible to the lowest common denominator of humanity.
Right.
If the text utilized the vocabulary of the elite, whether it be the elite of wealth or the elite of intellect, it would immediately alienate the masses. It forces the conversation out of the academy and the palace and back to the dirt, the rain, and the sky.
It totally democratizes the theological experience. But, that raises a massive question for me.
Go for it.
It is one thing to use the universal constants of nature, the rain and the sky, to explain God. Everyone sees the sky.
Right.
But how does this text handle history? Because history is the opposite of a universal constant.
Oh, very true.
History is inherently messy. It is hyper-specific. It's bound by geography, culture, and all these exclusive details. How does a text that is so dedicated to speaking to the universal baseline of human nature utilize the specific, messy events of human history?
This brings us to a profound section of Dalawi's analysis. He calls it the concept of the days of God, or Ayam Allah.
Ayam Allah.
These are the specific historical events where divine intervention, whether in the form of massive reward or catastrophic punishment, was made manifest in the human timeline.
Okay.
But Dalawi's focus isn't really on the history itself. His focus is on how the Quran curates that history.
Curates. We're back to the editing room floor again.
Precisely. First, Dalawi points out a strategic geographical and cultural limitation. The Quran specifically selects historical narratives that the original 7th century Arab audience was already tangentially familiar with through their own oral tradition.
Like what?
It recounts the stories of Noah, the ancient destroyed tribes of Ad and Thamud, the legacy of Abraham, the saga of the Israelites.
Okay, the local hits.
Right. But it completely ignores the vast, complex, and incredibly rich histories of the Persian Empire, the dynasties of China, or the civilizations of the Indian subcontinent.
Because introducing unknown foreign history would totally violate the rule of universality we just established.
Exactly.
If you have to spend, like, 3 entire chapters explaining the intricate geopolitical landscape of the Han Dynasty before you can deliver the moral lesson, you have lost the audience.
They're gone.
You have to use the cultural touchstones that are already preloaded in their historical memory.
Yes. But Dalawi's most profound insight regarding these stories is not what the text selects. It is what it systematically and deliberately leaves out.
Ooh, tell me.
He analyzes how the Quran strips away the extraneous details of these historical narratives. It refuses to give you the sweeping chronological epic from a character's birth to their death.
Right, it's not a biography.
No, it only provides isolated fragments, just the specific scenes that are strictly necessary to deliver the moral lesson.
But why? I mean, human beings are narrative creatures. We love a good story.
We do.
We crave the sensory details, the gossip, the setting, the minor characters. Why strip away the very things that make a story engaging?
Because the engagement itself is the danger.
Wait, what?
Dalawi explicitly states that if people are presented with a complete, gripping narrative from start to finish, complete with all the entertaining, dramatic details, their human nature will betray them.
How so?
They will become entirely captivated by the plot mechanics. They will evaluate the story based on its entertainment value, and in doing so, they will completely miss the horrifying moral reality of the lesson.
The detail anesthetizes us to the reality.
Yes.
Wow. I think about this in the context of how we consume historical tragedies today. Like, imagine watching a massive, big-budget Hollywood film about the sinking of the Titanic.
Classic example.
Right. The audience sits in the theater and becomes totally obsessed with the intricate period costumes, the romantic subplot between the fictional leads, the incredible CGI of the ship breaking apart.
And we eat our popcorn.
Exactly. We eat our popcorn and we are thoroughly entertained. And in that state of entertainment, we completely lose sight of the actual horrific reality of human hubris, the failures of the shipbuilders and the freezing deaths of real human beings.
The entertainment value creates a psychological buffer between us and the tragedy.
Yeah. Is Dalawi essentially saying the Quran is functioning as an anti-entertainment text?
I wouldn't call it anti-entertainment. I would call it fiercely anti-passive.
Anti-passive.
The text acts as a ruthless curator because it refuses to allow the listener to become a passive consumer of a historical drama. By stripping away the distracting details, What color the dog in the cave was, what exact year the flood happened, what specific kind of wood the staff was made of. It removes the psychological
It
buffer.
takes away popcorn.
It takes away the popcorn. It forces the listener into a stark confrontation with the core dynamic, the human choice between arrogance and submission, and the inevitable crushing consequences of that choice. It demands active moral participation rather than passive narrative consumption.
Man, it is actively resisting our modern true crime obsession.
Oh, entirely.
We want the gruesome details of the crime. The text only wants us to understand the nature of the criminal.
Exactly.
That is a brilliant communication strategy. But, I mean, it leads to a structural paradox, doesn't it?
Which is?
Well, if you are relentlessly editing down stories to be concise and devoid of distracting details, why does the text repeat the exact same stories over and over and over again?
Ah, yes.
Like the stories of Noah, Moses, and Pharaoh. They feel like they are stuck on a loop throughout the text.
The repetition is perhaps the most heavily critiqued structural element of the Quran by outside observers,
I can imagine.
but Dalawi reveals it to be its most calculated psychological tool.
Okay, explain.
He begins by categorizing the stories to show that the repetition is not random. Some stories are indeed repeated constantly from different angles. The creation of Adam and the rebellion of Satan, the struggles of Noah, Abraham, Lot, and the epic confrontation between Moses and Pharaoh. But he contrasts these with stories that are mentioned only once or twice in the entire text.
Like the story of Joseph.
Exactly. The story of Joseph is a long, highly detailed, continuous narrative told almost entirely within a single chapter.
Right, it reads much more like a traditional story.
Yeah, or the story of the men of the cave, or the Queen of Sheba. These are rare occurrences in the text.
So what is the methodology behind the heavy rotation for some and the, single play for others?
To understand this, we have to look at cognitive science, specifically the concept of neuroplasticity and spaced repetition.
Oh, wow. We're getting into neuroscience now.
Dalawi, in his 18th century vocabulary, is essentially describing how the text attempts to physically rewire the human soul. The recurring stories, Adam, Moses, Pharaoh, they aren't just historical accounts, they are the foundational archetypes of the human struggle.
Right.
They represent the ultimate recurring daily battles. Human arrogance versus divine authority, political tyranny versus spiritual liberation.
Because these are the core diseases of the human condition, the cure must be constantly administered.
Yes. The human soul, as Dalawi notes, is incredibly prone to forgetfulness.
Tell me about it.
Well, the Arabic word for human, insan, is often poetically linked to the root word for forgetfulness, nasiya.
Really? That's so fitting.
We are constantly bombarded and distracted by the very things we discussed earlier. Wealth, social status, the instinct for the jerboa's hidden tunnel.
Yeah, life just gets in the way.
To overcome this natural biological amnesia, a single exposure to a truth is insufficient. It requires rhythmic, relentless, structural repetition of the absolute core truths.
It's like working out.
Exactly. The repetition is not a flaw in the text. It is the fundamental mechanism of its psychological impact. It carves deep neural pathways of moral reflex.
So the story of Joseph, which deals with navigating interpersonal betrayal, managing political power, and maintaining integrity in isolation, that is a highly specific, character-driven narrative.
Right.
It serves a distinct, isolated educational purpose. But the arrogance of Pharaoh, the whispering temptation of Satan, you face those every single day.
Every day.
Therefore, the text beats the drum of those stories so loudly and so often that you cannot help but march to the rhythm.
The structural cadence of the text is designed to break through the armor of human forgetfulness.
That is incredible.
And that brings us to the final, most absolute method the text uses to shatter human illusion.
Okay, where does all this lead?
Well, we have covered the re-engineering of counter-arguments, the psychological traps of hypocrisy, the pedagogy of innate knowledge, the ruthless curation of history, and the cognitive science of repetition.
Right.
Where does Dalawi say all of this ultimately leads? What is the final destination of this communication matrix?
It leads to the one reality that cannot be debated, theorized, or escaped, right?
Death.
Death. And the eschatology of the afterlife, the ultimate reality check.
Exactly. Dalawi describes how the text uses the undeniable physical reality of death to break the ultimate human disease: arrogance.
because it's the great equalizer.
It is. The text meticulously showcases human helplessness in those final fleeting moments of life to entirely shatter the illusions of power, wealth, and intellectual superiority that people spend decades building up.
You can't take it with you.
No. And from that point of physical termination, it transitions into intensely vivid cosmic descriptions of what follows. The blowing of the horn, the gathering of all humanity, the terrifying exactitude of the scales of justice, and the crossing of the bridge.
Let's pause on these descriptions of the afterlife for a second, because earlier we discussed how the text maps the infinite nature of God onto finite, relatable human concepts, but with strict safeguards.
Right. Laïus a cliché.
Yeah. Does it employ the same linguistic strategy with heaven and hell? Like, is hell just depicted as a really hot physical fire and heaven as a really nice physical mansion?
This is where Delauy's analysis highlights the profound sociological and psychological depth of the text. Yes, there are intense physical descriptions, but Delaoui notes how the text leans heavily into the psychological reality of the afterlife. It frames the torment of hell not merely as a physical burning, but as a catastrophic, eternal breakdown of social order.
A breakdown of social order. What does that mean in practice?
It means the text describes hell as the ultimate realization of betrayal. It vividly details the psychological torment of followers and leaders turning on each other.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the people who were practical hypocrites in life, who followed the crowd, who pleased the corrupt courtiers, who maintained their hidden Jerboa tunnels, they are suddenly confronted by the very leaders they blindly obeyed.
And it doesn't go well.
No. The text describes them arguing, cursing one another, and begging for their leaders to take a double share of the punishment for leading them astray.
That is a chillingly relatable dynamic.
Isn't it?
It is the ultimate toxic blame game. I mean, we have all experienced a microscopic version of this in our lives.
Oh, definitely.
Think about it. You're in a disastrous group project at work or part of a failing company. The moment the project officially fails and the consequences arrive, the social hierarchy instantly disintegrates.
Instantly.
Everyone turns on each other. You didn't do your part. You were a terrible leader. Delaoui is pointing out that the text scales that deeply human, deeply unpleasant psychological experience up to a cosmic, eternal level.
Yes.
The punishment is the realization that you traded your moral integrity for a social hierarchy that was ultimately a lie.
Exactly. The fracturing of those false earthly bonds is the true torment. Conversely, Delaoui notes that heaven is described not just as a place of physical luxury, the rivers, the shade, the mansions, but as the ultimate psychological and sociological peace.
So the inverse of the toxic group project.
Yes. It is described as achieving the ultimate spiritual fulfillment of seeing God, but also as existing in social gatherings that are entirely free from malicious, vain, or stressful talk.
Oh, that sounds nice.
It is the perfect, harmonious community. No hidden motives, no power struggles, no Jerboa tunnels, just absolute psychological security.
It's fascinating how grounded that cosmic vision is. Like, it takes the massive, terrifying concepts of eternity and brings the stakes right back down to how we treat each other in a daily conversation.
And that is precisely how Delaoui concludes this section of his analysis. He notes a critical historical function of the prophet. He was sent to reform the Abrahamic laws, to correct the daily practical customs of the people.
Okay.
He was not sent to completely erase their history and start from absolute zero. Delaoui is showing us how the text grounds all of this massive cosmic reality, the days of God, the crushing weight of hell, the perfection of heaven, back into the most mundane, practical, daily life.
So you avoid the cosmic disaster, not by unlocking some hidden philosophical secret, but by fixing your daily practical customs.
Yeah.
It's not about achieving impossible theoretical perfection. It's about not being a practical hypocrite today. The grand, terrifying narrative of the afterlife actually serves the immediate, practical, ethical choice of the present moment.
The entire communication strategy is designed to leave the human being with no excuses and nowhere to hide.
Man, this has been an incredibly dense and revealing journey. Let's just summarize the architecture we've uncovered today.
Sounds good.
So we took a highly specific, concentrated slice of an 18th century classical text, Shawwali al-Dalawiy's Al-Fawz al-Kabir, and looked at how it deconstructs the mechanics of a divine communication strategy.
Right.
We saw how the text fortifies its narrative by utilizing its opponent's own vocabulary, like the Paraclete, to build undeniable counterarguments.
Mm-hmm.
We explored the deeply psychological dangers of practical hypocrisy, analyzing the linguistic roots of the Jerboas tunnel, and realizing how easily we are paralyzed by intellectual theory or compromised by social status.
A timeless problem.
Yeah. We examine the pedagogy of innate knowledge, seeing how the text avoids the elitism of philosophical proofs and uses the universal language of rain and sky, anchored by that strict linguistic safeguard of Lysa Comithli Hishe.
The double negative.
Right. We saw how it acts as a ruthless editor of history, deliberately dodging the anesthetics of good storytelling to force a confrontation with moral truth. We uncovered the cognitive science behind its relentless repetition, designed to shatter human forgetfulness.
Neuroplasticity.
Exactly. And finally, we saw how it leverages the psychological terrors of a broken social order in the afterlife to force us to examine our daily practical customs.
It is a profound framework for understanding how a text attempts to fundamentally reshape human consciousness.
And here's why this deeply historical analysis matters to you, the listener, right now in the modern world. Whether you are analyzing ancient religious texts, listening to a political speech, reading a corporate manifesto, or just scrolling through a curated social media feed, understanding how a message is constructed makes you an infinitely sharper consumer of reality. When you know to ask, what specific words are being redefined? What entertaining details are deliberately being left out to blind me to the truth? What innate human fears are being targeted here? You stop being a passive audience member sitting in the dark theater, and you start seeing the editing room floor.
And I really want to leave you with a final thought to ponder today, one that takes Delawy's framework and applies it to our immediate future.
Cool, let's hear it.
Delawy pointed out that the ancient text deliberately leaves out the entertaining details of history, the days of God, so you don't miss the moral truth. It curates for ethical survival.
Right.
Now look at the mechanisms that curate your reality today. The algorithms, the AI-driven news feeds, the infinite scroll, they are our modern version of the days of God, feeding us history in real time.
Oh, wow.
But they operate on the exact inverse of the text's pedagogy. The algorithm doesn't curate for moral truth. It curates exclusively for maximum emotional engagement and entertainment.
Which wants you passive.
It weaponizes the exact distracting details Delawy warned about. So ask yourself, if an 18th century scholar could identify how a text uses selective history to save the human soul, what does it mean for our collective future when our dominant communication technology uses selective history solely to capture our attention?
That is terrifying.
Are we building a society that is endlessly entertained but morally entirely paralyzed?
A modern algorithmic Jerboa tunnel. Man, that is a terrifying and essential question to sit with. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep intellectual journey today. We love breaking down these dense frameworks with you. Until next time, keep examining the edits, keep questioning the narrative, and we'll see you on the next deep dive. You know, if you ever pull up a modern digital map on your phone, there is this incredible, almost comforting expectation of total precision.
Oh, absolutely.
Like you've got the little blue dot pulsing away, you have the turn-by-turn directions speaking to you, and the exact estimated time of arrival down to the very minute.
Right, based on live traffic data and all that.
Exactly. It's clean, it's binary, it's structured perfectly for our modern brains because, well, we're constantly craving certainty. We want the quickest route, and we want to know exactly what obstacles are in our way.
Yeah, I mean, it is a system designed from the ground up to remove all ambiguity from your experience. You don't have to interpret the digital map, you know. You just obey it.
Right, you just blindly follow the voice.
Exactly. The map just tells you exactly what to do, when to turn, what lane to be in. It does all the thinking for you.
I am completely dependent on it, I'm not going to lie. But imagine for a second that you are trying to navigate a new city, and someone hands you an ancient hand-drawn map from, say, 1,000 years ago.
Oh, wow. Good luck with that.
Right. Suddenly, your entire GPS mindset is entirely useless.
Oh.
I mean, there is no blue dot.
No.
The scale of the map is completely subjective. It's usually based on what the map maker thought was culturally or religiously most important, rather than actual physical distance.
Yeah, you might see blank spaces or elaborate illustrations of sea monsters.
Yes, or terrifying warnings like, here be dragons. It's a completely different landscape. And honestly, if you try to read that ancient parchment like you read a digital app, you are going to feel incredibly overwhelmed.
Oh, deeply frustrated and honestly hopelessly lost.
Yeah.
It is the absolute definition of navigational muddy waters.
Yeah.
Because you're attempting to apply a modern framework of brutal utility to an ancient framework of profound meaning.
Right.
Those ancient maps, they weren't just telling you how to get from point A to point B, they were telling you what the universe meant. They were telling you your place in the cosmos.
And if you have ever tried to pick up an ancient monumental text, whether that's an epic poem, a philosophical treatise, or a scripture, and felt that exact same sense of being utterly overwhelmed, today's deep dive is exactly for you.
It really is.
We are looking at a text that essentially serves as a master key for one of the most widely read yet frequently misunderstood ancient maps of human existence, which is the Quran.
Exactly.
Specifically, we have a stack of translated excerpts from a classic 18th century text called Al-Fawz al-Kabir fi Sula al-Tafsir.
Which is a bit of a mouthful.
It is. In English, that translates to The Great Victory in the Principles of Quranic Exegesis. It was written by the highly renowned, deeply influential scholar Shah Waliullah Dehlavi.
And, to fully appreciate what we're doing today, it's really essential to establish the parameters for you, the listener.
Yes, definitely. Let's lay the ground rules.
Right. So our goal here is to impartially explore Dehlavi's profound intellectual framework and his deeply psychological analysis of the Quranic text. We are not here to endorse any specific religious viewpoints.
Right. We're not preaching.
Exactly. We are not trying to persuade you of a particular theology or validate a specific set of beliefs. Rather, we're going to unpack the fascinating historical, psychological, and philosophical arguments presented in the original text.
Just looking at the mechanics of it.
Yeah, we're looking at this as a brilliant piece of 18th century scholarship that attempts to decode an ancient, paradigm-shifting worldview.
I am so glad we established that up front, because looking at this impartially really allows us to appreciate the sheer architecture of the thought process here.
It's incredible architecture.
It really is. And the mission for this deep dive is highly focused. This is a monumental work spanning complex theological concepts, but we're going to look specifically at the very beginning of it.
Yeah, roughly the first 8% of the source material.
Exactly. Within just this opening fraction, we're going to explore how Dehlavi manages to take the entirety of the Quran and distill it down into just 5 fundamental sciences.
Which is wild.
We will look at how he diagnoses the underlying psychology of human deviation. And we will see how these ancient philosophical debates perfectly mirror the cognitive traps that you and I fall into every single day in the modern world.
It's super relevant.
Okay, let's unpack this. Where exactly does Dehlavi start when he looks at a text as massive, varied, and complex as the Quran?
Well, he starts by zooming all the way out. He addresses that exact feeling of disorientation you mentioned earlier with the map analogy.
The overwhelming part.
Right. Dehlavi deeply understands the reader's dilemma. He recognizes that to a reader, especially one far removed from the original 7th century Arabian context, the Quran can seem like a jarring stream of consciousness.
Oh, for sure. You're constantly jumping around.
Yeah. I mean, you might be reading about strict legal rules for inheritance on one page, and then in the very next paragraph, you are thrust into an ancient story about Moses.
And then immediately after that, it's vivid, terrifying descriptions of hellfire.
Exactly. Followed by a logical debate with non-believers. It feels completely chaotic to a mind that's looking for a neat, organized table of contents.
It breaks all the modern rules of formatting.
It does.
Yeah.
So Dehlavi does something brilliant to lower the cognitive load. He categorizes the entire text into just 5 overarching sciences or core themes.
Right.
And he makes this bold claim that every single verse in the Quran, without exception, fits into one of these 5 specific buckets.
Wait, just 5 buckets? For a book that serves as the foundation for a massive global civilization.
Yep, just 5.
That seems almost reductive. I mean, if you look at a modern legal code or a comprehensive philosophy book, you have dozens of subsections, caveats, and categories.
No, easily.
How does he distill all of human existence and divine instruction into just 5 sciences? Let's walk through them because I really need to see the mechanics of this categorization.
All right, so the first one he identifies is the science of injunctions, or ahkam in Arabic.
Ahkam.
Yeah. These are the practical rules of life. This bucket covers the mechanics of how to worship, sure, but it extends far beyond the prayer map.
So it's not just rituals.
Not at all. It encompasses how to conduct business transactions without exploiting people, how to establish social justice, the rules of marriage and divorce, and even the broad principles of political governance and warfare.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it is the fundamental ethical and legal framework for human action.
I follow the logic there. Any society needs a bedrock of actionable law. You can't have a functioning civilization based purely on abstract poetry.
No, you'd have chaos.
Right. Someone eventually has to decide what happens if a merchant steals from a customer, or how a community cares for orphans.
Yeah.
So the first science is essentially the what to do and what not to do manual.
Exactly, it's the baseline.
But a list of laws alone just creates a rigid police state. People usually need to be intellectually convinced to follow laws, right?
Yeah.
Especially if they're difficult to restrict their personal desires.
Absolutely.
Does Dalawi address how the text persuades people who don't already buy into the legal framework?
He absolutely does, and that leads directly into the second category. The second is the science of polemics, or debate, which is known as jadal.
Jadal.
Right. This is where the text actively argues against false beliefs. Dalawi points out that the Quran specifically debates four misguided groups of that era:
Who are they?
the polytheists, the Jews, the Christians, and the hypocrites. This science represents the argumentative, logical defense of the text's own theology.
Okay, so it's the pushback.
Yeah, it's the intellectual battleground where the text dismantles opposing worldviews to prove why its laws and its worldview are the correct ones to follow.
Let me pause you on that for a second. The text singles out those four specific groups.
Yes.
Why not debate every possible philosophy on Earth? Like, why not debate the Zoroastrians or the ancient Greek philosophers?
That's a great question. Dalawi's framework suggests that these four groups represent the primary archetypes of theological and societal deviation present in the immediate environment of the revelation.
Archetypes.
Yeah.
So they stand in for broader concepts.
Exactly. Debating them wasn't just about winning a local theological argument in the desert. It was about addressing the universal cognitive errors those groups represented.
Okay, break that down for me.
So, the polytheists represented the corruption of the concept of the divine. The historical religious communities, the Jews and Christians, which the text addresses as having altered their original scriptures, they represented the danger of institutional corruption over time.
Ah, I see.
And the hypocrites represented the internal societal decay of claiming belief outwardly while harboring deceit inwardly. By addressing these four archetypes, the text effectively covers the major philosophical roadblocks to accepting the truth.
That reframes the debate entirely. It is not just a localized argument. It is addressing archetypal human flaws.
Exactly.
Okay, so we have the laws to govern behavior, and we have the debates to win the intellect. But humans are not purely rational, debate-driven creatures. We're emotional. We experience awe. Like, if someone wins an argument against me, I might concede the point, but it doesn't necessarily make me love them or feel grateful. Where is the emotional anchor in these five sciences?
The emotional anchor is found in the third bucket, which is the science of reminding of God's bounties.
Reminding of God's bounties.
Yeah. This is essentially the cosmological argument, but framed through the lens of profound gratitude rather than dry physics.
Okay, I like
The
this.
science encompasses all the verses that point the reader's attention to the sheer scale and beauty of reality. It points to the creation of the heavens, the vastness of the earth, the life-giving nature of rain.
The stuff we take for granted.
Exactly. The intricate, almost impossible design of biological life, and even the internal psychological inspiration within humans. It asks the reader to simply look at the observable universe and recognize that none of this is an accident.
And that it's a gift.
Yes, more importantly, that it is a gift. It's designed to evoke awe and a deep sense of indebtedness.
I am really drawn to that. It is the look around you science.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to phrase it.
It reminds me of how modern astronauts describe the overview effect. You know, they look down at the Earth from orbit, and all the petty squabbles vanish. It's replaced by this overwhelming sense of fragility and gratitude.
Right, it shifts your entire paradigm.
The text is trying to trigger that exact same psychological state without needing a spaceship. It's asking the reader to be present. But being present is hard when human beings are constantly anxious about the future or burdened by the past.
Well, for sure.
Does the text deal with our relationship to time?
That is the exact function of the fourth science. If the third science is look around you, the fourth is the look behind you science.
Okay.
Dalawi calls it the science of reminding of the days of God.
The days of God.
Right. This deals explicitly with the philosophy of history. It covers the historical events, the stories of past prophets, and the rise and inevitable crushing fall of powerful ancient nations.
So empires collapsing.
Exactly. It recounts the tales of tyrants who thought they were untouchable and were eventually swallowed by the sands of time. It serves as a stark set of cautionary tales and historical precedents.
So it is using history as a mirror. It's telling the reader, you think your current empire is invincible? Let me tell you about the civilizations that built monuments greater than yours who are now nothing but dust.
It is a profound check on human arrogance.
Okay, so we have laws, debates, nature, and history. We are up to 4.
Yep.
But if I am an ancient, wealthy trader, or frankly, a modern corporate executive, I could listen to all of that and still say, sure, history shows that empires fall eventually and nature is beautiful and your arguments make logical sense. But I am getting rich today.
Right. I'm comfortable right now.
Exactly. Why should I fundamentally change my life and restrict my desires if I can get away with exploiting this system right now? There has to be a final mechanism for ultimate accountability that extends beyond just historical warnings.
You have hit on the exact psychological necessity for the 5th science.
Okay, lay it on me.
The science of reminding of death and the afterlife. Delawy places this as the ultimate framework of consequence. If history is looking behind you, this is looking ahead to the absolute end of the timeline.
The finish line.
Yes. This science deals with the inescapable realities of death, the physical resurrection, the terrifying precision of the final judgment, and the vivid, deeply visceral descriptions of paradise and hell.
So it's the ultimate accountability.
It is the ultimate eschatological framework. It answers that wealthy trader by saying, you might escape justice in this temporary life, but you cannot escape the ultimate audit of your soul.
Wow. Seeing all 5 laid out like this completely changes how you interact with the text.
It really does.
Because instead of seeing a random, chaotic assortment of verses that just jump from topic to topic on a whim, Delawy is providing a pair of X-ray glasses. He's revealing extreme, meticulous intentionality behind the text.
Yeah, it's highly strategic.
It functions like a perfectly balanced, holistic curriculum for the human condition. You have the law to guide your physical actions. You have the debate to sharpen your intellect and remove doubts.
Right.
You have the observation of nature to soften your heart and create gratitude. You have history to ground your perspective and destroy your arrogance. And you have the afterlife to give you an ultimate sense of consequence and eternal justice.
It's a comprehensive operating system for a human being.
It is. But I really have to push back on Delawy's premise here for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
If it is this perfectly balanced curriculum, why doesn't it read like one?
Ah.
Like, if I were designing a curriculum, I would write Chapter 1, the law, Chapter 2, the debates, Chapter 3, history. Delawy himself freely admits the Quran does not read like a modern textbook. If the underlying structure is so beautifully logical, why is the surface presentation so nonlinear?
That is the core tension that has confused Orientalists and outside observers for centuries. And Delawy's explanation of what he calls the Quranic style is absolutely crucial to understanding the text.
Okay, what is the Quranic style?
He explains that the Quran deliberately does not speak in the style of later systemic scholars, philosophers, or modern textbook authors. It speaks in the style of the early Arabs.
Which means what, practically?
It means it is fundamentally an oral, rhetorical, and deeply emotionally resonant text, not a dry, hyper-categorized legal manual or a philosophical encyclopedia.
I'm trying to visualize that. Are you saying it is structured more like a highly persuasive dynamic speech than a rigid spreadsheet of facts?
That is a highly accurate way to frame it. Delawy points out that when the Quran discusses legal injunctions, it rarely uses the highly restrictive, exhaustive, pedantic jargon that later Islamic jurists would develop over centuries of scholarship.
So it's not bogged down in legalese.
Exactly. It gives the core principle. And when it engages in debate, it does not use strict, dry, logical syllogisms like a Greek philosopher. It doesn't say premise A, premise B, therefore conclusion C.
Right, it's not a math equation.
No. Instead, it uses what Delawy calls rhetorical proofs. It utilizes universally accepted premises that actually resonate with the common person, drawing on their everyday experiences.
Okay, that makes sense. But what about the jumping around?
Right, regarding the nonlinear transitions moving from a law to an afterlife reminder in the same breath. Delawy argues this happens organically based on what the human soul urgently needs to hear in that exact moment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is not transitioning based on artificial chapter headings. It is transitioning based on psychological necessity.
I see the mechanism now. The structure isn't topical. The structure is psychological. It functions like an active intervention.
An intervention, yes.
Think about it. If you are sitting in a room holding an intervention for a friend who is destroying their life, you do not read a chronologically sorted list of grievances.
No, you'd lose them immediately.
Exactly. You pivot based on the emotional state of the person sitting across from you. You might start by laying down a hard rule like you cannot do this anymore. But if you see them getting defensive, you immediately soften your tone.
Right, you remind them of a beautiful memory from the past.
Yes. And then if they get arrogant again, you remind them of the severe consequences of their actions. The speaker is constantly adjusting the rhetorical tool to penetrate the listener's defenses. Delawy is arguing the text operates exactly like that master interventionist.
It is a brilliant psychological maneuver. And framing it as an active intervention leads perfectly into Delawy's highly nuanced take on how we are actually supposed to contextualize these verses.
Contextualize how?
Well, because if the text is an intervention and it doesn't read like a history textbook, how do we know what specific situations the text is actually referring to?
Right, the historical background.
Yes. In traditional Islamic scholarship, there is an entire massive field of study called Asbab al-Nuzul, which translates to the reasons for revelation.
Reasons for revelation.
Okay, these are the historical context, the specific anecdotes, and the meticulous narrations detailing exactly what was happening in 7th century Mecca or Medina the day a certain verse was spoken.
So these are the footnotes, the historical trivia, like, this specific verse came down because a man named so-and-so walked into the marketplace on a Tuesday and asked the prophet a very specific question about his inheritance.
Yes, the hyper-granular historical record. And traditionally, many scholars dedicate their entire lives to memorizing and debating these specific anecdotes, tying every single verse to a specific moment in time.
That sounds exhausting.
It is. But Dalawi takes a somewhat controversial, or at least highly profound and philosophically disruptive stance here.
What does it say?
He argues that a large portion of the scholarly community actually gets way too bogged down in tying every single verse to these highly specific historical anecdotes. He insists that this hyper-focus on the trivia misses the forest for the trees.
Wait, is he dismissing the historical context entirely? Is he saying the history doesn't matter? Because that seems like a dangerous game when dealing with an ancient text.
How so?
Well, if you strip away all the context, people can interpret it to mean whatever they want. It becomes completely subjective.
Right, right. He is not dismissing the history, though. He is recalibrating its importance. What's fascinating here is Delawy's underlying thesis on causality.
Okay.
He argues that the true ultimate reason for the revelation of any verse is never just the historical anecdote. The true reason is always universal. It is an active effort to purify human souls, to correct false, damaging beliefs, and to stop harmful, destructive actions.
So the history is just the backdrop.
Exactly. If a verse happens to address a specific historical event, say, a skirmish between two tribes or a domestic dispute between a husband and wife, it is only because that specific event is a physical manifestation, a visible symptom of a much deeper, universal human disease.
Let me make sure I'm grasping the scale of this paradigm shift.
Yeah.
He's saying the historical dispute is just a localized flare-up of an underlying chronic condition that affects all of humanity.
Yes, precisely.
So the verse isn't primarily about the two guys arguing over a camel in 7th century Arabia. It is about the universal disease of human greed or arrogance or injustice.
You have articulated it perfectly. Delawy explicitly states that the specific, granular stories, the names, the exact locations, the trivial details, they only truly matter when a verse is explicitly alluding to a situation that makes absolutely zero sense without knowing the backstory.
Like a specific military maneuver or something?
Exactly. If a verse references a very specific, complex battle tactic, you need the history to understand the words. But otherwise, the specific names and dates are deeply secondary. The message itself, the cure for the spiritual or societal disease, is meant to be completely universal and timeless.
Think about the massive implications of this for you as a reader today. This makes total intuitive sense when you compare it to how we consume information now.
Oh, definitely.
Like if you read a really groundbreaking self-help book or a profound text on human psychology, you do not obsess over the author's personal anecdotes.
Right, you don't care about the author's grocery trip?
Exactly. If the author writes, I was standing in aisle 4 of the grocery store on a Tuesday looking at the cereal when I suddenly had a crippling panic attack, you do not fixate on the brand of cereal.
No, of course not.
You do not care that it was a Tuesday. You abstract the lesson. You care about the universal anxiety-reducing breathing technique they learned as a result of that panic attack. You take the cure and apply it to your own life.
That is a perfect analogy.
Delawy is basically begging his readers across the centuries to look at the universal technique, the universal cure, and not to get trapped cataloging the historical trivia. He is saying, do not just read this text as a dead history of 7th century Arabia. Read this as a living mirror reflecting your own internal state right now.
He is elevating the text from a static historical artifact to a dynamic living diagnostic tool. He is challenging the reader to find themselves within the text.
Which is incredibly empowering.
It is. And to prove just how penetrating and universal this diagnostic tool is, Delaoui zooms in on the first of those four misguided groups that the Quran debates in that second science we unpacked, the science of polemics.
The polytheists.
Yes, he focuses an enormous amount of his analytical energy on the polytheists of that era, known in Arabic as the mushrikin.
I am really glad we are diving into this specific group because I think a lot of us carry a massive unexamined bias here.
Oh, absolutely. We have a very skewed image.
Right. Usually when we hear the term ancient polytheists or pagans, the immediate assumption is total primitive ignorance. We imagine cartoonish barbarians, people just blindly bowing to rocks, possessing absolutely no ethical framework, no complex theology, no civic order, just pure savage chaos.
And that cartoonish assumption is exactly the misconception Delaoui meticulously shatters. He wants to show the subtle psychology of deviation, and you cannot understand deviation if you think the starting point was pure chaos.
Right, you have to know what they fell away from.
Exactly. Before he examines a single one of their errors, Delaoui painstakingly outlines what these ancient polytheists originally got right.
They got things right.
Oh, yeah. According to the historical and textual evidence he presents, these polytheists did not consider themselves to be following some newly invented, chaotic paganism. They did not view themselves as rebels against God. They actually considered themselves to be Hanifs.
Hanifs. What does that term signify in this context?
Hanif essentially means one who is inclined toward truth. And specifically, they used it to claim that they were the direct, authentic followers of the pure, original, monotheistic religion of the prophet Abraham. They viewed themselves as the custodians of Abraham's legacy.
Wait, that is a staggering plot twist.
It really is.
The people who were actively worshiping carved stone idols in Mecca claimed that they were the ideological descendants of Abraham, the ultimate iconoclast, the man famous in all Abrahamic traditions for literally smashing idols. How on earth did they justify that?
They justified it through their adherence to surviving rituals. Delaoui lists the complex practices they rigorously maintained from the ancient Abrahamic tradition. They were not without structure.
What kind of rituals?
Well, they practiced the Hajj, the massive annual pilgrimage, treating it with extreme reverence. They faced the Kaaba during their rituals, acknowledging it as a sacred house built by Abraham. They performed specific ritual bathing for purification. They practiced circumcision.
Wow, so they had a lot of the structural pillars.
Yes. They fiercely honored the 4 sacred months of the year where all tribal warfare and fighting was strictly prohibited. Furthermore, their foundational moral code explicitly forbade major destructive crimes.
Like what?
They had social taboos against murder, theft, adultery, and even usury in the seizing of an orphan's property.
I am honestly blown away by this. They had the entire structural framework. They had the communal rituals, the deep reverence for sacred spaces, the physical acts of devotion, and a remarkably solid moral baseline. They were not barbarians. They were a highly structured religious society.
The depth of their original baseline goes even further. Delaoui highlights a crucial psychological and cultural angle by looking at their literature.
Their poetry, right?
Yes. In ancient Arabia, poetry was not just entertainment. It was the ultimate historical record, the news cycle, and the repository of their deepest cultural values. And their surviving poetry conclusively proved they believed in a supreme being.
So they weren't atheists who just found rocks to worship.
Not at all. They believed in a creator of the heavens and the earth, a being who sent prophets, who controlled the rain, and who managed the massive macro affairs of the entire universe. They praised these pure ethical practices in their poems. They knew, on a cognitive level, what the right thing to do was, and they openly acknowledged the supremacy of God.
Here's where it gets really interesting. If they knew the ethical rules, if they practiced the core rituals, if their own cultural poetry praised the pure Abrahamic faith, and they firmly believed in a supreme creator who managed the universe, why on earth did they abandon it in practice?
That's the million-dollar question.
Why did they become the primary target of the Quran's harshest logical debates? If they had all the pieces of the puzzle, why did they build the wrong picture?
Delaouy's answer to this contradiction is a masterclass in diagnosing human psychology. He identifies the ultimate culprit not as an intellectual failure, but as a moral one.
A moral failure.
Yes, he points to the base self, or the lower ego-driven soul, what the Islamic tradition calls the nafs amara bil su, which translates to the soul that perpetually commands to evil or impulsive gratification.
Oh, it's the ego.
Basically, yes. He explains that they abandoned the strict ethical and spiritual purity of the Abrahamic tradition for a very simple, profoundly human reason. Following their base, impulsive desires was simply easier.
Ah, it wasn't a philosophical rebellion. It was just a collapse of willpower.
Exactly.
It was easier to cheat in business, to steal from a rival tribe, to practice usury for quick wealth, and to oppress the weak than it was to maintain the rigorous moral standards of Abraham.
Precisely. I mean, they didn't experience some sudden theological awakening that rationally led them away from Abrahamic monotheism. They experienced a slow, generational ethical collapse born purely of convenience. It was an erosion of accountability.
That makes so much sense.
Think about what they kept versus what they discarded. They meticulously maintained the outward, highly performative rituals, like the Grand Pilgrimage or facing the Kaaba, because those public acts were massive points of civic pride.
Right, made them look good.
Yeah, they brought trade, they brought status, and crucially, they required very little internal moral restraint. But they quietly dropped the strict ethical restrictions that actually curbed their financial appetites or their tribal vendettas. It was an issue of supreme moral convenience masquerading as solemn religious tradition.
They kept the aesthetic of the religion, but aggressively stripped away the accountability. That is such a recognizable, terrifyingly modern human trait. We see this everywhere today.
Oh, Reverend.
It is like a corporation desperately wanting the public relations title of being a green ethical company, and they will host massive charity galas, the performative ritual, but they absolutely refuse to stop using sweatshop labor or toxic chemicals because that would hurt the bottom line.
Exactly. It's keeping the brand, but ignoring the mission.
But while that explains the ethical collapse, it still leaves a massive, glaring, logical gap in their theology.
Which part?
Well, if their poetry proves they genuinely believed in a supreme God, the ultimate creator of the universe, how do they end up literally bowing down to stone idols? How does a human mind travel the immense distance from acknowledging the supreme creator of the heavens to saying, I am going to pray to this block of carved wood?
That glaring logical gap is precisely what Delawy addresses next. He provides a brilliant psychological deconstruction of the anatomy of shirk. Yes, shirk is the Arabic theological term for associating partners with God, which is the foundational definition of polytheism in this context. Delawy clarifies a massive historical misconception that most modern people hold about idolatry.
Okay, what is it?
He points out that the polytheists of Mecca did not believe that their stone or wooden idols actually created the universe. They were not intellectually deficient in that way.
Okay, so they weren't stupid.
Right. They did not look at a piece of wood they had just chopped from a tree, carved with a knife, and suddenly think, this piece of wood created the stars and the oceans.
Then what on earth were they doing? If the idol didn't create anything, what was the function of the idol?
Their error was deeply sociological. They were applying the exact framework of human socio-political hierarchies directly onto the divine.
Human hierarchies.
Yeah, they looked around at how human kings, emperors, and tribal chieftains operated in the physical world, and they projected that exact same flawed, highly limited bureaucratic model onto the supreme being.
I think I see the exact mechanism of their error. Let me try an analogy to ground this in modern corporate terms, because human hierarchies haven't really changed.
Go for it.
Imagine God as the CEO of a massive, multinational, global conglomerate. The polytheist essentially looked up at the overwhelming vastness of the universe and thought, listen, the CEO is way too busy managing the macroeconomics, the global supply chains, the massive mergers and acquisitions. He does not have the time, the energy, or the inclination to deal with my minor everyday paperwork.
Right. I'm too small for the CEO to care about.
Exactly. My daily struggles, my sick camel, my upcoming trade caravan are entirely beneath his notice. So what does a powerful CEO do when he is overwhelmed? He delegates power. He appoints regional directors, department heads, middle managers. And if I am just a lowly entry-level employee and I want a promotion or a raise, or I just want to ensure I don't get fired, I absolutely should not bother the CEO directly.
That would be arrogant, right?
That would be arrogant. Instead, I need to bribe, flatter, and get incredibly close to the middle manager, because the middle manager has the CEO's ear. The middle manager can intercede on my behalf. So in their ancient worldview, they didn't view the idols as the CEO. They treated saints, angels, and powerful ancient spirits as the divine middle managers of the universe.
That corporate analogy is incredibly precise. It captures the exact psychological flaw Delawy is analyzing. This false equivalence, equating the infinite, limitless capacity of the divine with the easily exhausted, highly limited capacity of a human monarch or CEO, is the absolute, undeniable root of their polytheism.
Wow. And it's so logical in a flawed way.
It is, because they genuinely thought God delegated his absolute power to these cosmic favorites or regional governors. They felt an overwhelming, desperate psychological need to get close to these favorites. They believed that these middle managers possessed independent, localized power to harm or benefit them, or at the very least, possessed the political leverage to intercede with the CEO and force his hand.
So the worship of these entities wasn't about acknowledging them as creators. It was purely about access and influence. It was ancient cosmic networking. You are just trying to find the guy who knows the guy.
Cosmic networking is a great way to put it. But Dalawi doesn't just explain the philosophy. He tracks how the psychological error physically devolves and materializes over time.
Okay, how does it devolve?
Initially, in the early stages of this deviation, people might have just held a deep, profound reverence for a highly righteous person who had died, or a great prophet, or an invisible angel, the so-called favorites. But human beings are deeply tactile creatures.
We like to touch things.
Exactly. Over generations, as spiritual ignorance crept in and the original teachings faded, people felt an intense need for a physical focal point. They wanted somewhere to direct their eyes when they asked for help. So they started carving statues of these favorites from stone, copper, and brass.
Just as a focal point.
Initially, yes, it was simply to focus their attention during their supplications. They wanted a tangible representation of the middle manager in the room with them.
But the moment you introduce a physical, tangible object into a spiritual practice, the human brain gets incredibly lazy.
Inevitably. Generation by generation, the nuanced symbolic context is completely lost. The ignorant masses eventually forgot that the brass statue was merely a symbol or a focal point. They began to literally worship the stones themselves, genuinely believing the physical objects actually housed the divine power or the spirit of the middle manager. The symbol literally became the substitute.
The devolution of that is so clear. It shows how a tiny philosophical error, just assuming God gets tired like a human king and needs to delegate, can snowball over centuries into completely absurd, logically bankrupt behavior.
It's a slippery slope.
It really is. But this overwhelming human tendency to shrink the divine down to human proportions, to make the infinite manageable, it didn't just stop at corporate hierarchies and middle management, did it?
It did not. It infected their entire view of reality, shaping their culture and their interactions. And this is where Dalawi introduces two critical, highly destructive concepts to diagnose their condition: tashbih, which is anthropomorphism, and tarif, which is the alteration or corruption of the original message over time.
Let's break both of those down because they sound like the twin engines of this ideological collapse.
Yeah.
What does Tashbih anthropomorphism actually look like in this historical context?
Tashbih is the deeply flawed human tendency to attribute frail human traits, physical limitations, and even highly specific societal biases directly to God.
Societal biases.
Yes, Dalawi points out that the polytheists simply couldn't conceptualize a being that didn't operate exactly like they did. So they believed God needed physical senses, that he literally had to look or listen in a physical way. But it got much worse than just physical traits. They projected their own complex, often toxic social structures onto him.
Give me an example.
For example, a major point of contention in the Quran is that these polytheists claimed that the angels were the literal daughters of God.
Wait, let's stop right there. Because if you know anything about the history of pre-Islamic Arabia, there is a massive glaring hypocrisy embedded in that specific claim, isn't there?
There is a profound cultural hypocrisy here, and the text aggressively highlights it. If we connect this to the bigger picture of their society, we see how irrational Tashbih becomes.
Okay, set the scene for us.
In that specific historical and cultural context of 7th century Arabia, having daughters was often viewed incredibly negatively by the pagan tribes. It was a harsh, patriarchal warrior society that highly prized sons for tribal warfare, defense, and economic strength.
Right.
The birth of a daughter was often seen as a burden or a point of shame. Yet the very thing they deeply disdained for themselves, the very concept they viewed as a weakness, they actively and confidently attributed to God.
They gave God the exact status symbol they considered inferior. They hoarded the perceived strength, the sons, for themselves, and assigned the perceived weakness to the Creator. That is a wild level of cognitive dissonance.
It is staggering, and Delaoui uses this to expose a timeless truth about human nature. Humans constantly project their own societal baggage, their unexamined biases, and their cultural limitations onto the concept of the divine.
We just make God look like us.
Exactly. They don't shape themselves to fit God's reality. They shape God into the image of their own cultural anxieties. They wanted the angels to be intercessors, and in their society, women were often used to forge alliances, so they projected that dynamic upward.
That makes a tragic sort of sense. And what about the second concept, tarif, the alteration? How did that mechanism play out in solidifying these errors?
Tarif explains how these specific, localized absurdities became rigidly institutionalized. Delaoui notes that human beings have a terrible habit of blindly following historical alterations, especially if they are introduced by powerful or charismatic figures.
So it's about following the leader.
Yeah. He specifically mentions a historical figure named Amr bin Luhai. Amr was a chieftain who traveled outside of Arabia, saw other civilizations worshipping idols, thought it looked impressive and powerful, and brought the practice back to Mecca.
He brought it back as a souvenir.
Basically, he is credited with introducing explicit idol worship and deeply superstitious rituals into the region roughly 300 years before the Prophet Muhammad began his mission.
300 years is a long time for a bad idea to marinate.
Exactly. Instead of the people questioning these relatively recent corrupt innovations and comparing them to the pure Abrahamic baseline, the polytheists elevated Amr's changes to the unquestionable status of sacred ancestral tradition. Their logic was simply, if our fathers and grandfathers did it, it must be the absolute truth.
So what does this all mean for the listener right now, commuting to work or doing the dishes? We are deep in the weeds talking about 7th century Arabia, a guy named Amr bin Luhai bringing statues back from a road trip, and copper idols. Why should someone living in the modern hyper-technological age care about ancient concepts like tashbih and tarif?
Because the underlying psychological mechanism driving these errors hasn't changed a single bit. Human nature is static.
Really?
Delaoui explicitly makes this connection. In his own 18th century era, hundreds of years after the original polytheists, he looked around his society and explicitly compared these ancient idol worshippers to people in his own time.
What was happening in his time?
He saw crowds of people who had abandoned the pure, direct, abstract worship of God to obsessively crowd around the tombs of dead saints. They were tying pieces of cloth to shrines, seeking earthly favors, and treating the deceased exactly as the ancient Meccans treated their idols.
As divine middle managers who could bypass the CEO.
Exactly. It's the exact same behavior.
It is the exact same psychological bug in the human operating system, just running on different hardware.
Precisely. It represents the eternal, exhausting human struggle. The deep comfort of the tangible versus the overwhelming awe of the intangible. The human mind craves something it can touch, see, or easily conceptualize within its own incredibly limited framework.
Because abstract thought is hard.
It really is. Dealing with an infinite, invisible, formless creator requires a level of abstract conceptual discipline that is genuinely difficult to maintain day in and day out. It is always easier to project our own familiar traits onto reality, to seek a quick shortcut to find a tangible intercessor, a cheat code that makes us feel like we are in control.
So if that is Delaouy's master diagnosis,
Yeah.
this deeply rooted, almost biological desire for the tangible, the lazy reliance on flawed historical traditions just because they are old, and the foundational false equivalence of the middle manager CEO analogy, how does the Quran as a text actually attempt to cure it?
Well, it hits back directly.
Having successfully diagnosed the disease, how does the Quran debate these groups in that second science of polemics? Because earlier you made a point to say it does not use dry Greek philosophical syllogisms. It doesn't use academic jargon.
The text outlines the Quran's specific rebuttals, and what makes them so effective is their absolute groundedness. They do not rely on abstract, high-level metaphysical philosophy that only a scholar could understand. They rely on observable reality, natural phenomena, and undeniable, aggressive, common-sense logic that a shepherd and a king would both instantly grasp.
I need to hear how this works in practice. Give me a specific example. How does the text rebut the core issue of shirk, that middle management idolatry we discussed?
First, it attacks the epistemic foundation by demanding logical proof. It constantly challenges the idolaters with the phrase, "Bring your evidence if you are truthful." It refuses to let them hide behind tradition.
It forces them to think about what they're actually doing.
Exactly. It demands they explain the mechanism. Why do you believe this specific carved piece of stone possesses any power? It ruthlessly exposes the flaw of blindly following ancestors, pointing out that just because a tradition has survived for a few centuries doesn't automatically mean it is true, rational, or beneficial.
Right. My dad did it isn't a logical proof.
Exactly. And crucially, it uses undeniable logic to prove that God is fundamentally unlike creation. The argument is simple. If God is the creator of all things, he cannot be subject to the limitations of the things he created.
Right. The creator of a box is not trapped inside the box.
Exactly. He doesn't need a middle manager because he doesn't experience fatigue, he doesn't get distracted, he doesn't have limited bandwidth like a human CEO who needs to sleep. Therefore, the entire premise of needing an intercessor collapses.
That is a surgical strike directly on the core assumption of the false equivalence. If the CEO never sleeps and knows every atom of the company, the middle manager is entirely obsolete.
Completely useless.
What about the afterlife? You mentioned earlier that denying the afterlife was a major point of contention, and it's the fifth science. How do you logically prove something that happens after you die to a hardened skeptic who demands tangible, physical proof?
The polytheists mocked the idea of resurrection because they thought it was a biological and physical impossibility. They would literally crumble old bones in their hands and ask, once these bones turn to dust and blow away in the wind, how can life possibly return to them?
It's a fair physical question from their perspective.
It is, and the Quran does not answer this challenge with complex metaphysical theories about the soul. It uses a highly observable, intensely visual agricultural analogy that every single person living in an arid desert environment understood on a visceral level.
Oh, agriculture. What's the analogy?
It points their attention to the dead, cracked, barren earth. To the naked eye, that parched earth is entirely lifeless. It is dust. But after a sudden heavy rain, that exact same lifeless dust springs to life with vibrant green vegetation.
Okay, I see where this is going.
The Quran simply argues. The exact same power that can bring dead earth back to life after rain can certainly and easily bring a dead human body back to life. It shifts the entire argument from a theoretical, is it possible, to a practical, you literally see this mechanism happening in front of your eyes every single spring.
Let me push back on that as a modern skeptic.
Go ahead.
If I am a farmer, ancient or modern, I know that a seed is still hidden in the ground. I know the ground isn't literally biologically dead in the way a pulverized skeleton is. So is that analogy really logically airtight, or is it just poetic?
Delaue addresses the phenomenal power of this rhetoric. The argument isn't meant to be a biology lesson on seeds. It is an argument about the sudden, seemingly impossible transformation from the state of death to the state of life, driven by an external power.
Oh, the visual transformation.
Right. To the ancient phenomenological eye, the earth was dead. It produced nothing. The visual impact of a flash flood hitting a dry wadi and suddenly producing a carpet of green a week later is staggering.
It looks like magic.
It does. The Quran is forcing them to admit that life arising from apparent non-life is a process they already accept and witness. It is breaking their stubbornness by anchoring the abstract impossibility of resurrection to a tangible seasonal reality. It's saying, you see the dead wake up every year. The mechanism of revival is built into the fabric of the universe. Why are you acting like the concept is alien when applied to you?
That is incredibly effective rhetoric. It traps the skeptic in their own observable reality.
It really does.
And there is a third major debate Delaue highlights, right? The debate against the denial of prophethood. Because the polytheists were deeply skeptical of the Prophet Muhammad himself.
You're very skeptical.
They asked, if God is really going to speak to us, why didn't he send a massive glowing angel? Why does this supposed prophet walk in the dirty markets, have a family, and eat food like a normal, frail human being?
They wanted a supernatural spectacle. They wanted the messenger to match their grandiose, mythological, Hollywood-style ideas of the divine. They felt that a human messenger was somehow beneath the majesty of God.
And how does the text logically dismantle that desire for a spectacle?
The Quran's rebuttal is grounded in pure, pragmatic logic regarding the purpose of a guide. It replies that a guide sent to teach humans must fundamentally be human.
Because
If God sent an angel, the angel would not experience human hunger, human fatigue, human temptation, or the paralyzing grip of human grief. How could an indestructible angel possibly serve as an ethical role model for a fragile human struggling with those exact limitations?
Right. You can't learn bravery from someone who literally can't feel fear.
Exactly. The core logic is that like must communicate with like. An angel does not have a human limbic system. It doesn't feel fear in a battle. So an angel cannot teach a human how to be courageous.
That makes perfect sense.
Furthermore, the text points out the physical logistics. If an angel were to appear in its true, overwhelming, multidimensional form, it would likely destroy human free will through sheer, unadulterated terror. People would obey out of shock, not out of belief.
You'd just be paralyzed.
Right. And if the angel took a human form just to be approachable, well, the polytheist would just be right back to asking why he looks like a normal human.
It is a completely airtight logical loop. You cannot argue with the premise that you need a human to show you how to be human.
You really can't.
This entire intellectual framework that Delawy maps out in just the first fraction of his book, it is incredibly impressive. He takes what looks to an outsider like a sprawling, disorganized, intimidating ancient text, and he reveals this tightly woven, highly strategic, psychologically penetrating argument.
Delawy has massive praise for this specific Quranic debate style. He highlights how deeply it respects the underlying intelligence of the listener. It does not ask the reader to abandon their reason and just blindly believe. It actually asks them to apply their reason more rigorously.
It's demanding intellectual honesty.
Exactly. It uses observable nature and sheer logic to dismantle deeply held biases. And this raises an important question for us today. We pride ourselves in the modern, post-Enlightenment world on being supremely rational, on constantly demanding evidence.
We think we're so advanced.
We do. But how often do we, just like the ancient groups Delawy describes, actively ignore the observable evidence right in front of our faces because it conflicts with our comfortable, inherited traditions or our own base desires?
That is the perfect question to bring this entire exploration together. Let's do a quick, comprehensive summary of the journey Delawy just took us on in this first 8% of his monumental work.
Let's do it.
We started with a bird's-eye view, seeing how the overwhelming entirety of the Quran can be neatly organized into 5 core sciences: the practical rules of life, the intellectual debates against false beliefs, the awe-inspiring wonders of nature, the sobering cautionary tales of history, and the ultimate realities of the afterlife.
Right, the 5 buckets.
And we learned that the text deliberately avoids reading like a dry, static textbook because it is a living rhetorical intervention designed to organically cure the diseases of the human soul.
And from that structural overview, we dove deep into the psychology of human deviation. We saw how the ancient polytheists did not start in total ignorance, but actually began with a pure baseline of Abrahamic belief.
The Hennis.
Yes. However, they allowed their lower egos, their relentless desire for moral convenience and lack of accountability, to slowly erode their practices.
And that slow moral erosion inevitably led to their ultimate theological error, which was applying the flawed human corporate hierarchy directly to the divine, the middle management fallacy.
The cosmic networking.
Exactly. They simply couldn't handle the abstract, invisible infinity of God, so they shrank him down, assigned him human attributes like needing rest and delegating tasks, and carved physical statues to act as localized supervisors. They completely lost the plot in the process.
They really did.
And finally, we saw how the text argues back against this, not with dense, unreadable philosophy, but by pointing to the undeniable reality of rain bringing dead earth to life, and the unshakable logic that a human being requires a human guide.
It is a profound, timeless diagnosis of human nature that completely transcends its original 7th century historical setting.
It truly is. And I want to leave you, the listener, with one final, hopefully provocative thought to mull over as you go about the rest of your day. It is a way to extend Delawy's 18th century logic all the way into our hyper-connected 21st century lives.
Okay, lay it on us.
Delawy showed us how ancient people, terrified of the unknown, couldn't handle the abstract, invisible nature of reality. So they carved that reality into stone and literally let those unthinking stones dictate their daily lives, their hopes, their fears, and their behaviors.
Right.
Today we sit comfortably with our smartphones, and we pride ourselves on being deeply secular. We think we have outgrown physical idols and ancient primitive superstitions.
But have we?
Well, consider for a moment the digital algorithms that now dictate almost every aspect of our daily choices. The invisible, highly complex lines of code that curate our news feeds, suggest our purchases, filter our media consumption, and in many terrifying ways determine our self-worth and our social standing.
Oh, wow.
We do not truly understand how they work. To the average person, they are a completely invisible black box. Yet we treat their outputs as nearly infallible truth. We optimize our daily lives, we restructure our businesses, and we even alter our own personalities online just to please the algorithm.
We treat it like a god.
We are constantly willingly delegating our free will, our critical decision-making, and our precious attention to them, simply to make life easier, to reduce our cognitive load, and to tell us what to do next.
That is a terrifying parallel.
Have we really moved past the middle management fallacy that Dilawi described so perfectly? Or have we just updated the hardware? Are we still fundamentally just looking for a shortcut, a localized, easily managed supervisor to handle the overwhelming complexity of reality so we don't have to face the infinite ourselves?
Definitely something to think about.
It is definitely something to think about the next time you blindly trust the very next recommended video in your feed. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into the brilliant mind of Shah Walallah Dilawi. Keep questioning the map you are handed, and we will see you on the next deep dive.
You know, if you were tasked with writing a single message, just one document that had to completely transform the life of a nomadic farmer, and at the exact same time, fundamentally challenge the worldview of a highly educated city intellectual, how would you even start?
Right. I mean, it sounds like a trick question.
Yeah, exactly. Because usually in communication, we are taught to pick a target audience. You either write the dense academic paper or you write the accessible children's book.
Yeah.
You simply cannot do both without alienating someone.
Oh, absolutely. If you go too high level with complex jargon, you lose the masses. They just tune out.
Yeah.
But then if you simplify too much, the intellectuals feel patronized and they dismiss it. It's the ultimate communicator's paradox. It is incredibly difficult to scale a message across vastly different levels of education and life experience.
Exactly. But today, for you listening, we're going to explore a text that completely shatters that paradox. Welcome to another deep dive.
Glad to be here for this one. It's a really fascinating topic.
It really is. So our mission today is to explore a fascinating slice of a classical text on the methodology of the Quran. Specifically, we are looking at its pedagogical genius, like how it teaches, how it persuades, and how it completely restructures a human being's worldview.
Right.
And we are unpacking a classical source written by the 18th century scholar Shah Waliullah al-Dilawi. We are focusing on a very specific portion today, roughly the fourth 8.33% of the source material, which is where he essentially decodes the hidden mechanics of the Quran's communication strategy.
And it's important to state right up front that we are treating this source material today not as a theological debate, but almost as a masterclass in human psychology, strategic communication, and mass education.
Yeah, that's a great way to frame it.
Because whether you are interested in history, sociology, or honestly just how to give a really effective presentation at your job, understanding how this text balances profound, paradigm-shifting concepts with relatable, everyday realities, well, it offers an absolute blueprint for how to truly reach people without breaking their brains.
Okay, let's unpack this, because the core premise al-Dilawi presents is just so compelling.
It really is.
He argues that the Quran isn't just a book of arbitrary rules, and it definitely isn't standard history textbook. It is a highly strategic communication manual designed to wake human beings up.
Right.
So where do we start? I mean, we have to start at the foundation, which is theology.
Yeah.
How do you explain the concept of a limitless creator to a human brain that is severely limited?
What's fascinating here is how the author categorizes the text's different strategies, starting with a concept we might call accessible theology.
Accessible theology. Okay, I like that term.
Yeah, the text highlights that the primary goal of the Quran is the reformation of human souls. It is not trying to teach advanced philosophy.
Interesting.
In fact, it actively avoids what is known in the Islamic tradition as ilm al-kalam, which translates roughly to scholastic theology or speculative philosophy.
Wait, let me push back on that for a second. If this is supposed to be the ultimate divine book, shouldn't it contain the ultimate, most complex mathematical and philosophical proofs to prove its own divinity? Like, why would it avoid scholastic theology?
Well, because of cognitive load.
Yeah.
I mean, scholastic theology involves heavy, dense philosophical jargon.
Right.
It deals with logical syllogisms, prime movers, and complex cosmological arguments. The author points out that if the Quran had used complex philosophical frameworks to prove the existence of a creator, it would have instantly alienated the vast majority of its audience.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that makes sense.
The goal isn't to create a small club of elite philosophers who sit in ivory towers debating the universe.
Yeah.
The goal is to reach the merchant, the soldier, the mother, the farmer.
So if it's not using a chalkboard full of impenetrable equations to prove God exists, What is it doing?
It appeals directly to what is called the fitra.
The fitra.
Yes, this is a crucial concept. The fitra refers to the innate natural human disposition. The idea is that there is a baseline psychological setting in every human being that already recognizes a higher power.
Oh, so it's like a pre-installed operating system.
Exactly. Proving a creator isn't presented as some complex puzzle you have to solve. It's treated as an innate reality that is universally recognized.
Right.
You don't need a PhD to look at the night sky and feel a profound sense of awe and smallness.
That makes sense. It's bypassing the intellect to hit something more primal.
Exactly. So when the Quran talks about the blessings of God to establish a connection, it focuses on universal realities.
Like what?
Well, it talks about rain falling on dead earth to bring it to life. It talks about agriculture. It talks about the human ability to learn trades, to navigate by the stars, and to build ships that float on the ocean.
Because rain matters equally to a jerk-poor farmer and a wealthy emperor.
Exactly.
If the empire has a drought, the emperor starves just like the farmer.
Precisely. The author notes that the Quran intentionally does not focus on the esoteric spiritual states of mystics, nor does it focus on the luxurious wealth and complex political machinations of kings.
Why not?
Because those are niche experiences. If you base your theological proof on the feeling of deep transcendental meditation, the laborer who works 14 hours a day is going to say, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just tired.
Right. I'm just trying to feed my kids. I don't have time for a mystical state.
Exactly. But when you talk about the absolute miracle of a tiny dry seed turning into a massive stalk of wheat that feeds a family, everyone understands that.
Yeah.
The intellectual can marvel at the biology of it, and the farmer can marvel at the provision of it. The message scales perfectly.
It's like trying to explain quantum physics to a child.
Right.
You don't hand them a textbook on string theory. You use a metaphor about bouncing balls or ripples in a pond. You make it tangible.
That's a great analogy.
But, and I imagine this is a huge trap, if you use human concepts to explain God, don't you risk reducing God to just a really powerful human? Like, old man in the clouds?
And that is the tightrope walk of accessible theology. The author explains that when the Quran describes God's attributes, it has to use relatable human concepts so the human mind can even begin to comprehend it.
So it has to use our vocabulary.
Right. It uses words like mercy, sight, hearing, and anger. Because think about the alternative.
What would that be?
If it didn't use these words, the concept of God would be an abstract, unknowable void. And human beings cannot build a moral, loving, or fearful relationship with a void.
But if you say God hears, the human brain instantly pictures giant ears. Because ears are our only reference point for the concept of hearing. We literally can't imagine hearing without a physical ear.
Which is why the text emphasizes that the Quran immediately applies a vital, hardline safeguard.
Okay, what's the safeguard?
It's a recurring rule that translates to nothing is like him, laisa kamithlihi shay. This acts as the ultimate antidote to dangerous anthropomorphism.
Anthropomorphism being the trap of giving God physical human limits.
Yeah.
So it's like telling that child, hey, the universe acts like bouncing rubber balls. But remember, the universe isn't actually made of rubber balls.
Right.
Don't go looking for a giant rubber factory in space. You use the metaphor to build the bridge of understanding, but you put up a massive guardrail so they don't walk off the edge into literalism.
That is a brilliant way to conceptualize it. The source text explicitly warns against human beings diving into the minutiae of divine attributes without the guidance of revelation.
Because we just end up confusing ourselves.
Oh, totally. It argues that the human intellect, when left to its own devices to figure out the exact mechanical nature of God, easily gets lost in dangerous illusions.
Yeah, that makes sense.
People start debating how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, or they start carving statues because they desperately want to visualize the divine.
Right, we want a physical object to look at.
Exactly. The Quranic strategy is to establish the relationship using familiar terms, observe the universal blessings like rain, but maintain a strict philosophical boundary.
Basically, do not try to visualize the machinery of the divine, because your brain will break.
Well said.
Okay, so the text intentionally keeps theology accessible, tangible, and universal, aggressively avoiding the trap of over-intellectualizing the divine. I get that.
Yeah.
But how does it handle history? Because when we read history books today, it's all about the data.
Right, the specific facts.
Yeah, we want the exact dates, the names of the generals, the geography, the logistics of the supply lines. If this text is trying to prove it has divine knowledge, Does it give us encyclopedic historical details to flex its authority?
Actually, it does the exact opposite.
Really?
Yeah, and this transitions us beautifully into Al-Dalawi's analysis of what the text calls the days of God.
The days of God. I love that phrasing. It sounds so cinematic. What exactly does the author mean by that?
The days of God refers to historical events, specific monumental moments in time where, according to the narrative, God overtly intervened to reward the obedient or punish the wicked.
Oh, okay. Like the
Yeah.
big epic stories.
Exactly. We are talking about the great historical epics. The story of Noah and the flood, the destruction of the ancient nations of Ad and Thamud, the exodus of Moses, and the drowning of Pharaoh.
Okay, so these are the heavy historical narratives.
Yeah.
But you're saying the Quran's approach to telling these stories is fundamentally different from how a modern historian would tell them.
Completely different. Crucially, the author points out that the Quran only selects stories that its original 7th century Arab audience already had some familiarity with.
Oh, interesting. How do they know them?
They knew these stories through local tribal lore or through their interactions with Jewish and Christian tribes living in the region.
Right.
The Quran intentionally omits the histories of ancient India or ancient China or the deep history of the Mayan civilization.
But hold on. If this is supposed to be a universal message for all of humanity across all time, isn't it a massive limitation to only use stories that 7th century Arabs knew?
It might seem that way at first glance.
Doesn't that make the book hyperlocal rather than universal? Why not bring in unknown history to prove how vast the knowledge of the text is?
Because unfamiliarity creates cognitive friction.
Cognitive friction. Unpack that.
If the Quran suddenly started talking about the intricate dynasties of ancient China to a 7th century Bedouin in the desert, the audience would be entirely distracted by the novelty of the geography and the strange names.
Oh, I see.
They would be asking, wait, what is a dynasty? Where is this land of China? What is a mandate of heaven?
Right, they'd get lost in the setting.
Exactly. The goal of the text is not to be an encyclopedia of world history. The goal is moral reformation.
So it uses the stories the primary audience already has a baseline for, allowing them to completely bypass the world-building phase and get straight to the moral lesson.
Precisely.
Here's where it gets really interesting to me. The most striking point from the source material on this is that the Quran deliberately strips away secondary details, even from the stories they did know.
Yes.
It actively refuses to do world-building.
Yes, the author highlights this omission of detail as one of the most brilliant psychological tools of the text.
Really? Leaving things out as a tool.
Absolutely. It doesn't tell you the exact date the flood happened. It doesn't tell you the exact dimensions of Noah's Ark in cubits.
Right.
It doesn't tell you the names of Pharaoh's generals or the specific breed of the dog that slept in the cave with the hidden youths.
It's so counterintuitive to how we consume media today. I mean, we are obsessed with lore.
Oh, entirely.
Think about our massive movie franchises or fantasy novels. We want the prequels, the wikis, the interactive map.
Extended universes.
Exactly. We want to know the tragic backstory of the guy who stood in the background of scene 4 for 3 seconds.
And the text argues that this modern human obsession with trivia is exactly what the Quran is actively fighting against.
Wow.
There is a profound and honestly quite sharp quote from the author here that we need to unpack.
Let's hear it.
He writes, "When people began to perfect the rules of tajweed, they lost the humility of the Quran. And when commentators started splitting hairs in interpretation, true tafsir became rare."
Wow. Okay, I need to understand this. Tajweed is the science of recitation, right? The precise phonetics of how to pronounce the Arabic letters.
Yes, that's correct.
Why would pronouncing something correctly make you lose humility? That feels like a contradiction.
If we connect this to the bigger picture of human psychology, it makes perfect sense.
Okay, lay it on me.
The author is critiquing the human tendency to obsess over the performance and the mechanics of a thing at the expense of its substance.
Missing the forest for the trees.
Exactly. If you are entirely focused on making sure the phonetic sound from your throat is perfectly resonant and you are worrying about the exact length of a vowel sound, your brain is treating the text like a musical performance.
You are engaged in a technical exercise.
Right. And while you are doing that technical exercise, you are entirely ignoring the fact that the verse you just recited is a terrifying warning about the arrogance of hoarding wealth while your neighbor snarls.
So the obsession with the technical details acts as a shield.
Exactly. And the same applies to history.
How so?
Human nature loves trivia. Because trivia is safe. It asks nothing of you morally.
Oh, that's so true.
If the Quran gave every minute detail of a historical story, the color of the clothes, the exact type of wood used to build Moses' staff, the exact geological route taken through the desert, the listener's brain would eagerly latch on to the narrative drama.
They would obsess over the logistics.
Right, and by obsessing over the logistics, they would entirely miss the heavy, demanding moral weight of the story.
I have a real-world equivalent for this. It reminds me of trying to tell a friend a deeply serious story.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
Say you're telling them about a horrific car accident you're in that completely shattered your perspective on life.
Oh.
You're trying to convey this deep existential realization about mortality. And right in the middle, your friend interrupts and asks, wait, what song was playing on the radio when you crashed?
Yes, that is the exact psychological mechanism.
And you just want to shake them and say, the song doesn't matter. The point is, I almost died and realized I wasted my life.
Exactly.
But the human brain desperately looks for trivial details to anchor itself because grappling with mortality or divine judgment or absolute morality is incredibly uncomfortable.
Right. The trivia acts as an emotional escape hatch.
So what you're saying is the Quranic strategy is to intentionally cut the trivia out to seal the escape hatch.
Precisely.
It corners you. You have absolutely nowhere to look but at the moral lesson. The omission of detail isn't a lack of information. It is a feature, not a bug.
That is exactly what the author is arguing. The text forces the reader to confront the meaning of the event, not the mechanics of the event.
That's incredibly strategic.
It is a highly curated, aggressively edited form of storytelling designed purely for psychological impact.
Okay, so this selective, highly curated storytelling leads us to another fascinating pattern that the source breaks down.
Right, the rhythm of the narratives.
Yeah. If you've ever read the Quran, you'll quickly notice that some stories are everywhere. You turn the page, and there's Moses again.
Over.
But then, there are other stories that are only mentioned one single time in the entire book. Why the discrepancy?
Well, the author explicitly categorizes the stories of the Quran into two distinct camps.
Okay.
The repeated stories and the singular stories. And he argues that this division is a highly calculated psychological tool. It is about correct dosage.
Dosage. I like that word choice.
Yeah.
So what kind of narratives are getting the heavy dosage? Who is in the repeated category?
The repeated stories deal with the absolute bedrock of human spiritual and societal struggles.
Okay, look what?
We are talking about the creation of Adam and the initial arrogance of Satan. We are talking about Moses standing up to the ultimate tyranny of Pharaoh.
Oh, okay, so the big primal conflict.
Exactly. We are talking about prophets like Noah, Abraham, and Lot facing down deeply stubborn, hostile societies.
And these are the ones that pop up constantly.
Yes, these narratives are repeated constantly throughout the text, but, and this is a critical nuance, they are never repeated the exact same way twice.
Wait, really? They change?
They are retold with varying lengths, focusing on different angles or different emotional beats depending on the specific theme of the chapter they are placed in.
Oh, that's interesting.
Sometimes the story of Moses focuses on his fear. Other times it focuses on the political machinations of Pharaoh's court.
So if I'm understanding this, the repeated stories must be dealing with the baseline human issues, the stuff we deal with every single day.
Exactly.
I'm guessing things like greed or arrogance or losing hope.
Precisely. And then you have the second camp. The author provides a specific list of the singular stories.
Ones that only show up once.
Right, or maybe twice in a very brief mention. This includes the sweeping epic of Joseph, or Yusuf, the men of the cave, also known as Ashab al-Kahf, the enigmatic ruler, Dhul Qarnayn, the Queen of Sheba, the story of the cow, Moses and the mystic figure, Khidir, the owners of the elephant.
So the obvious question here is, why this stark divide?
It's a great question.
Why hammer the story of Moses and Pharaoh over and over in a dozen different chapters, but give the massive emotional epic of Joseph, which reads almost like a modern novel, only one dedicated chapter?
Let's see if we can deduce the pedagogy here. Why do you think a teacher would repeat one lesson daily but save another lesson for a single intensive seminar?
It reminds me of the difference between a daily workout routine and an appendix removal surgery.
Oh, I like that. How so?
Well, think about physical health. You do push-ups and run every single day to maintain a baseline core strength.
Right.
The story of Moses versus Pharaoh is the spiritual push-up. It's the daily battle against arrogance, against the abuse of power, against the temptation to think you are a god.
Absolutely.
You need that hammered into your psyche every day from different angles because ego is a daily problem.
It really is.
But you only get your appendix taken out once.
Right.
The story of Joseph, which deals with complex family trauma, false accusation, surviving in a dungeon, and eventual macroeconomic management of a famine vision, that's a highly specialized narrative procedure.
Exactly.
You don't need it every day, but when you're going through that specific type of trauma, you need the whole story intact in one sitting to cure you.
That analogy captures the author's point beautifully. The expert analysis emphasizes that the goal of the Quran is never to just tell a story for entertainment.
It's always purposeful.
The repetition of Moses and Pharaoh is necessary because the temptation toward pharaonic arrogance, the delusion that I am the ultimate authority, I don't need accountability, is the most persistent disease of the human ego.
It's the baseline disease.
Yes, it needs constant daily medication. The repeated stories are the broad-spectrum antibiotics for the human condition.
And the singular stories are like laser surgery.
Exactly. Take the story of the men of the cave, youth who flee a persecuting society and are put to sleep in a cave for centuries.
What's the specific lesson there?
It addresses a highly specific anxiety. What do you do when your entire society is corrupt, you have absolutely zero political or physical power to fight them, and you are completely isolated?
That is a very specific, intense scenario.
Right. The Quran deploys that story once, with precision, to establish the concept of strategic retreat and trusting in divine timing over human intervention.
Oh.
The rhythm of repetition versus singular narrative is a structural choice designed to shift the listener's mind toward the severity of sin and the certainty of divine support, using the exact dosage required.
That concept of dosage is so crucial.
It really is.
But here's something that totally shifts the gears of our deep dive.
Oh.
Up until now, we've seen a text that uses simple, accessible metaphors for God and aggressively vague, detail-stripped summaries for history. It actively avoids over-describing things so we focus on the moral.
Yes, that's been the pattern.
But then I'm looking at this next part of the source and it completely contradicts that rule.
I know where you're going with this.
Suddenly, when it talks about the afterlife, it's giving us excruciating, hyper-specific cinematic details. Why the sudden 180?
The author categorizes this section of Quranic methodology as reminding of death and what comes after. And you are right, the shift in language is profound and jarring.
It's like switching from standard definition to 4K resolution.
Exactly. When the Quran talks about the moment of death and the afterlife, it drops the vagueness entirely. It goes into excruciating detail.
What kind of details?
It describes the absolute physical helplessness of the moment of death. It describes the appearance of the angels, the terrifying, deafening sound of the trumpet blowing to signal the end.
That sounds intense.
It is. It describes the sheer panic of the resurrection where people are so terrified they literally flee from their own siblings and children.
It goes on to describe the physical scales of justice where deeds are weighed and the crossing of a precarious bridge over the fire.
Yes. It vividly details the specific types of punishments in hell, heavy chains, boiling water, the horrific tree of Zaqqum, which serves as food for the corrupt.
And it does the same for the positive side, right?
Absolutely. Conversely, it uses highly sensory, lush language to describe the rewards of paradise.
Like rivers of milk and honey.
Rivers of flowing water, milk and honey, sprawling mansions, fine silk clothing, the psychological joy of reunions with loved ones.
And the explicit removal of all internal malice and anxiety from the heart.
Yes, all of it. Very detailed.
Okay, so if it hates trivia, if it didn't want us obsessing over the dimensions of Noah's Ark or the color of the dog in the cave, why is it giving us the exact menu and clothing catalog in paradise? Aren't these details going to distract the reader from the moral point?
This raises an important question about the limits of the human mind, which al-Dalawi answers brilliantly. Think back to the accessible theology we discussed at the beginning.
Okay.
You don't need intense magical details to prove God exists. You just ask the human to look at the rain falling on dead earth. The physical world is already here as empirical proof. You can touch the rain.
Right, you have a frame of reference.
But the afterlife. The afterlife is entirely outside of human experience.
We have literally nothing to compare it to.
We have zero empirical data for it. To make something that alien feel real to the fitra, the innate disposition, the language must bypass the abstract intellect and hit the sensory cortex directly.
Oh, I see.
If the Quran simply said, be good, and you will go to a nice place, be bad, and you will go to a bad place, it would carry zero psychological weight.
Because it's too vague to care about.
Right. A human being cannot fear a vague concept, and they cannot yearn for an abstract idea. To wake the human being up from the hypnosis of daily life, the language must be overwhelmingly sensory.
It's like the Quran is saying, I will not distract you with the color of a historical dog because that history is over and done with. The people in that cave are gone.
Exactly.
But I absolutely will describe the exact temperature of the water in the afterlife because your eternal life depends on you taking this seriously right now.
That's spot on.
It's a completely different pedagogical tool for a completely different objective.
Exactly. And beyond just the sensory details of the environment, the author highlights a fascinating sociological aspect of these afterlife descriptions.
Sociology in the afterlife. How does that work?
The Quran frequently depicts incredibly detailed arguments happening in hell between the elite, the corrupt leaders, the powerful politicians, the wealthy influencers, and their vulnerable everyday followers.
Oh, that is fascinating. I don't think I've ever heard that highlighted before. How do these arguments play out?
The followers, suffering in the fire, turn to the leaders they idolized and blindly obeyed in life and say, "We only followed you. You told us what to do. Can you take some of this punishment away from us?"
Oh, wow. And what do the leaders say?
The leaders essentially reply, "We have no power here. We were wrong, we are suffering too, and you are fools to blindly follow us."
That is brutal.
The author points out that this isn't just terrifying imagery. It is a profound, searing critique of blind obedience and toxic power dynamics in the real world.
So it's using the future to fix the present.
Yes. By visualizing this ultimate betrayal in the afterlife, the text is trying to break the spell of cults of personality, tribalism, and corrupt leadership here and now.
It's forcing the listener to ask a really uncomfortable question.
Exactly. It asks, are the people I am following today, the people I am compromising my morals for, going to throw me under the bus in eternity?
That is heavy. Think about how relevant that is today.
Oh, incredibly relevant.
People will ruin their lives, relationships, and morals defending a politician or a celebrity influencer online.
They absolutely will.
And this text is essentially saying, fast forward the tape. Look at how this ends. They will not save you. It uses the HD terror of the future to snap you out of your sociological complacency in the present.
That is exactly what it's doing.
Okay, so let's recap where we are in this journey.
Good idea. We've covered a lot.
The text establishes a relationship with God using accessible natural metaphors while preventing you from limiting him to a physical form.
Right.
It teaches you moral lessons through heavily edited trivia-free history. And it shocks you awake to the reality of consequence using hypersensory descriptions of the afterlife.
Exactly.
Once you are awake, once you are paying attention and realize the stakes are ultimate, how does the text actually tell you to live your daily life?
This is where we transition from theology and narrative into practical lawmaking, the rules of engagement.
Okay, practical law.
And the source text reveals a critical historical and sociological insight here that completely changes how many people view Islamic law.
Right, because usually people think of law codes as these rigid, absolute things dropped from the sky in a vacuum. I like to call what we're about to discuss the software patch approach.
Oh, I like that analogy. If we connect this to the bigger picture, many people assume that when the Prophet Muhammad began preaching, he was bringing a completely alien, brand new rule book that wiped the 7th century slate clean.
Like starting a civilization from scratch.
Right. But al-Dalawi emphasizes that the Prophet was sent into an existing Hanifi tradition.
Wait, let's pause there. What exactly is the Hanifi tradition? I think a lot of listeners might not be familiar with that term. What did that look like in 7th century Arabia?
The Hanifi tradition refers to the remnants of the original monotheistic religion of the Prophet Abraham.
Oh, okay. So they weren't entirely disconnected from that history.
No, not at all. Even though 7th century Arabia had descended into rampant idolatry and tribal warfare, they weren't a blank canvas. They still retained echoes of Abraham's teachings.
Like what kind of echoes?
Well, they had a deep reverence for the Kaaba in Mecca. They practiced a form of pilgrimage. They valued extreme hospitality, courage, and they had complex systems of trade, marriage, and tribal alliances.
So the Quran did not walk into Mecca and seek to erase everything and start from zero.
Exactly. True reform doesn't happen by alienating a society completely.
Right. If you tell a society that 100% of everything they ever done and everything their ancestors ever did is purely evil and must be destroyed, they will fight you to the death.
Absolutely. The author notes that the primary goal was to purify the Arabs, who were chosen to be the initial vehicle to spread this message to the rest of the world.
So what do they do instead of erasing everything?
Therefore, the new laws were largely based on their existing customs, but heavily modified.
Hence the tech analogy. Think about how hard it is to change the corporate culture at your job today.
Oh, it's nearly impossible.
If a new CEO comes in, fires everyone, and changes every single software program you use overnight, the company tanks. People rebel.
They absolutely do.
This text is doing corporate restructuring on a civilizational scale.
Yeah.
It wasn't a complete factory reset.
Right.
It wasn't a brand new, terrifying operating system that required them to learn how to exist all over again. It was a massive, highly targeted patch update.
A patch update. Yes, that is a perfect way to put it.
The Quran acted as a reformer. It looked at the hardware of Arab society and said, we are keeping the hardware running.
Yeah.
It kept the social structures, the concept of trade, the value of courage and hospitality, everything that aligned with the divine baseline. But it aggressively fixed, corrected, or abolished the corrupted code that was causing the system to crash.
Let's talk about the mechanics of those legal shifts, because they fundamentally altered the tribal power dynamics.
Give me some examples of the corrupted code it had to fix.
For example, before this, there was virtually no limit on polygamy, which allowed wealthy tribal leaders to hoard alliances and power.
Oh, so as a political tool.
Heavily.
Huh.
The Quran severely regulated and restricted it, forcing accountability and financial equity.
What else?
It abolished infanticide, a practice born of economic fear and misogyny. It outlawed predatory usury, which is charging exorbitant interest on loans.
Right. Payday loans, essentially.
Exactly, which was the primary tool the wealthy elite in Mecca used to keep the lower classes in perpetual debt slavery.
And it introduced inheritance rights for women, right?
Yes. In a society where women were historically treated as property to be inherited upon a husband's death, the Quran instituted mandatory inheritance rights for women.
For mothers, daughters, wives, and sisters.
Yes. This wasn't just a moral suggestion. It was a massive redistribution of wealth that directly threatened the patriarchal monopoly on capital.
Let me play devil's advocate here.
Go for it.
If the Quran has absolute authority, why not just ban every single bad thing instantly? Why this gradualist, culturally aware approach? Why not just say, slavery is instantly over, all patriarchal structures are abolished, we are starting a utopia tomorrow?
Because of human nature. The author points out the brilliance of this pragmatic approach.
How so?
If you ban every deep-seated societal norm overnight, you cause a societal collapse.
You break the hardware.
Exactly. The goal wasn't destruction, it was optimization. By realigning their existing structures toward justice, the Quran made the law digestible.
It kept the society functioning while curing its diseases.
Precisely. The text explicitly links the concepts of major and minor sins, not to arbitrary rules, but to the violation of these realigned boundaries of justice and social harmony.
Sin, in this context, is a bug that threatens the stability of the entire social software.
That is a brilliant way to phrase it.
But if you actually sit down and read the Quran, it doesn't read like a legal code book.
No, it doesn't.
You won't find a bulleted list of Section 4, Paragraph B, on how to execute a trade contract. It's poetic. It's narrative.
Right.
So how exactly did these patch updates get delivered and installed into the society?
And that brings us to the final and perhaps most dynamic aspect of the Quran's methodology that Al-Dalawi explores.
Which is
The division of labor and real-time revelation.
the division of labor between the text and the messenger.
Yes. The author notes that the Quran intentionally provides only the broad summaries of massive legal concepts. It gives the command, but not the manual.
Give me an example of that.
For example, the Quran repeatedly says, establish prayer. But if you search the text, it does not tell you exactly how many times a day to pray,
Oh, really?
or how many physical cycles to perform, or what exactly to recite in each posture.
It leaves mechanics entirely to the prophet.
Precisely. The Prophet Muhammad had to physically build the mosques, set the times, and physically demonstrate to the congregation how to pray.
So the Quran sets the strategic objective, and the prophet executes the tactical implementation.
Yes. The source notes the same division of labor applies to fasting, giving mandatory charity, which is zakat, the Hajj pilgrimage, and the complex math of inheritance.
Think of it like a government.
Okay, how so?
The text is the Constitution. It sets the undeniable principles.
Right.
But the prophet's life and example, his sunnah, is the Supreme Court and the executive branch combined. It's the active implementation of those principles.
That makes perfect sense. It keeps the text from becoming bogged down in a million tiny legal subclauses, which would make it unreadable.
Right. It remains an inspiring moral document. But what I found truly mind-blowing in the source material is the secondary category of rulings. Not the foundational stuff like prayer, but the reactionary laws.
This is where the text becomes a living, breathing entity. The author details how a massive portion of the legal and moral rulings in the Quran were not dropped from the sky in a vacuum.
They were real-time responses to bleeding-edge events happening to the community.
Yes.
The text lists specific historical pressure cookers, battles and crises that became eternal legal case studies. It mentions Badr, Uhud, Khandaq, Tabuk.
Let's deep dive into one of those to understand the mechanics. Take the Battle of Khandaq, also known as the Battle of the Trench.
Okay, set the scene for us.
To understand the verses that came down during this time, you have to understand the sheer peril the community was experiencing. The Muslims in Medina were completely surrounded by a massive confederacy of enemy tribes, easily outnumbering them 3-1.
Wow.
The stated goal of this confederacy was the total genocidal annihilation of the Muslim community.
So they're facing an existential threat. They dig a trench around the city to survive.
Yes, it is freezing cold. People are literally starving. They are terrified.
That sounds like an absolute nightmare.
And to make matters worse, hypocrites within the city are actively plotting treason, trying to undermine the defense from the inside. It is the ultimate pressure cooker.
So what happens? Does the Quran give them a tactical map?
No, but the verses that came down during and immediately after this event didn't just give abstract rules about loyalty.
What did they do?
They addressed the raw psychological terror in the hearts of the believers. They exposed the exact psychological mechanisms and the whispers of the hypocrites who abandoned them.
Oh, wow.
And most importantly, they established the legal precedents for dealing with treason, honoring treaties, and maintaining community solidarity under extreme duress.
So what does this all mean for how the law is understood?
It means the law isn't abstract philosophy dreamed up by monks in a quiet monastery on a hill. By tying universal laws to immediate high-stakes events, the Quran ensures the law is born out of blood, sweat, and tears.
It proves its viability in the harshest conditions.
Exactly.
It's an active field manual.
Yes.
The Quran isn't an encyclopedia you casually read in a library on a Sunday afternoon. It is a dispatch being updated and delivered while the community is literally under siege or in the messy, chaotic process of building a new civilization from the ground up.
And the author makes a profound final analytical point here.
Okay, what is it?
These verses are a hybrid. They are simultaneously the days of God, meaning history and storytelling, and D, they are practical laws.
The history generates the law, and the law explains the history.
Yes. It is a perfectly integrated pedagogical loop.
A perfectly integrated loop. Wow. We have covered a massive amount of ground today, unpacking the architecture of this text through the lens of Shah Wali al-Dawlah's incredible analysis. Let's try to synthesize the sheer scale of what we've explored.
We've seen a text that operates on multiple psychological and sociological levels simultaneously.
Yeah.
It uses accessible theology, appealing to the natural disposition and universal blessings like rain and agriculture, so that everyone from the farmer to the philosopher can grasp the concept of the divine, while strictly guarding against making God small and human.
It acts as an aggressive editor of history, stripping away the distracting trivia of world building so that the listener's brain cannot find an emotional escape hatch from the heavy moral lesson.
It utilizes a highly strategic rhythm of storytelling, repeating the stories of Moses and Pharaoh as a daily psychological medicine against human arrogance, while deploying singular narratives like Joseph for highly specialized, nuanced lessons in trauma and patience.
It jolts the human mind awake with an HD wake-up call,
Yeah.
using intensely graphic, sensory language to make the unknowable afterlife feel immediately real and forcing us to question the toxic power dynamics of the leaders we blindly follow today.
It approaches legal and cultural reform pragmatically, not by destroying the existing society overnight, but by applying a divine software patch to the existing Abrahamic hardware, incrementally realigning culture toward justice.
And finally, it divides the labor of implementation between the book and the prophet, acting as a real-time field manual that responds to the panic, the battles, and the scandals of a living community, turning their immediate blood and sweat into eternal legal principles.
It truly is a masterclass in how to reach the human mind and heart without breaking them and without letting them off the hook.
And for you listening, whether you approach this text from a place of deep faith or purely as a student of history, sociology, or mass communication, the applications are profound.
Absolutely.
Effective communication isn't just about what you say, it is ruthlessly dependent on knowing what to leave out.
That's the key takeaway.
It's about pacing. It's about knowing when to use a gentle metaphor and when to be terrifyingly direct. But I want to leave you with one final provocative thought to mull over, building on something al-Dalawi said earlier.
The quote about splitting hairs.
Yes. Remember that devastating critique? When commentators started splitting hairs, true understanding became rare. The text deliberately omits historical trivia so we don't miss the moral.
Right.
Now look at how we consume information today. Look at the 24-hour news cycle. Look at the doom scrolling. Look at the endless rabbit holes of data, the wikis, the interactive maps, the obsession with the lore of every single event, real or fictional.
We are drowning in details.
We are. We're living in an age where we have infinite instantaneous access to the exact color of the dog in the cave. We know the names, the dates, the trivia of every crisis on Earth. But in all that splitting of hairs and all that endless data, have we completely lost the moral of the story? Until next time, thanks for taking the deep dive. Have you ever been really immersed in a text? Maybe like a translation of an ancient manuscript or some highly complex piece of classical literature.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And suddenly it just feels like the narrative is, I don't know, actively resisting you.
Like it's pushing back.
Exactly. Like you're reading along and it feels like it's straight up skipping words. Or it seems to, blatantly contradict a point it made just like 3 pages earlier.
Right, or it tells this incredibly vivid, emotionally devastating story, but it completely refuses to give you the names of the main characters.
Yes. Or the name of the city they live in. It's so frustrating.
It creates a very specific kind of cognitive friction.
Cognitive friction. I like that.
Yeah, because our modern instinct, which is, trained by centuries of highly structured, linear editorial standards, is to assume the author just made a mistake.
Right. We immediately diagnose it as bad writing. Like, oh, the editor fell asleep at the wheel.
Exactly. We assume the manuscript was damaged, or the translation is clumsy, or somebody just dropped the ball.
But when you realize those apparent gaps, those missing names, those chronological jumps, aren't flaws at all.
They're intentional.
Right. They're actually a highly advanced literary technology. And once you see that, it completely changes how you read.
It really does. Suddenly, you aren't just absorbing a story.
You are being psychologically managed by the text. And, well, that is exactly what we are unpacking today.
I'm very excited for this one.
Me too. Because for this deep dive, our mission is to look at the sophisticated rhetorical architecture of classical Arabic and Quranic text.
Which is just a masterclass in this kind of writing.
It really is. And we're using the analytical framework provided by Shah Waliullah Dahlawi in his foundational work, Al-Fawz al-Kabir.
Yeah, and Dahlawi's framework is just essential here.
Because he isn't just concerned with theology or history, right?
Exactly. He is deeply concerned with the mechanics of language, and more importantly, the psychology of the reader.
Right.
We are looking at how meaning is constructed beneath the literal surface of the words. The core premise we are exploring today is that this text is intentionally designed to bypass superficial reading habits.
It doesn't want you to just parse the grammar and move on.
No, it demands that you factor in cultural contexts, the psychological states of the original audience, and a level of rhetorical elegance that forces active intellectual participation.
Okay, let's unpack this because I want to start with a concept that immediately challenges how we consume media today.
Okay, let's do it.
Which is the text's reliance on broad archetypes over hyper-specific historical details.
Right.
Because if I read a news article or a biography today, I expect the granular data. I want the names, the exact GPS coordinates of the village, the precise time of day the event occurred.
Give me the facts. Right.
Exactly. But Dahlawi points out that the Quran frequently does the exact opposite.
It abstracts historical events into these broad, unnamed archetypes.
Yeah. It talks about a happy person versus a wretched person, or a safe, secure village that turns ungrateful and faces ruin.
But it rarely tells you which village.
Or which specific tyrant. And from the perspective of a historian, that omission feels like a deprivation of data. Like you're hiding the facts from me.
But from a rhetorical and psychological standpoint, it is an absolute masterstroke.
Really? How so?
Well, think about the neurological distance we create when we are presented with highly specific historical facts.
Okay.
If a text names a specific arrogant king who ruled a specific valley, 3,000 years ago, human psychology inevitably compartmentalizes that information.
Oh, I see. We read it and think, wow, what a fascinating documentary about a terrible person who has nothing to do with me.
Exactly. The specificity creates a psychological firewall between the reader and the moral of the story.
We box it up as history. We put it on a shelf labeled like things that happened to other people.
Precisely. And by abstracting the narrative into an archetype, the ungrateful village, the arrogant wealthy man, the corrupt leader, The text removes that firewall entirely.
It denies you the luxury of treating the story as a closed chapter of history.
Yes. The archetype functions as a mirror rather than a photograph. You are forced into a position of introspection.
You have to ask, wait, does my community resemble this ungrateful village?
Yeah.
Am I displaying the traits of this unnamed, arrogant man?
Exactly. It's deeply uncomfortable, but incredibly effective.
It reminds me of the underlying mechanics of a fable.
Oh, that's a great comparison.
Yeah, like you don't need the exact taxonomic classification of the tortoise and the hare to understand the moral about arrogance and persistence.
Right. You don't need their genetic lineage.
If the story gave me the precise genetic lineage of the rabbit and, I don't know, the exact meteorological data for the day of the race,
Yeah.
I wouldn't apply the lesson to my own work ethic.
You just process it as a highly unusual zoological event.
Exactly. The lack of specific detail is the very mechanism that makes the truth universal.
That's a perfect parallel, and Delaue provides a brilliant illustration of this mechanism in action.
Oh yeah, the metaphor about charity.
Yes. The text describes a single grain that grows into 7 ears, and each of those ears holds exactly 100 grains.
So 700 grains from one seed.
Right. It's a visualization of exponential spiritual reward. Now, a hyperliteral reader might approach this and say, I need to speak to an agronomist.
Because I need to know if this specific botanical configuration actually exists in the physical world.
Which completely misses the point of the metaphor.
It's not an agricultural manual, guys.
Right. Delaue identifies this specific rhetorical device as luzum malayelzam,
Which roughly translates to what?
to requiring what is not literally required.
Okay, interesting.
The text is constructing a conceptual archetype. It uses the familiar imagery of agriculture seeds and harvesting, but it pushes the mathematics into the realm of the extraordinary.
To force the reader's brain to conceptualize vast, almost incomprehensible multiplication.
Exactly. The numbers aren't there for agricultural accuracy. They are an architectural framework for understanding generosity.
So it requires the mind to visualize this exponential growth as a universal truth about the nature of a charitable act, completely divorcing it from the literal constraints of farming.
Yes, perfectly said.
But wait, I have a question about this.
Go for it.
If the text actively pushes the reader away from specific historical or physical constraints to focus on conceptual truths, how does it handle time?
Now we're getting into the structure.
Because if I pick up a book, my baseline assumption is chronological integrity.
Yeah.
Chapter 2 happens after Chapter 1. Event B is the result of Event A.
That is our deeply conditioned expectation, yes.
But Delaue's framework suggests this text routinely organizes information logically rather than chronologically.
It does, very frequently.
And I have to be honest, that sounds like a massive liability. If you abandon chronological order, aren't you just left with a disorganized, confusing manuscript?
This raises an important question, and you're touching on a major point of friction for modern readers.
Yeah, it feels counterintuitive.
We are deeply conditioned to view sequence as synonymous with time. But classical scholars mapped out a concept called al-taqwadum wal-takir al-rutbi.
Okay, let me try to get that. Progress and retardation in rank.
That's the translation, yes. This principle argues that within a sophisticated text, concepts and verses are frequently sequenced according to their logical weight.
Their thematic rank.
Right, or their psychological necessity, completely independent of the chronological timeline of when the events occurred or when the verses were historically revealed.
Okay, give me a concrete example of this, because the idea of logical weight superseding chronological reality is, it's hard to visualize in a practical text.
Let's look at an observation made by the classical scholar Ibn Umar, which Delaue highlights.
Okay.
He examines a specific verse that fiercely condemns those who hoard gold and silver.
A condemnation of hoarding wealth.
Right. Now, from a purely historical chronological standpoint, this verse is located in Sudabara.
Which is late in the timeline, right?
Very late. It arrived well after the formal, institutionalized rules of mandatory charity, known as zakat, had already been established and practiced by the community.
Okay, so chronologically, the legal framework for giving charity was built first, and this specific philosophical condemnation of hoarding wealth came years later.
Exactly. But Ibn Umar points out that in the thematic and logical architecture of the text, the condemnation of hoarding must be understood as the precursor.
Wait, why?
Because you have to intellectually and psychologically diagnose the spiritual disease, which is the destructive hoarding of wealth, before you can truly comprehend the necessity of the cure.
And the cure is the institutionalized system of charity.
Precisely. Logically, the disease precedes the treatment, even if, historically, the specific verse diagnosing the disease arrived after the treatment was mandated.
Wow, so the text prioritizes the psychological arrangement over the calendar.
Yes. It organizes by rank, not by the clock.
I see the elegance in that, I really do.
Mm.
But I'm going to push back here.
All right, let's hear it.
If you are a first-time reader, or even, a jurist trying to derive practical laws, doesn't this nonlinear approach make the text incredibly dangerous to navigate?
Dangerous how?
Well, if you are constantly jumping from a legal ruling back to a psychological premise, from a historical battle forward to a cosmic principle, the risk of misinterpretation seems astronomical.
It does seem that way.
So why not just write it in order? Why not make it easy?
Well, that assumes the primary goal of the text is to be an easily scannable reference manual, which it is not.
Right, it's not an encyclopedia.
It is designed to build a psychological and moral architecture within the reader, but your point about the difficulty of navigation is exactly why the entire classical tradition of interpretation exists in the first place.
Oh, right, the scholars.
The scholars aren't just there to translate vocabulary, they are cartographers. They are mapping the invisible logical architecture beneath the chronological surface.
That makes a lot of sense.
They are demonstrating that while the foundation of a building might have been poured after the roof was framed in the historical timeline of its construction.
Right. Historically, things get messy.
In the structure of meaning, the foundation will always logically precede the roof. The text demands that you abandon your reliance on a simple timeline and engage with the hierarchy of ideas.
Okay, I get that. But if abandoning the timeline is difficult, what happens when the text seems to present something that is straight up impossible?
You mean beyond just things being out of thematic order?
Exactly. Because as a reader, you occasionally hit these moments that feel like massive speed bumps, like blatant contradictions or physical impossibilities.
Right.
And instead of writing these off as errors, the classical framework introduces this analytical science called Taji, which I found absolutely fascinating.
Taji is one of the most intellectually rigorous tools in classical textual analysis.
It translates to directing or resolving, right?
Yes. When a text presents an apparent contradiction or an impossibility, Taji is the methodology used to resolve it.
And the crucial part is that the foundational assumption of Taji is not that the text is flawed.
Never. The assumption is that the text operates on a deeply contextual, multi-layered frequency.
So an apparent contradiction isn't a mistake.
No, it is an intentional doorway. It's designed to force the reader to acquire a new key.
Whether that key is cultural context, sociological understanding, or a shift in physical paradigms.
Exactly.
Let's test that methodology with the examples Delaoui provides, starting with what looks like an egregious historical error.
The narrative surrounding Mary.
Yes. So in the text, when Mary returns to her people, they confront her by addressing her as the sister of Aaron.
Right.
Now, anyone with even a passing knowledge of Abrahamic timelines knows that Moses and his brother Aaron lived roughly a millennium before Mary.
A huge gap in time.
Right. So on a surface-level reading, this isn't just a minor slip. It looks like the author confused two completely different eras of history.
And if you apply a rigid modern literalism to the text, your investigation stops right there.
You just declare it an anachronism and walk away.
You do. But Taji demands that you excavate the sociology and the linguistic habits of the specific culture being depicted.
Okay, so what is the resolution here?
The resolution to this paradox was actually provided by the prophet himself when he was questioned about this exact phrase.
Oh, so even people back then were asking about it.
Absolutely. He explained that among the Israelites of that historical period, it was a deeply ingrained cultural idiom to name their children after righteous ancestors,
Right.
or to rhetorically associate someone with a pious historical figure to invoke their lineage.
So the phrase sister of Aaron wasn't a claim of biological siblinghood.
Not at all.
It was a mechanism of sociological pressure.
Precisely.
Her community was effectively saying, you are a woman who comes from the pristine, spiritually elite lineage of Aaron. How could someone with your ancestral pedigree commit such a scandalous act?
Yes. It's utilizing the weight of history to amplify their shock.
It's entirely analogous to calling a brilliant modern physicist an Einstein.
That is a perfect modern equivalent. You aren't making a claim about their DNA.
No, you are invoking an archetype of genius to contextualize their ability.
By utilizing Taoji, the meaning is directed away from a biologically impossible literalism and towards a historically and sociologically accurate representation of how that community actually spoke.
Which proves the text is operating with a high degree of cultural resolution.
Yes,
Okay, that resolves a historical paradox.
but what about a physical one?
The biomechanics question.
Yes. Delaoui mentions a scenario that feels like a riddle. Someone asked about a description in the text regarding the Day of Judgment where people are described as walking on their faces.
Right.
Immediately, the empirical literalist mind rejects this. I mean, the biomechanics of a human face, the lack of joints, the absence of locomotive musculature make this physically absurd.
It sounds impossible.
How does Taoji resolve an anatomical impossibility?
By attacking the underlying cognitive bias of the reader.
Oh, interesting. The logical resolution provided in the classical sources is devastatingly simple, yet philosophically profound.
What was the answer?
The answer given was, the creator who originally engineered legs to walk can just as easily engineer faces to function as a mode of transport.
Wow, that is a massive paradigm shift.
It really is.
It essentially turns the reader's skepticism back on themselves. You read it and say, well, that defies the laws of physics.
And the text replies, you are confusing the localized laws of your current physical reality with the absolute limits of existence.
Exactly. It exposes the arrogance of human empiricism.
We project our current localized biomechanical reality onto a metaphysical realm that operates on entirely different parameters.
So the text deliberately utilizes this anatomically shocking imagery walking on faces to force a cognitive break.
Yes, it is breaking the reader's reliance on their terrestrial assumptions. It's preparing them to accept that the ultimate reality, the afterlife, is not constrained by the current design of the human body or the current laws of physics.
It forces you to rethink the nature of capability itself.
Exactly.
Now let's look at a true textual contradiction, where the text seems to be fighting itself.
Okay.
Delaoui brings up the paradox of silence versus asking regarding the afterlife.
This is a classic example.
Yeah, because there are verses that explicitly state that on the Day of Judgment, people will absolutely not be asked about their sins. Total, terrifying silence.
Complete silence.
But elsewhere, the text explicitly describes people approaching one another and asking each other questions.
Right.
Legally and logically, those two statements cannot coexist in the same space. Are they silent, or are they interrogating each other?
This is a perfect example of where a flat, two-dimensional reading of the text completely fails.
So how does Taoji fix this one?
The scholar Ibn Abbas provides the Taoji here by introducing the element of temporal progression.
Temporal progression, meaning the passage of time.
Right. He explains that the afterlife is not a single frozen tableau. It is an expansive journey comprised of distinct sequential phases.
Oh, I see.
The verses that describe absolute silence and the absence of questioning refer to the initial cataclysmic phase of the resurrection and judgment.
Where the psychological terror is just absolute.
Exactly. The sheer awe of the moment is so overwhelmingly absolute that the capacity for speech, let alone casual inquiry, is entirely annihilated.
But the verses about conversation,
They refer to a completely different temporal phase.
once the initial terror of the judgment has concluded,
Right. Once people have entered the subsequent phases, specifically the safety and security of paradise, the psychological state shifts from awe to reflection.
and in that secure environment, they begin to converse, to ask each other about their past lives and what they endured.
Yes. So the contradiction is entirely an illusion.
An illusion created by the reader's failure to recognize that the text is moving through time. We assume the text is painting a single picture, but it's actually giving us a timeline of psychological states. And speaking of psychological states, the final example of Taoji we should examine might be the most brilliant demonstration of psychological insight in the entire framework.
You're talking about the ritual of Safa and Marwa.
Yes, the no-sin dilemma. Let me set this up.
Please do.
So, walking between these two hills, Safa and Marwa, during the pilgrimage, is a required foundational part of the ritual.
Right.
But the text frames this requirement in a very peculiar way. It says that whoever performs the pilgrimage, there is no sin upon them to walk between these hills.
Which is strange phrasing.
Very strange. If an action is mandatory or even just highly recommended, you don't frame it as the absence of a sin.
Right.
Like a government doesn't say, "It's not a crime to pay your taxes."
Right. They say you are required to pay your taxes.
Exactly. So why use this specific, seemingly contradictory phrasing?
To understand the brilliance of this phrasing, you have to immerse yourself in the acute psychological reality of the very first generation of Muslims who received this text.
Okay, what were they going through?
Well, prior to Islam, during the era of widespread polytheism, those two specific hills, Safa and Marwa, were the sites of prominent pagan idols.
Ah. And the early Muslims had just undergone a massive, difficult societal and spiritual shift to reject idolatry.
Exactly. So when they were told to perform a ritual at the exact geographical location where they used to worship idols, they experienced massive cognitive dissonance.
It was severe psychological trauma.
Yes. They associated the physical space of those hills with the very practices they had just forsaken.
They felt an intense, paralyzing guilt and anxiety at the thought of walking between them.
They felt that participating in a ritual there, even a newly sanctified one, was dangerously close to reverting to their old ways.
Which means if the text had simply issued a cold, legalistic command like, "You are legally obligated to walk between Safa and Marwa," what would have happened?
They would have complied, but they would have done so carrying a crushing burden of guilt and internal conflict.
Wow. And this is where the text transitions from being a legal document to a deeply empathetic therapeutic voice.
Yes. By framing the command with the phrase, "There is no sin upon you," the text is directly surgically targeting their unspoken trauma.
It isn't just establishing a legal baseline. It is validating their caution.
It acknowledges their spiritual anxiety and affirmatively clears their conscience.
It tells them, your hesitation is understood, but you are spiritually safe here.
It is profound psychological therapy embedded within a legal ruling.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Because when you look at these examples, resolving the sociological idiom of Aaron's sister, the physical paradigm shift of walking on faces, the temporal phases of the afterlife, and the psychological therapy of Safa and Marwa, it becomes undeniable that this text demands an incredibly active reader.
You cannot passively consume this.
No, you have to interrogate the cultural context, the timeline, the neurology of the audience.
But, and this is a big, but Dalawi also includes a massive caveat about this exact process of seeking context.
Right, because there is a point where the pursuit of context actually becomes toxic to the meaning of the text.
Yes, and this is a crucial counterbalance. While Taji requires understanding context, Dalawi issues a severe warning against what we might call the historian's disease.
The obsessive compulsion to over-contextualize.
Exactly. He specifically critiques historians, naming figures like Muhammad bin Ishaq al-Kalbi, who fell into the trap of trying to unearth or even invent a granular, hyper-specific backstory for every single phrase and every single omitted detail in the text.
Dalawi refers to this obsession as takaluf malayani, which is such a great phrase.
It translates to burdening oneself with meaningless details.
And the example he uses to illustrate this historian's trap is the story of the sleepers of the cave.
Right. So the text tells a profound narrative about a group of righteous youths who flee persecution and are put into a miraculous centuries-long sleep in a cave.
And the text mentions that they had a dog with them, stationed at the entrance.
Yes. The overarching themes of the story are monumental. The nature of time, the preservation of faith under tyranny, the illusion of worldly power.
But how do certain historians react to this story?
They start arguing about the dog.
They obsess over the breed. Was the dog black? Was it yellow with spots? What was its name?
Exactly. And Dalawi's critique is that this isn't just a harmless academic exercise. It is actively destructive to the purpose of the text.
Because when you treat a profound moral, philosophical, and spiritual document as a repository for historical trivia, you neuter its power.
Yes. If you are dedicating your intellectual energy to debating the pigment of a canine that lived thousands of years ago, you have entirely missed the existential lessons about the relativity of time and the fragility of human empires.
You have zoomed in so far on the bark of a single tree that you've lost all comprehension of the forest.
That's exactly it.
I think this specific critique, the danger of Takaluf Malayani, of burdening oneself with meaningless details, is arguably the most urgently relevant concept for our modern era.
Well, without a doubt.
Think about the contemporary information ecosystem you and I navigate every single day. We are absolutely drowning in the color of the dog.
We really are.
We scroll through endless feeds obsessing over hyper-specific, ephemeral data. We memorize the granular trivia of a celebrity trial, or the minute-by-minute tactical errors of a political scandal.
We gorge ourselves on context and data points.
And we confuse that accumulation of trivia with being informed.
It's a profound sociological crisis. We have entirely decoupled data from wisdom.
Right. We assume that high-resolution context automatically yields high-resolution understanding.
But as Dalawi points out, an obsession with the micro details frequently serves as a distraction from the macro truths.
The classical scholars understood that sometimes the deliberate withholding of information is what allows the core truth to resonate,
Exactly.
which is the perfect bridge to one of the most mechanically fascinating sections of Dalawi's analysis.
The art of intentional omission.
Yes, the text's mastery of what it doesn't say, or what the classical framework calls al-haf.
This is such a powerful concept.
If adding meaningless context dilutes the power of a text, then the ultimate expression of rhetorical power must be found in the calculated removal of words.
And this isn't just about saving parchment, right?
No, this is about linguistic economy that weaponizes the reader's own cognitive processes.
Al-Hav is where the text operates at its highest rhetorical frequency.
It is the intentional dropping of words, subjects, or entire clauses to make the language dramatically more efficient, forceful, and neurologically engaging.
The text forces the reader to bridge the grammatical gap, making them an active participant in the creation of the meaning.
Dalawi categorizes several distinct mechanisms of omission, starting with what he calls the omission of the added.
Let's break down the mechanics of that.
Okay, the example he gives is a verse that literally translates to, "Righteousness is the one who believes."
Right.
From a purely grammatical standpoint, that equation doesn't work. Righteousness is an abstract concept. It's a quality.
Right, and the one who believes is a physical human being.
You can't equate an abstract noun directly with a person. It's like saying courage is a firefighter. You wouldn't say that. You would say courage is the action of a firefighter, or courage is the defining trait of a firefighter.
Exactly. The structurally complete sentence would be, righteousness is the action of the one who believes, or righteousness is the quality of the one who believes.
But the text deliberately omits the words action of or quality of.
Yes.
So why create that grammatical friction? What is the rhetorical payoff for dropping those words?
The payoff is absolute linguistic force.
Oh, tell me more.
By omitting the buffer words and equating the abstract concept directly with the human being, righteousness is the believer, the text creates an incredibly tight, visceral metaphor.
It implies that the individual has internalized this virtue so completely, so thoroughly, that the separation between the person and the concept has dissolved.
Exactly. They haven't just performed a righteous act, they have become the physical embodiment of righteousness itself.
It elevates the praise to an entirely different stratum, and it does so precisely by breaking the standard rules of grammar.
It's a brilliant conceptual shortcut.
The next category is the omission of the related, which operates on a similar principle of totality.
Yes, the example given is the phrase, ask the village.
Now, obviously, you cannot interrogate municipal infrastructure.
Right, you can't talk to buildings.
You cannot walk up to a mud brick wall and demand answers. The structurally complete sentence is, ask the people of the village.
But look at what happens neurologically when you drop the people of.
Okay, let's think about it.
If I tell you to ask the people of a village, you might envision finding a few individuals in the market square and questioning them.
Right. A few witnesses.
But when the text commands you to ask the village, it utilizes synecdoche to convey an overwhelming sense of totality and atmospheric saturation.
It implies that the event in question was so massive, so universally witnessed, that the entire environment, the very stones of the village, are practically vibrating with the truth of it.
Yes. The omission expands the scope of the witness from a few individuals to the entirety of the community.
Wow. But the most visceral mechanism has to be psychological omission.
This one is intense.
It is. Dalawi points to a verse describing a group of people who had fallen deeply into idolatry, specifically worshiping a golden calf. The literal translation of their spiritual state is, they were made to drink the calf in their hearts.
Which is, again, a biological and physical absurdity.
Right. You cannot liquefy a golden statue and ingest it. And even if you could, it goes into your stomach, not the organ of your heart.
The omitted phrase here is the love of.
The full logical sentence would be, they were made to drink the love of the calf into their hearts.
But consider how sterile and clinical that full sentence feels compared to the truncated version.
Yeah, they drank the love of the calf, sounds like a psychological diagnosis. He drank the calf sounds like a addiction.
Precisely. By omitting the love of, the imagery bypasses the intellect and hits the nervous system.
Idolatry is no longer presented as a mere theological error or a misaligned preference.
It is depicted as a consuming biological necessity.
They drank it. It flowed into their veins. It saturated their inner being like water quenching a profound thirst.
The omission transforms an abstract spiritual failure into a visceral physiological reality.
This mastery of omission extends beyond just dropping nouns, too. The text frequently omits the entire subject of a sentence, relying entirely on context and the reader's intuition.
There's a beautiful example of this.
Yeah, where the text says, until it hid in the veil. The word sun is completely absent from the passage,
Right.
but the atmospheric buildup makes it instantly, universally understood that it is describing a sunset.
It respects the reader's intelligence enough not to over-explain.
But the mechanism of omission that I find most structurally fascinating is the use of the Arabic word id.
Oh, it is incredible.
Dalawi explores how this tiny particle, which roughly translates to remember when, or simply when, functions as a massive rhetorical lever.
Id is an extraordinary linguistic tool. In standard linear storytelling, an author has to build the scaffolding of a scene.
Right, they have to establish the setting, move the characters into place, describe the sequence of events leading up to the climax.
Id allows the text to bypass all of that expositional scaffolding.
It functions as an instantaneous portal.
Yes, it drops the reader directly into the climax of a terrifying or magnificent scene without any grammatical warning.
I was trying to find a modern equivalent for how id operates on the brain, and the closest parallel I could think of is the technique of the jump cut in modern cinema.
Oh, that's a perfect analogy.
If you have a brilliant film director and they want to show a character's descent into exhaustion, they don't film the character turning off the lamp, sleeping, waking up to the alarm, brushing their teeth, sitting in traffic, and walking in the office.
That's boring linear exposition.
Right. A master director shows the character looking stressed in the dark. And then, bam, a hard jump cut to the character staring blankly at a spreadsheet under fluorescent office lights.
The director trusts the audience's brain to bridge the gap.
Exactly. The word aid is a grammatical jump cut. The text doesn't give you the slow build-up to the apocalypse.
It just uses aid when the earth is shaken with its final earthquake.
Bam! The exposition is omitted, and you are instantly disoriented and immersed in the catastrophe. It's highly efficient, and it makes the narrative infinitely more explosive.
That cinematic parallel is highly accurate, particularly regarding how the technique relies on the audience's cognitive participation.
Right.
And the ultimate manifestation of forcing the reader to participate through omission is when the text deliberately drops the answer to a conditional sentence.
Oh, this part gave me chills.
The text will construct a terrifying premise, building immense tension, if you could only see the wrongdoers in the agonizing throes of death.
And then the sentence abruptly terminates.
Hmm.
There is no concluding clause.
Nothing.
There is no... Then you would realize their mistake, or then you would be terrified. The consequence is left entirely blank.
Which is infinitely more terrifying than any description could ever be.
Because if the author attempted to describe the punishment using language, they would inevitably be constrained by the limits of vocabulary.
Right. No matter what words you use to describe agony, the reader can process it, categorize it, and eventually distance themselves from it.
But by leaving that blank space at the end of the sentence, if you could see them in the agonies of death, the text forces the reader's own neurology to finish the thought.
It is the pinnacle of psychological leverage. The text effectively outsources the horror to the reader's own imagination.
It forces you to project your deepest, most personalized fears into that grammatical void.
The silence at the end of that sentence is heavier and far more persuasive than any spoken warning could ever achieve.
So we've seen how the text wields power by deleting words.
Yes.
But the final dimension of this classical framework, and Dalawi dedicates significant analysis to this, is how the text operates when it doesn't drop a word, but instead swaps it for something else.
Right.
This brings us to the concept of al-ibdal, or the art of substitution.
This is where the text moves from raw power to exquisite, almost surgical nuance.
Let's define al-ibdal first.
Al-ibdal is the rhetorical science of substitution. It occurs when the text deliberately exchanges a seemingly obvious word, like a verb for a verb, or a noun for a completely different word, that subtly alters the entire psychological landscape of the passage.
It is the study of nuance, subtext,
Yeah.
and the power dynamics of language.
Exactly.
Delawi provides a phenomenal example of verb substitution that completely changed how I understand dialogue in ancient texts.
The example with the antagonists.
Yes, he points to a verse where the antagonists, the elite leaders of the society, are pointing at the prophet and asking, "Is this the one who mentions your gods?"
Right.
Now, if you look at the reality of the situation, the prophet was actively dismantling their religious system. He was preaching against their idols.
He was a massive threat.
The historically and factually accurate verb would be, "Is this the one who insults your gods or who curses your gods?"
Yes, exactly.
So why does the text substitute the aggressive, accurate verb insult with this incredibly mild, polite euphemism mention?
Because the polite euphemism reveals the sociology of arrogance far better than an accurate description of the conflict ever could.
Wait, unpack that for me.
Consider the psychology of the ruling elite being depicted. By refusing to even utilize the word insult, these antagonists are projecting an aura of untouchable superiority.
Oh, I see.
They are linguistically signaling that their gods, and by extension their own social hierarchy, are so elevated, so supremely unassailable, that the mere act of a dissenting voice daring to mention them in a less than worshipful tone is an unbearable outrage.
It's a linguistic flex.
That's exactly what it is.
If they said, "He is insulting our gods," they would be acknowledging that he has the power to cause offense. They would be admitting vulnerability.
Yes. By saying he is mentioning our gods, they are attempting to reduce him to a pest.
They are using a polite verb to convey absolute disdain.
It is a psychological portrait of ruling class arrogance painted with a single verb substitution.
That is just brilliant observation of how power dynamics dictate vocabulary. But al-Ibdal isn't just used to expose human arrogance, right?
No, it is also used to establish profound theological realities.
Right. Delawi highlights another substitution, this time regarding the fate of the wicked.
Yes.
The literal translation of the verse describing their ultimate isolation is, "They are not accompanied by us."
Right.
In the context of the passage, the structural meaning is clearly that they are devoid of divine assistance. The standard verb should be, "They are not helped by us."
So why swap helped for accompanied?
Because it completely redefines the nature of the deprivation. If the text just said, "They aren't getting help," it sounds like a logistical failure.
Like they called for backup and the reinforcements didn't arrive?
Precisely. But by substituting accompanied, the text reveals its underlying theological worldview.
In this framework, divine assistance is not a transactional service that can be dispatched from a distance.
Divine help is synonymous with and entirely dependent upon divine proximity. You cannot receive the assistance of the divine if you are severed from the presence of the divine.
Wow. By stating they are not accompanied, the text delivers a far more devastating existential verdict.
It means they aren't just lacking assistance. They're completely and utterly cut off from the source of existence itself.
The verb substitution transforms a denial of aid into a statement of absolute metaphysical isolation.
To help contextualize the sheer elegance of these substitutions, Delawi draws a parallel that I found completely illuminating. He compares the textual substitutions to the strict protocols of traditional Persian court etiquette.
Yes, the Persian court analogy perfectly encapsulates the sociology of substitution.
How did that work?
In the high courts of the Persian Empire, the language used around the sovereign was tightly controlled to project an illusion of absolute perfection and invulnerability.
The king had to seem perfect.
Right. The king was, rhetorically speaking, immune to the frailties of mortality. Therefore, if the sovereign fell ill, the courtiers and officials were forbidden by protocol from uttering the biologically accurate sentence, "The prince is sick."
Because saying the prince is sick introduces weakness into the aura of power. It's a vulnerability.
Exactly.
So what was the required substitution?
The required protocol was to substitute the subject entirely. They would announce, "The enemies of the prince fell ill."
That is astonishing.
Isn't it?
The meaning that the court operations are suspended due to illness is conveyed to everyone who understands the protocol, but the language itself bends and contorts to protect the perceived invulnerability of the sovereign.
Exactly. It is a noun substitution driven entirely by reverence and the semiotics of power.
And Delawi points out that classical Arabic text frequently employs similar noun substitutions.
Yes, it will abruptly shift from addressing a group in the masculine to the feminine, or shift from singular pronouns to plural pronouns.
To an uninitiated reader, these shifts look like grammatical errors or inconsistencies,
But to a reader versed in al-ibdal, these are deliberate maneuvers to manipulate the scope of the address.
Sometimes a shift in pronouns is used to maintain a specific tone of reverence, and other times it is used to generalize a severe condemnation.
Deliberately refusing to dignify the specific culprits with the direct, singular address.
It's the linguistic equivalent of refusing to make eye contact.
That's a great way to put it.
So what does this all mean? When we step back and survey this entire framework, when we look at the deliberate abstraction of archetypes, the logical supremacy over chronological timelines, the demanding resolutions of Taji, the devastating efficiency of omission, and the exquisite power dynamics of substitution, what is the ultimate takeaway?
To me, it means that engaging with a truly profound classical text is the furthest thing from a passive activity.
You cannot just run your eyes over the translated letters and expect to absorb the truth.
No, you have to operate as an acoustic engineer of meaning. You have to understand the invisible structures supporting the literal words.
It demands that we elevate our methodology of critical thinking.
The Lowy's framework teaches us that the highest forms of truth are rarely found in the accumulation of hyperspecific trivia.
It warns us that chronological sequence is frequently a poor substitute for logical architecture.
And most importantly, it trains us to recognize that the negative space in communication, what is deliberately left unsaid or what is quietly swapped out for a euphemism, is often the most crucial part of the message.
Let's briefly retrace the map of our conversation today to lock in these concepts.
Good idea.
We began by examining how the text utilizes universal archetypes, like the ungrateful village, the 7 years of grain, to strip away the psychological firewall of historical specifics, turning the narrative into a mirror rather than a documentary.
Then we explored the concept of al-taqaddum wal-takhir al-rutbi.
The prioritization of logical rank, where diagnosing the spiritual disease fundamentally precedes the chronological timeline of the cure.
We then subjected the text to the rigors of Toji, resolving seemingly impossible contradictions.
By excavating the sociological reality of ancient Israelite naming conventions, shattering our localized reliance on physical laws with the imagery of walking on faces, and mapping the temporal phases of the afterlife to resolve the paradox of silence versus interrogation.
We discussed the critical warning against the historian's disease, the obsessive hunt for the dog's exact color, and how over-contextualizing destroys the core philosophy of a text.
And finally, we unpack the mechanics of linguistic power. The jump-cut efficiency of omission, or al-hath, that forces our own brains to finish the horrifying thought, and the subtle Persian court elegance of substitution, al-ibdal, that reveals the arrogance of an empire with a single verb.
The utility of these classical tools extends far beyond ancient manuscripts, though.
We are living in an era of unprecedented information obesity.
We really are. We are suffocated by context, data, and noise.
The analytical framework we discussed today is practically a survival guide for modern media consumption.
It trains you to seek the underlying archetype in the daily news cycle rather than drowning in the ephemeral drama.
It empowers you to ignore the meaningless trivia that algorithms prioritize.
And above all, it forces you to pay critical attention to the framing of the narratives presented to you. What words are being subtly substituted by politicians or media outlets, and what crucial context is being deliberately omitted?
Which brings us to a final provocative thought for you to carry forward.
I love this part.
We have spent this entire time analyzing how an ancient, sophisticated text communicates profound truths by intentionally leaving words out, by swapping aggressive verbs for polite euphemisms, and by requiring the reader to understand the unwritten sociology of the speaker.
Right.
I want you to take this analytical framework and apply it to the daily conversations of your own life. Think about the emails you send to your colleagues. Think about the text messages you receive from your partner or your family.
Think about the meetings you sit through.
How much of the true meaning in your life is hidden in the negative space?
When a friend or a boss uses a polite, slightly awkward substitution with you, what power dynamic are they actually trying to enforce?
When a loved one omits the end of a sentence, what emotion are they asking you to fill in for them? You cannot rely on a broken surface-level reading of human behavior.
You have to become the acoustic engineer of your own life, listening intently for the echoes of what is left unsaid.
If you start applying this classical level of textual analysis to the human beings around you, what hidden messages might you finally start to hear?
So, have you ever tried to argue with someone who completely twists the meaning of your words without actually changing the words themselves?
Oh, yeah. It's incredibly frustrating.
Right. You know exactly the feeling I'm talking about. You say one thing perfectly clearly, they nod, they repeat your exact sentence back to you, like word for word.
Yeah.
And then they just proceed to act as if you just gave them permission to do the exact opposite of what you meant. It is beyond infuriating.
It really is. It feels like a total breakdown of logic.
It genuinely feels like a glitch in the matrix of human communication. But what if I told you that this isn't just a frustrating quirk of modern arguments or, a tactic used by a passive-aggressive roommate?
Right.
What if this is actually a deeply ingrained psychological, logical, and even political problem that has been shaping human history, law, and culture for millennia?
Welcome back to another deep dive. Today, we are looking at how an ancient, monumental, analytical framework tackles that exact problem. It really is a phenomenon that goes to the very core of how we process authority. I mean, how do we interpret rules, and ultimately, how do we protect our own comfort zones when the truth becomes, well, inconvenient?
Exactly.
And the framework we are using today to unpack all of this is truly remarkable, especially in how systematically it approaches human cognitive dissonance.
Absolutely. So we are pulling our insights today from a classic, highly regarded text on the principles of Quranic exegesis, which is known as tafsir.
Right.
This specific framework was laid out by the renowned 18th century scholar Shah Waliullah Dahlawi. Now, his overarching work is a massive, comprehensive study of theology and language.
It's huge, yeah.
But our mission for this deep dive is to focus on a very specific, absolutely fascinating slice of it. We are looking at the art of the divine debate.
Which is such a great phrase, the art of the divine debate.
It really is. Specifically, we are going to explore the historical rhetorical strategies used to dismantle opposing worldviews, focusing exclusively on the debates with the ancient polytheists of the Arabian Peninsula and the Jewish tribes of that era.
And I think it's crucial to point out right away that our goal here isn't just some dry historical recap.
Right.
We aren't just, logging what people argued about centuries ago.
Right. No one wants a boring history lecture.
Exactly. We are looking at what these specific ancient debates reveal about human psychology, the exact mechanics of how laws become corrupted over time, and a truly profound, almost medical framework for understanding why different cultures end up with different sets of divine rules.
Yes, the medical analogy later on it's honestly mind-blowing. But before we jump into the deep end, I want to clearly state to you, our listener, what our parameters are today.
Always good to set the ground rules.
Right. Our goal is to impartially report and analyze the fascinating logical frameworks and historical arguments presented in this specific scholarly analysis.
Right, we're just analyzing the text.
Exactly. We are not here to endorse, validate, or take sides on any religious or theological viewpoints. We are treating this material as an incredible window into ancient logic, rhetoric, sociology, and debate strategy. We are here to look under the hood at the mechanics of the arguments themselves.
And the mechanics are beautifully complex.
They really are. So, okay, let's unpack this. Where does this rhetorical dismantling actually begin?
It begins at the absolute foundation of human belief. Before you can even get into how complex laws or sacred texts are corrupted, you have to start with how human beings corrupt the very concept of reality and the divine.
Okay, so ground zero.
Ground zero. The analysis starts by detailing the specific rhetorical response to the polytheists of the Arabian Peninsula, the Mushrikin. Now, we have to understand their baseline.
Which was what, exactly? Because people hear polytheists and they think of, like, Greek gods on Mount Olympus hanging out and throwing lightning bolts.
Right, but it's a bit more nuanced here. These were people who actually believed in a supreme god, a creator.
Wait, really? They believed in one supreme creator?
Yes, they did. But they fell into a massive cognitive trap, a conceptual error known in Arabic as tashbih.
Okay, let me pause you right there so we don't lose anyone in the terminology. Tashbih, if we translate that directly, we are essentially talking about anthropomorphism, right?
Precisely. Anthropomorphism.
The human tendency to assign our own biological, emotional, or social traits to a metaphysical divine being.
Exactly that. The polytheists believed in a supreme god, yes, but their minds couldn't grasp a god that existed entirely outside the parameters of human physical experience.
It was too abstract for them.
Way too abstract. So they just scaled God down. They gave God human attributes. The most prominent example in that society was their claim that the angels were the daughters of God.
Okay, so they are assigning literal biological offspring to the creator of the universe.
Yes. And the historical analysis we are looking at highlights how this specific logic was rhetorically dissected and exposed as absurd on a few different fronts.
Okay, what's the first front?
The first line of attack is pointing out the fundamental lack of homogeneity between a creator and the created universe.
Oh, right. The fundamental category error. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, let me use an analogy here.
Oh, you do.
If I spend years building a highly advanced, liquid-cooled supercomputer, I write the code, I solder the motherboards, the whole thing.
Okay, you're the creator.
Right. That computer shouldn't suddenly assume that I, its creator, am made of silicon, copper wires, and a cooling fan just because it is.
That is a perfect way to look at it.
Because the creator of a complex system inherently has to exist outside the rules of that system. To assume God has biological offspring requires God to be subject to the rules of biology, genetics, and time.
Which completely negates the very definition of a supreme, uncreated creator.
Exactly.
That is exactly the logical wedge being driven in here. If God reproduces, God is biological. If God is biological, God degrades and dies. Therefore, not God.
It's just basic logic.
It is. But the argument goes even deeper than basic physics or biology. It goes into intense psychological projection. The historical analysis points out a brilliant, almost surgical refutation of their beliefs.
Oh, I love surgical refutations. What was it?
Well, the ancient Arab polytheists, in their specific historical and cultural context, actually culturally despised having daughters.
Wait, really? Let's dig into that context for a second, because that seems like a massive contradiction.
It was a massive contradiction, and that's exactly what the debate exploited. In that specific tribal society, sons were prized.
Right, for the workforce, military, that sort of thing.
Exactly. Sons meant physical strength for tribal warfare. They meant economic security. They carried on the strict patriarchal lineage.
Okay, so boys were the ultimate status symbol?
Yes. Daughters, unfortunately, were often viewed as a profound societal and economic burden. The culture was notoriously harsh regarding female children.
That's so tragic.
It was. Yet these exact same people who viewed daughters as a mark of shame turned around and attributed daughters to the supreme God they supposedly revered.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So the rhetorical argument being leveled against them is essentially, you don't even want daughters for yourselves, you consider them a weakness, but you assign them to the supreme being that you claim is all-powerful.
That's the argument.
That is a devastating logical takedown. It completely exposes them.
It exposes that their theology wasn't actually theology. It wasn't based on contemplating a higher divine reality.
Why was it based on that?
It was just a sloppy, unexamined projection of their own earthly drama and biological assumptions. They were projecting their own societal structures onto the cosmos.
But let me push back on this for a second, or at least play devil's advocate.
Sure, go ahead.
Why is that so terrible? Why did ancient humans, and honestly, why do we still today insist on bringing the concept of God down to our biological, manageable level?
It's a great question.
Because from a sociological standpoint, isn't it completely natural to want a deity you can actually relate to? A completely abstract, metaphysical God sounds terrifyingly distant.
What's fascinating here is that you've hit the exact psychological nerve. It is terrifying. The human mind deeply struggles with the concept of the infinite.
Yeah, we like boundaries. We like things we can picture in our heads.
Exactly. We have a profound psychological need to scale the vastness of the universe down to a manageable human size. If God is an infinite metaphysical entity, completely unlike us, without physical form, without human emotions,
That's just too much to process.
it demands a massive level of intellectual surrender and humility.
It makes us feel small.
Exactly. But if God is just a bigger, more powerful version of a human king,
Oh, I see where you're going with this.
right, someone with a family, with earthly emotions, someone who gets angry the way we get angry, someone who needs advisors and intermediaries.
Well, then we know exactly how to deal with that. We know the rules of that game.
Precisely. We know how to flatter kings. We know how to bribe them. We know how to appeal to a king's children to get a favor.
So anthropomorphism, at its core, is a psychological coping mechanism to make the divine feel controllable and transactional.
Yes, it's about control.
That makes so much sense. If God is just a big human, I can negotiate with him using human currency.
But the analysis points out that when they were challenged on this, when they were asked for actual intellectual proof that God operated this way, their logic entirely collapsed.
Complete collapse.
Complete collapse. Their only defense, historically, was an appeal to tradition, blind imitation.
Ah, the classic fallback.
They essentially argued, We don't need proof. This is just what our fathers and grandfathers believed, and we are sticking to it.
We've always done it this way. The most dangerous phrase in human language.
It really is. And the analysis heavily emphasizes that the rhetorical strategy against them demanded intellectual proof above all else.
It didn't let them off the hook with the tradition excuse.
Not at all. It utterly refused to accept tradition as a valid epistemological foundation for truth. It essentially told them, you have been given human reason. It is a moral failure not to use it to break out of your generational echo chamber.
Okay, so if you fundamentally misunderstand the very nature of the creator scaling him down to a biological king, it perfectly tracks that you would also fundamentally misunderstand the mechanics of the universe that the creator built.
Right, the error is compound.
Which brings us to the next phase of this historical debate. Their absolute skepticism about life after death and the nature of prophets.
This is a huge part of the polemic.
Because if you think God is just a big biological guy, the idea of resurrecting billions of dead humans from dust probably sounds like too much manual labor.
That's a very apt way to put it. The analysis outlines how the polytheists found the concept of resurrection not just unlikely, but mathematically and scientifically impossible.
From their perspective, anyway.
Right. Their argument was entirely material. When a body dies, rots, and turns to dust, and that dust scatters in the wind.
How can the original person possibly be brought back? The physical material is just gone.
Exactly. It's scattered.
And how does the framework counter that materialist argument?
It counters it with observable logic and an argument from precedent, focusing on the comprehensiveness of divine power.
Okay, break that down for me. How do they prove it observably?
The rhetorical strategy asks them to just look at their immediate environment. Look at the earth around you. In the dry season in the Arabian Peninsula, the earth is practically dead. It is barren, dusty, baked, completely devoid of life.
It looks completely hopeless.
Yes. Then the seasonal rain falls, and almost overnight, the dead dust is teeming with green vegetation and life.
Oh, wow. So they are using the water cycle as a logical proof for resurrection.
Exactly. The logical argument presented to them is, if you witness the seemingly dead, dusty earth being resurrected to life every single year through a mechanism you don't fully control.
Why is it logically impossible for a human body to be restored?
Precisely. Furthermore, the argument points out a basic logical axiom. Restoring something that has already existed and had a blueprint is conceptually much easier than inventing and creating it from absolute nothingness in the first place.
Oh, that is an incredibly elegant framing.
Isn't it?
If you already concede that a creator made you the first time from absolute nothingness, which they did believe, right?
Yes, they believed in the initial creation.
Then arguing that this same creator can't put the pieces back together a second time is just a bizarre failure of imagination.
A failure of logic, really.
It's like admitting a mechanic built a custom car from scratch, but denying they have the ability to reassemble the engine after taking it apart.
That's exactly it. It highlights the inconsistency of their own belief system.
But their skepticism didn't just stop at the mechanics of the resurrection, did it?
No, it extended to the very concept of how God communicates. They had a massive fundamental problem with the concept of human prophets.
The human element again.
Always. The analysis details how the polytheists fiercely objected to the idea of a messenger who, as they put it, eats food and walks around in the marketplace just like them.
Right. They basically said if the supreme creator of the universe wanted to send us a message, he wouldn't send a guy from down the street.
Exactly.
He should have sent an angel. We want a supernatural light show, a booming voice from the clouds. We don't want just, a human being.
This is a crucial junction in understanding the psychology of skepticism. The polytheists were demanding a very specific type of miracle, an undeniable, overwhelming angelic envoy as their strict condition for belief.
They were moving the goalposts.
They're trying to dictate the terms of their own guidance.
But the counter-argument is fascinating, isn't it?
It is. It cites historical precedent, stating, "We sent none before you but men." The established divine pattern has always been to send human beings to guide human beings.
I love how this mirrors modern entitlement.
How so?
It's exactly like an entry-level employee on their first day, demanding that the CEO of a multinational corporation come down from the executive suite, skip all the managers, and personally explain the 10-year corporate strategy to them over a casual lunch.
Right.
In their exact preferred vocabulary before they agree to do their basic data entry job.
That is a brilliant analogy.
It's an incredible level of arrogance disguised as just asking for proof.
It really is. And the scholar who authored the analysis, Shah Waliullah, delves into a very deep philosophical concept to explain why the demand for an angel was rejected.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Why not just send an angel and end the debate?
He explains that the refusal to just drop an angel out of the sky on demand is based on what he terms universal wisdoms. The specific Arabic term used in his framework is al-masali al-kuliya.
Let's break that down for me. What does that actually mean in practice?
It essentially means that the architecture of reality operates on a macro level of wisdom and purpose, that the human mind is simply too limited and too self-centered to grasp in its entirety.
So we literally don't have the processing power to see the big picture.
Exactly. It implies that a universe run by a supreme creator cannot be reactive to the capricious, constantly shifting demands of every single skeptic.
So God isn't a magician taking requests from the audience. He doesn't perform on-demand magic tricks just to win a localized debate.
Precisely. Because if we connect this to the bigger picture, consider the consequences. If an undeniable, terrifyingly glorious angel appeared every time a human demanded one, the world would fundamentally cease to be a place of intellectual testing and moral choice.
Because it would just be obvious.
It would become a theater of overwhelming, inescapable coercion. If you see a biblically accurate angel, you don't choose to believe out of moral contemplation. You submit out of sheer existential terror.
So the universal wisdom dictates that guidance has to be delivered in a way that preserves human free will.
Yes.
It has to require a level of intellectual engagement and choice. If the proof is too overwhelming, free will is basically canceled.
Exactly. And furthermore, there's a pedagogical flaw in their demand.
A pedagogical flaw, like a flaw in how it teaches us.
Yes. Think about it. A human prophet provides a relatable, imitable model for behavior.
Because they're human.
Right. An angel does not eat, does not sleep, does not have a sex drive, does not feel human greed or fear. Therefore, an angel cannot serve as a practical, moral exemplar for a human being struggling with those exact biological realities.
That's such a good point.
How can an angel teach you how to be patient during a famine when an angel doesn't experience hunger?
You can't learn how to navigate the human condition by watching a creature that is immune to the human condition.
Exactly. The polytheist's demand for an angel wasn't just scientifically impossible for them to process, it was structurally flawed for the purpose of human moral education.
That makes perfect sense. Okay, so dealing with the polytheists was one specific type of rhetorical dawdle.
A very foundational one.
Right. They had fundamentally different views of the bedrock of reality. They didn't believe in the afterlife. They didn't understand the mechanism of prophecy. They projected human flaws onto the creator. It was a ground-up debate about physics and metaphysics.
But then the text shifts.
Yes. The historical analysis takes a sharp turn here. It moves away from the polytheists and dives into the polemics against the Jewish tribes of that era, the people of the book. And the dynamic of the debate changes entirely here, doesn't it?
It absolutely has to change.
Why is that?
Because now the rhetorical engagement is with a group that already possesses a divine scripture, already believes in the concept of prophets, and already vehemently believes in the one non-physical God.
So they aren't arguing about whether God exists or if he has daughter.
Exactly. The baseline is entirely different. Therefore, the critique shifts away from pure theology debating the nature of God and moves squarely into methodology.
Methodology.
It becomes a deeply critical look at how human beings interact with, administer, and ultimately preserve divine law.
And this is where the deep dive gets incredibly relevant to modern life, because the analysis introduces a critical distinction regarding how texts and rules are corrupted.
Yes, this is a major analytical contribution.
It outlines two distinct types of corruption. Tarif lafzi, which translates to verbal or textual corruption, and tarif manali, which is semantic corruption.
This distinction is arguably the most vital psychological insight in the entire text.
Walk me through it. What's the difference?
To explain this, Shah Waliullah cites an eminent early historical scholar named Ibn Abbas to make a highly nuanced point. Ibn Abbas stated that the original physical text of the Torah, for example, wasn't necessarily physically altered, burned, or rewritten by the masses.
So they didn't take an eraser to the scroll.
Right. The actual words written on the parchment might have remained entirely intact and perfectly preserved.
Okay, so where is the corruption?
The corruption of the tarif happened in the translations and, more importantly, in the interpretations.
Semantic corruption. Changing the meaning of the text while fiercely, almost violently guarding the physical text itself?
Yes.
That is terrifyingly relevant to how human institutions operate today. We obsess over the exact wording of a constitution or a corporate policy,
Uh-huh.
but we completely hollow out the intent.
It's a very common human tactic.
It's not about dramatically burning books in the town square, that's too obvious. It's about twisting the meaning of the book while holding it up in the air and pretending you are its greatest defender.
It is the ultimate intellectual sleight of hand. And it raises a really important question for us to analyze. Why do humans do this?
Yeah, if a group of people no longer wants to follow a strict religious or legal text, why not just reject the text entirely? Why go through the exhausting mental gymnastics of semantic corruption?
Right, just say, we don't believe this anymore, we're doing our own thing.
Exactly. Why keep the book?
Because of the sociology of power, authority, and comfort. You have to look at the social structures. When an entire civilization or an economy or a political hierarchy is built around a sacred text, outright rejecting that text means instantly losing your social standing.
Oh, because your legitimacy comes from the text.
Yes, it means losing your authority, your community, and potentially your life. The religious elite derive their power entirely from their status as the guardians of the text.
So if they throw the text away, they throw their own power away.
Exactly. So, to maintain their luxurious comfort and their unquestioned authority without outwardly appearing to rebel against the sacred, they engage in semantic corruption.
They redefine the rules.
They reinterpret strict, inconvenient laws to mean something merely symbolic. They twist the plain, obvious meaning of a command to accommodate their current political alliances or financial desires.
It is a brilliant, insidious defense mechanism.
It allows a person or an entire institution to feel intensely pious and righteous while acting entirely out of pure self-interest.
Think about how often we do this in our daily lives. On a micro level.
Oh, all the time.
How often do we read instructions, corporate compliance policies, or even relationship advice from a friend and purposefully misinterpret the phrasing just enough to give ourselves permission to do what we already wanted to do anyway?
Well, technically.
Right. Well, technically, the manual says avoid pushing this button. It doesn't explicitly say I will die if I push it. So we are absolute masterclasses in semantic gymnastics when our desires are on the line.
We are deeply motivated reasoners. And the text doesn't just leave this as some broad, abstract theory about human nature.
No, it gets highly specific, doesn't it?
It does. It outlines exactly how this semantic corruption, this tarif manawi, practically unfolded in historical real time. The author details 3 specific mechanics or traps that were systematically used to twist the ancient texts.
Yes, let's spend some real time on these because these exact tactics are still being used in politics and media today.
Definitely.
The first mechanic the analysis details is what we can call the label trap.
The label trap. This was the historical belief among certain groups that simply possessing the label of a Jew or a Hebrew biologically guaranteed salvation.
It's not having the name.
Right. They believed that because of their lineage, even if they sinned terribly, they would only spend a few short days in hell for purification and then automatically go to heaven regardless of their actual moral behavior.
It is the ultimate degradation of a moral religion into tribalism.
It really is.
The analysis points out that the true foundational criteria for divine reward across all original monotheistic religions has always been faith combined with righteous action.
Action is key.
It has always been an action-based meritocracy. But over generations, the methodology corrupted. The focus entirely shifted from what you do to who you are.
The label became the shield.
Yes. And the rhetorical response to this forcefully corrects this psychological trap. The argument cited states plainly, whoever earns evil and his sin has encompassed him, those are the companions of the fire.
It completely shatters the illusion of ethnic, biological, or label-based immunity.
It reestablishes that divine justice is blind to your genealogical chart.
Yes.
But hold on, let me push back on this from a human perspective.
Sure.
From a sociological standpoint, isn't group identity, having a label, absolutely essential for a community's survival? You need cohesion. Why is this framework so incredibly harsh on the idea of group identity?
That's a great distinction to make. The framework isn't harsh on community cohesion or shared history. It is harsh on the substitution of morality with identity.
Substituting one for the other.
Synthesizing this, we see a universal human flaw. The slow, inevitable, lazy degradation from action-based merit to identity-based entitlement.
Oh, wow. Action-based merit to identity-based entitlement.
Think about it. Action requires immense effort. It requires daily discipline, sacrifice, constant self-correction, and admitting when you're wrong.
It's exhausting.
It is. Identity requires absolutely nothing. It just requires birth. or putting on a specific hat or adopting a label.
It's passive.
Human laziness will always tempt us to swap the grueling, difficult requirements of moral action for the cheap, easy comfort of a tribal label.
It is exactly like modern identity politics, or even toxic team sports mentality. It's assuming you are automatically the good guy simply because you wear the jersey of the historically good team.
Oh, I see.
You could be out there playing completely dirty on the field, fouling everyone, breaking all the rules of sportsmanship, but because your jersey says Team Righteous, you genuinely believe the referee shouldn't penalize you.
That's a great way to visualize it.
The historical analysis is pointing out how deeply flawed and arrogant it is to think that the creator of the universe is just a biased referee who plays favorites based on tribal team colors.
Exactly. The universe does not care about your jersey, it cares about your conduct.
Well said.
Now, this tribal arrogance directly feeds into the second mechanic of semantic corruption the text outlines, which is the permanence fallacy.
The permanence fallacy. This is the trap of believing that the temporal, highly specific laws of an ancient era were absolutely unchangeable forever.
Right. It's completely denying the concept of abrogation, or what is known in the theology as NASC.
Yes. The author provides a fascinating, highly specific historical example here to illustrate how this happens.
He does. He notes that the ancient tribes deeply mistook the prophet Jacob's dying command to his sons.
What was the command?
According to their tradition, Jacob on his deathbed told his sons to hold fast to the religion. But over the centuries, later generations fundamentally misinterpreted the scope of this command.
How so? Hold fast to the religion seems pretty straightforward. Don't leave the faith.
Right, but they thought holding fast meant freezing the highly specific temporal laws, the localized customs, and the exact cultural rituals of Jacob's era in amber forever.
Ah, so they literalized the rituals, not just the core belief.
Exactly. They thought it meant absolute legislative stasis. They failed to realize that Jacob meant holding fast to the core, underlying faith in one God and the pursuit of justice.
They mistook the outer, culturally specific shell of the law for the inner, timeless spiritual reality.
Exactly.
So when a new prophet comes along centuries later to update the legal software, so to speak, to better fit a new civilization or a new economic reality, they violently reject the update because they're obsessed with the old user interface.
They confuse the vehicle with the destination itself.
That is an excellent, precise way to put it. Laws, rituals, and societal rules are essentially vehicles.
They are?
They are functional tools meant to deliver human beings to a destination. That destination being societal justice, moral order, and spiritual health.
But when a society falls into the permanence fallacy, they stop caring about the destination and they start worshiping the vehicle itself.
But I have to ask, from the perspective of a believer in that era, if a law comes from God, shouldn't it inherently be permanent?
It's a logical question.
Doesn't changing the law imply that God made a mistake the first time? I can see why they would be resistant to changing a divine command.
That is exactly the logical hurdle they tripped over. But the counter-argument is that changing the law doesn't mean the first law was a mistake. It means the circumstances of the humans changed.
Oh, because human societies evolve.
Right. It denies that a divine, infinite creator could possibly update the localized rules to suit a new era, a different sociological reality, or a different phase of human development.
So it's a very rigid way of thinking.
It is a rigid, hyper-literalist mindset that completely suffocates the dynamic, living nature of divine guidance. They wanted a God of static history, not a God of living reality.
Which perfectly and seamlessly leads to the third mechanic of semantic corruption the author identifies, literalizing metaphors.
This is a classic, almost tragic pitfall in textual interpretation that happens in literature, law, and religion alike.
How does it happen in this context?
Earlier scriptures often used beautiful, honorific, deeply metaphorical titles to describe the righteous people of their time. They might poetically be called the beloved of God or the sons of God.
Like poetry.
Yes. In ancient Near Eastern languages and literary traditions, this was a very well-known behavioral compliment. It denoted a spiritual closeness, an endearment based entirely on their pious, righteous actions.
It was a metaphor for behavior, not a statement of biology.
Exactly. But over generations, the semantic corruption slowly sets in. Later generations, looking to cement their own authority, deliberately stripped away the metaphorical and behavioral context.
And what did they replace it with?
Because their ancient texts called their righteous ancestors the sons of God, they began to assume and teach that this implied a literal, biological, or at the very least, an inherent ethnic superiority for themselves.
They took a poem and turned it into a genetic caste system.
Precisely. They transformed a poetic compliment about their ancestors' good behavior into a racial theological entitlement for themselves, regardless of how terribly they behaved.
It's like, imagine if a teacher calls a really hardworking, brilliant student a star. It's a metaphor for shining bright, doing good work. But then 3 generations later, that student's great-grandchildren literally believe they are made of incandescent plasma.
Right, right.
They demand to be treated as celestial bodies by the government, and they look down on everyone else as mere dirt.
It sounds completely absurd when you map it out like that.
It does, but it shows how incredibly easily a beautiful metaphor hardens into a toxic dogma when people are desperately looking for a reason to feel inherently superior to their neighbors.
And it's that specific search for superiority, that intense, driving desire to protect their social status, that leads us to the darkest, most cynical part of this historical analysis.
Right. This is where the deep dive shifts from psychology and cognitive errors into raw, unadulterated politics.
Yes, the manipulation of the text for power.
We are talking about the historical concepts of kitman, which means the deliberate concealing of verses, and ilhak, which means fabricating or actively adding to the text.
These are very heavy accusations.
And the examples the historical text gives are brutal in their political realism. Let's start with kitman concealing the law. The analysis explicitly mentions the religious leaders of the time hiding the divine law of stoning for adultery.
A very severe punishment.
Yes. Now, why on earth would religious leaders hide a law they were supposedly sworn to uphold?
The author explains it with a piercing sociological insight.
Yeah.
It was a matter of protecting prestige and economic stability.
Always follow the money, right?
Always. In that specific historical period, the society had elite, incredibly wealthy, powerful members who were guilty of this specific crime.
Okay, so the elites were breaking the law.
Right. Now, if the religious leaders applied the strict written divine law equally, it would publicly shame their most powerful patrons.
It would destroy the elites.
Yes. It would violently disrupt the social hierarchy. And more importantly, it would threaten the financial and political stability of the religious institutions themselves, because those elites funded the institutions.
So, faced with a choice between upholding the absolute truth of the law or protecting their institutional power, what did they do?
They utilized kitman. They physically hid the original law in the texts, and they substituted it with a lesser, entirely invented punishment.
Invented punishments? Like what?
Things like public whipping or blackening the face with soot and parading the person backward on a donkey.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
They literally commuted the sentence of a divine law just to protect their wealthy donors. It is a tale as old as human civilization itself.
It's a double standard.
The strict, unyielding law is applied with brutal force to the poor, to the marginalized, to the people with no power, but it is magically reinterpreted, softened, or outright hidden when the rich and powerful get caught doing the exact same thing.
What is most fascinating here is what it reveals about the psychology of institutional power.
Unpack that.
When a religion or a legal framework becomes an entrenched institution of power, preserving the prestige of the institution and the comfort of its leaders almost always becomes more important than preserving the actual truth of the law itself.
Because the institution becomes an end in itself.
Exactly. The leaders knew they couldn't just physically erase the law from every copy of the Torah without causing a massive peasant revolt, but they practically erased it from public execution through the conspiracy of kitman.
That's incredibly manipulative.
And the author also notes they use this exact same tactic of kitman to hide ancient prophecies concerning a new religion and a new prophet emerging in the Hijaz in the Arabian Peninsula.
And again, the motivation is political.
Entirely political.
Because acknowledging a new prophet, especially one emerging entirely outside of their specific biological lineage, would instantly destroy their religious monopoly.
It would upend their entire power structure.
It would mean they were no longer the sole exclusive gatekeepers of divine truth, which means they lose their leverage.
Precisely. It was a calculated, long-term market protection strategy executed by intentionally concealing the very sacred texts they were sworn by God to protect and disseminate. It is the ultimate betrayal of their mandate.
And when they weren't busy hiding the actual law, they were busy fabricating new ones.
Yes, moving from kitman to ilhak.
Right. This brings us to the concept of ilhak. The historical analysis describes how rabbis and scholars would use their own logical deductions based on their personal views of what was good for the public.
A legal concept called istisan.
Right, and then they would rigidly pass those human deductions off as divine, unchangeable law.
This is a very subtle but catastrophic error. This happens when the scholar, the expert, begins to view their own intellect as infallible.
Hubris, basically.
Abnormal hubris. They look at a complex social situation. They decide what the best outcome should be based on their own cultural biases and their own limited reasoning. They create a legal ruling to achieve that outcome. And then, here's the critical flaw. They stamp it with absolute divine authority.
But wait, let me stop you there. I really want to understand this. Using logic to figure out what is best for the public good istisan, doesn't that sound like a positive thing?
On the surface, yes.
Don't we want our judges and leaders to use human reasoning to solve modern problems? Why is the framework condemning this?
Using human reasoning to solve problems is absolutely necessary, and the broader Islamic legal tradition actually embraces concepts similar to public interest.
Okay, so what's the issue?
The condemnation here is not against the use of human logic. The condemnation is against blurring the line between human reasoning and divine mandate.
Claiming your opinion is God's opinion.
Exactly. When a scholar makes a ruling based on public interest, they must acknowledge that it is a human, fallible, temporal ruling that can be changed tomorrow if the public interest shifts.
It's just a policy, not a commandment.
Right. But what these historical figures did through ilhaq was take their human deductions and elevate them to the level of infallible, permanent divine scripture.
So they essentially wrote themselves into the scripture.
Over generations, the common people can no longer distinguish between what the Creator actually commanded and what a scholar 3 centuries ago simply thought was a good idea for his specific village.
Wow.
It creates a bloated, suffocating, human-made religion that masquerades as divine will.
When you lay it all out like this, the label trap, allowing for moral laziness, the permanence fallacy, freezing progress, the literalizing of metaphors to create racial supremacy, the concealing of laws to protect the rich elites, and the fabricating of laws to maintain total institutional control.
It's a long list of grievances.
It paints a devastating picture of a system that is fundamentally structurally broken.
It does.
And what's crucial is that it wasn't broken because the original text was bad. It was broken because the human administrators completely corrupted the operating system.
The text was pure. The administrators were not.
Which brings me to a question for you, the listener, to seriously reflect on right now.
It's a hard question.
When the unvarnished truth threatens your social standing, your job, your income, or just your daily comfort, how tempting is it for you to just, omit a few details?
Just a little white lie.
To twist the phrasing of a conversation just a little bit to protect yourself? We can sit here and judge these ancient leaders, but the impulse to protect our prestige at the expense of the truth is a very active, daily human flaw in all of us.
It is a deeply sobering reflection.
It really is.
And all of this intense debate, the logical dismantling of the polytheist anthropomorphism, the ruthless exposure of textual and semantic corruption among the people of the book, it isn't just a list of complaints.
It's building towards something.
It all logically builds up to a massive ultimate question, a question that the Jewish tribes of that era directly posed, and a question that, honestly, any logical modern person studying comparative religion would inevitably ask.
The ultimate question of contradiction. If this new prophet, Muhammad, is real, and if his message truly comes from the exact same monotheistic God as Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, then why are his laws so different?
Why the change?
Why are the specific dietary rules, the marriage customs, the methods of prayer, and the penal codes different from the past prophets? If God is one and truth is absolute in one, why is there such jarring inconsistency in the rulebook?
To an outsider, it looks like a glaring contradiction.
It does.
And this is where Shah Waliullah delivers what is arguably the most brilliant, overarching, and philosophically satisfying framework in this entire historical text.
I am so excited for this part.
He answers this apparent contradiction with the master analogy of the divine physician.
The divine physician.
But to make the analogy work, he first has to completely redefine the very purpose of prophethood.
Yes. Because we tend to think of prophets as destroyers of the old world.
We do. We picture them tearing everything down.
But the text argues that a prophet is not a bulldozer. A prophet is not sent to obliterate a culture, erase all its history, wipe the slate clean, and start a society from absolute zero. The text says a prophet is sent to reform existing customs, not annihilate them.
Exactly. The divine method, as outlined in this framework, is not cultural annihilation. Every single human society on Earth has existing habits, social structures, economic systems, and traditions.
Right, they aren't blank slates.
When a prophet arrives in a specific society, the goal is not to turn them into aliens. The goal is to establish justice and align the core of the society with the divine will.
So they work with what's there.
Yes. So the prophet essentially takes the existing cultural customs and puts them on a scale. Whatever aligns with God's will, whatever is inherently good or neutral, is kept and preserved.
And what doesn't align?
Whatever is inherently unjust, oppressive, or contradictory to the core faith in one God is amended, corrected, or abolished.
So, if I'm understanding the implication here, what this means is that the new Sharia, the new religious law, is inherently going to be heavily, heavily influenced by the raw cultural material of the society it is reforming.
Precisely. The law is a negotiation with the existing culture. And this is exactly where the master analogy of the divine physician comes into play.
I want us to spend a lot of time on this analogy because I genuinely love it so much. It clarifies everything about comparative religion for me.
Let's break it down thoroughly. Imagine a brilliant, flawless doctor. A patient comes into the clinic who is suffering from a severe, life-threatening fever.
Okay, high temperature.
Furthermore, this patient lives in a sweltering, humid tropical climate. The doctor assesses the patient, the symptoms in the environment, and prescribes a highly specific cold remedy.
Makes sense.
Cooling foods, perhaps specific herbs to lower the body temperature, maybe even bloodletting if that's the medical standard to bring the heat down.
Right, whatever it takes to cool them off.
Now imagine a second patient comes into the exact same clinic the next day. This patient is suffering from severe hypothermia, and they live in a freezing, desolate tundra.
Okay, the environment and the symptoms are completely different. The exact opposite, really.
Right. Now, what happens if the doctor, trying to be perfectly consistent, prescribes the exact same cold remedy to the second patient?
The second patient dies immediately. The medicine would kill them.
Exactly. To save the second patient, the doctor must prescribe a hot, remedy-warming herbs, heavy blankets, high-calorie foods.
The prescriptions are complete, literal opposites.
They have to be.
If you were an outsider and you just looked at the two pieces of paper, the two prescriptions, you would say the doctor is a fraud who contradicts himself. Yesterday you said eat cooling herbs, today you say eat warming herbs. Which one is the truth?
But the doctor is not contradicting himself at all. The ultimate goal for both patients is absolutely identical: restoring health, equilibrium, and life.
The underlying science is the same.
The medical science is consistent. But precisely because the patients have different biological constitutions, present with entirely different symptoms, and live in vastly different environmental climates, the prescription, the specific rules they must follow, must radically differ in order to be effective.
This completely and fundamentally changes how we view religious differences.
It really reframes the whole debate.
They aren't necessarily logical contradictions. They aren't proofs that one religion is false and the other is true, or that God made a mistake.
Right.
They are custom, historically localized prescriptions for different eras of humanity.
That is the profound genius of the framework. The spiritual sickness of the ancient Israelites, living under the shadow of the pharaohs and wandering the desert, might have required a very specific, rigid, heavy, culturally localized, rules-based prescription to cure them of whatever intense social ailments and rebellious tendencies they were facing at that time.
It was strong medicine for a severe condition.
While the Arab tribes of the 7th century, with their specific cultural diseases, infanticide, extreme tribal warfare, chaotic polytheism, required an entirely different legal dosage, a different sharia, to achieve the exact same baseline of spiritual health and societal justice.
It makes so much sense. If we connect this to the bigger picture, it reviews a profound theological concept about the nature of the Creator.
What does it reveal to you?
It shows a God who is deeply practical, highly responsive, and intimately aware of the nuances of the human condition. It completely pushes back against the rigid idea of God as a distant, inflexible bureaucrat who only has one single rubber stamp for all of humanity across all of time and geography.
It humanizes the divine process, ironically.
Yes. The divine physician analogy validates the immense diversity of human cultures while simultaneously maintaining that there is a single divine purpose underlying all of it, which is the spiritual, moral, and social health of the human being.
It is a stunning synthesis. It honors the absolute, unyielding truth of a single God, while perfectly honoring the relativistic, messy reality of human history and sociology.
It bridges the absolute and the relative.
The perceived inconsistencies between the testaments or the laws aren't bugs in the divine system. They are the intentional features of a highly customized, era-specific medical treatment plan for the human race.
And what's brilliant is how this analogy loops perfectly back to the permanence fallacy we discussed earlier.
Yes.
The tragedy of semantic corruption and the tragedy of rejecting a new prophet is exactly like a patient who was prescribed a heavy course of strong antibiotics for a severe lung infection 10 years ago.
Okay, track with this.
They took the medicine and they got better. It was a great prescription. But now, 10 years later, they have a minor headache and they fiercely insist on taking that exact same heavy antibiotic, completely refusing the doctor's new advice to just drink some water and rest.
Yes. They are holding on to the old prescription as if the medicine itself is holy, entirely forgetting that the medicine's only value was in how it related to their specific illness at that specific historical moment.
They are literally worshiping the pill bottle instead of trusting the doctor who wrote the prescription. That is such a powerful image.
It is. And this brings us to the final and perhaps most uncomfortable turn in our deep dive today.
Okay, brace ourselves.
Because the author of our source text, Shawaliullah, doesn't just leave all of this as a neat, tidy historical lesson about ancient Arabs and ancient Israelites.
He doesn't let the reader off the hook.
Not at all. The most piercing, challenging part of this text is how, at the very end, he turns the mirror firmly and aggressively onto the reader, and by extension, onto us today.
He makes it very clear that this isn't just a discussion about what they did back then.
The historical text issues a severe, direct warning to the modern era.
What's the warning?
It states that the exact same flaws, the exact same psychological traps and cognitive dissonances found in the ancient polytheists and the people of the book are actively currently present in what he calls the bad scholars and the general public of his current era, and by extension ours.
He is incredibly unsparing in his critique then.
Very. He notes that modern people are just as guilty of the polytheist's primary sin, blindly following their ancestors without an ounce of intellectual proof.
If you pause and think about it, how many of our core beliefs, our intense political affiliations, or our deep-seated social prejudices are just inherited habits?
Most of them, probably.
Things we absorbed from our parents or our algorithms that we have never actually rigorously interrogated. We are all guilty of it. This is just how my family votes. This is just how my culture views this issue. We are just as guilty of blind imitation.
And he points out that modern people chase worldly gains and protect their prestige in the exact same way as those ancient religious leaders who hid the stoning versus using kitmen.
We might not be hiding ancient parchment scrolls in caves.
No, we have more sophisticated methods now.
We certainly spin aggressive PR narratives, we hide inconvenient climate or economic data, and we twist corporate or legal jargon to protect our bottom lines, protect our elite friends, and avoid accountability. The mechanism is identical.
Furthermore, he critiques the modern reliance on overly deep, baseless intellectual deductions.
Like the ilhaq we talked about.
Just like the ancient rabbis who misused the concept of istisan to fabricate laws that suited their desires, he warns against modern thinkers, academics, and politicians who get so lost in abstract, convoluted, impenetrable academic theories that they completely ignore clear, simple, practical, moral truths.
They use big words to hide bad actions.
They build massive intellectual labyrinths solely to justify their own selfish desires or power grabs, while the straightforward path of basic human decency and moral action is completely abandoned.
It's a massive reality check. We sit around with our smartphones and our artificial intelligence thinking we are so much more advanced than the people who worship statues or wandered the desert.
We think technology equals moral progress.
Right. We have infinitely better technology, but the base operating system of the human ego hasn't received a single update in thousands of years.
Human nature is the ultimate constant. That is the core, unavoidable takeaway of this text.
The tools change, but the people don't.
The tools of corruption change. We've moved from parchment to podcasts, from oral traditions to social media algorithms. But the underlying motivations remain identical.
The desperate desire to shrink the vastness of the universe to our controllable size.
The desire to claim unearned superiority over others through empty labels.
The impulse to freeze the past in amber to avoid the discomfort of changing in the present.
And the endless willingness to twist the truth to protect our power. These are not ancient historical trivia answers. They're the active, daily fault lines of the human psyche.
That is incredibly profound. So let's look back at the massive journey we've taken today through this incredible analytical framework.
It's been quite a journey.
We started by unpacking the logical dismantling of anthropomorphism, how the text challenged the polytheists for projecting their own societal biases, like their hatred of daughters, onto the divine, and their arrogance in demanding the universe bend to their limited understanding of physics and prophecy.
We then explored the critical shift from theological errors to methodological errors, diving deep into the psychology of how sacred texts are corrupted.
We looked at how humans use the label trap to claim unearned salvation without doing the moral work.
How we use the permanence fallacy to worship the vehicle of the law rather than the destination of justice.
And how we literally weaponize poetry and metaphors to create racial hierarchies of superiority.
We looked at the dark, cynical politics of Kitman and Ilhak, deliberately concealing and fabricating the truth to protect the prestige and wealth of the elites.
And it all culminated in that beautiful, paradigm-shifting analogy of the divine physician. The idea that differing laws across human history are not logical contradictions, but perfectly customized, era-specific prescriptions from a practical, highly responsive creator aimed at the ultimate goal of human spiritual health.
These ancient analytical texts are clearly not dusty relics meant for a museum. They offer brilliant, piercing frameworks for spotting our own modern biases, our own sloppy logical fallacies, and our own desperate tendencies to twist the rules to suit our comfort.
They really do. And building on that incredible idea of the divine physician prescribing different medicines for different ailments and different climates, I want to leave you, the listener, with a final thought to mull over as you go about your day.
What's the thought?
Look closely at your own life right now. Look at your habits, your strict rules for yourself, the worldview you use to navigate your daily interactions.
Self-reflection is hard, but necessary.
Are you fiercely, stubbornly defending a prescription, a mindset, a coping mechanism, a strict routine that was originally meant to cure a problem in a past season of your life?
Oh, that's a powerful question.
And by desperately clinging to that old prescription, are you stubbornly ignoring the actual cure you need for the person you are today? Think about it.
That is a question worth asking yourself every single day.
It absolutely is. Thank you for taking this deep dive with us. We'll see you next time.